Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は218日目です。Let's get right into our topics here. Had a leap day, right? For Persona 5 the Phantom X. And now we're on our last lesson. Giving, receiving, and describing experiences. Oh, giving and receiving. That's a good one. High tension. Talk about habits. High tension. Talk about habits, experiences, and deepen our understanding of tense and time. Habits and experiences. Koto ga aru. Have done before in the past tense, so ta. And then teiru, has or have done. Repetition. Interesting. In this topic, we're going to learn about phrases to do with experience and tense. High tension. Interesting. Specifically, we will learn about the pattern, right? The past tense, koto ga aru, which is used to talk about things we have done, and about the final use of teiru. Gotta sort out. Okay, so we have the doing something, and then the change of state, right? The aspect, which highlights habitual or repeated activities. With these, we will have a complete knowledge of tense and aspect at the N5 level.
パトカーに乗ったことがある。
Fair enough. Interesting. Patoka. Yes, patrol car. Patoka.
私は毎日学校に行っています。
Right. Although I think it's very customary to have a frequency of some sort attached to provide the context of habitual occurrence or habitual activity. Just like English, many set phrases cannot be adjusted in Japanese in the same way that koto cannot be swapped with no. That one's fair in this expression. With this meaning, teiru, to make it easier to understand, expression of time are often used. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. The 毎日, 毎晩, right? 毎晩 and 毎週. Let's recap what otherwise it'd be ambiguous, which you can probably if these are absent, it's ambiguous. However, the follow-up or the thing that comes before would clarify. Usually the natural flow of the conversation, at least given that the person that you're speaking to is someone who does express things, right? That is one of my consistent digressions about how that is becoming less and less frequent, where people explain the details and they try to speak as less, the least possible. And the inference is that there's some sort of echo chamber inference that's being made. Like when someone says, I play video games, they might actually imply that they play video games as a habit versus I play video games as in I do it, the activity of doing it, not teiru, right? Consistently play video games, which that is not necessarily a language thing in my opinion, but more so a cultural thing. So when someone says, oh yeah, I play video games, teiru, probably, if you're online. And when someone says, oh, I play video games, it's acknowledging that they understand what video games are. That doesn't mean they play every day, right? So if you're kind of in the territory, right? Or maybe like a father figure or someone who's have a very busy life, and they say, "Oh, I play video games." That would be, or I also play video games. That's implying that they play on occasion or have played in the past, not necessarily consistently or habitual. And that would be expressed differently in Japanese, which is neat. Sort of, like it would require you to express it. So it would be interesting if English forms a pattern for stuff like this. I doubt it. I more or less doubt it because of the less and less incentive to speak. And when I mean speak, I mean typographical writing, like speak as in having a conversation. I should use conversation from now on, to have conversation, right? Happens it's a sobering thought. And a point of consternation for myself. Whenever someone says something, you do have to refer or defer. I don't know which word I'm using here. You have to make these inferences. And the way you make these inferences is by profiling the person. Not in the sense of stereotyping them. Profiling them as in ask them about their backgrounds, what they do, and then collectively try to make a percentage-based probabilistic inference that they have. When they say, I play video games, what is their background like? Then you can infer if they're referring to it as a habitual thing or not. Is it important? Well, it's important to me because when I speak to people, it's usually in the context of understanding them, not in the context of being informed. So usually I would say the vast majority of people that I meet online, they simply want to be informed. They don't want to understand the person, or they're not interested per se. What I mean is they're not consciously interested in understanding the person. So they simply want to be told what it is. So if you play video games, you play video games. Let's recap in what we learned about tense and aspect so far, right? Aspect, like that word. Finishing off our N5 tense and aspect related lessons. Things are getting a bit tense, are they now? As we know at this point, Japanese has only two tenses, namely past and non-past. Tense just tells us the when of a verb. Despite this, we've also already seen how tense is not as simple as things happen in the past or things happen in the future, as we've seen both the so-called past and non-past form used in a variety of different ways. Right? Which leads kinda into the discussion of aspect as well. First, we have the past tense.
昨日ワインを飲んだ。
And ta and da that's an auxiliary verb, right? It's of, like auxiliary attached to, yeah, I think.
部屋の電気が消えた。
Yeah.
電車が来た。
That's right.
早く寝た方がいい。
Okay, and these are different aspects. Simple past, happened in the past. Results could still be ongoing, although ongoing, I feel like I favor a different form than ongoing. Realization, that's an interesting, this has not necessarily been covered per se. And then the hypothetical, right? Gai. Whole gai attached to the past tense. Second, we have the non-past.
明日は友達と遊ぶ。
Right? This is indicating tomorrow, so future.
僕は毎晩足のマッサージをする。
Right? So this indicates a habitual without the use of teiru. That's an interesting choice. Maiban is the thing that indicates that it is more likely to be habitual. Interesting.
鳥は空を飛ぶ。
Right, a general fact.
車を運転するのが好き。
Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is another general statement. This time, the present tense is an activity. So it's a general statement about an activity, and then it's modified by noga ski, which is actually an adjective. Right? Oh no. Or is it? Yes. Well, this part is a different construction than what they're trying to illustrate. Is there another aspect to this? Okay. When learning about the various teiru is used, various ways teiru is used, we have also learned about aspect. As we've discussed, aspect tells us the progress of a verb. It is basically tell us if a verb is ongoing or not. Well, outside of habitual, which does infer a bit of continuous action, and then past tense sometimes and indicate that it is still ongoing sometimes. We also discussed how different verbs interact with aspect depending on the sort of action or occurrence they express. For simple actions, aspect behaves in a very intuitive way. 姉は毎日ピアノを弾きます。Right, the 毎日 gives away the habit, and this is using the present tense. It is kind of indirectly talking about it as ongoing as well, but with no aspect.
宿題が終わった。
So this is special too. Something that's finished is a change in state. So in a past tense, it would still be like it would still ongoingly be completed without using teiru, right?
兄は近くの海でサーフィンをしているよ。
Right, now we're using the teiru where it's an ongoing action.
僕は父の会社で働いています。
And my inclination here is, since it's using teiru, it is more likely to be inferring an ongoing action without necessarily requiring the frequency, right? As we have seen before, for verbs expressing something instantaneous and binary, it has either happened or it hasn't happened, which causes an aspect change, right? Things are slightly different, right? So like something that has started, something that has been completed, that type of thing. And then here, teiru represents an ongoing state of having been done, right? So you can contrast some things.
ジョンは結婚します。
So this is future. But if it was 結婚しました, which that would be kind of interesting. So they got married, right? John got married. That would actually kind of imply that they stayed married, which would be an aspect. I don't know, but oh, here it is.
ジョンは結婚しました。
Okay, so it would, however, it may or may not, right? The ambiguity is if John stayed married or not. And to remove all doubt, you can use
ジョンは結婚しています。
yeah. So they covered all three of them, which is very helpful. Besides these two, we also saw some examples of verbs which don't normally use teiru. Yeah, which we actually we're going to be talking about the existence ones, right? Iru and aru. These verbs represent states, right? And there are other verbs that kind of represent states, like finish, start, right? There's probably more exotic ones, like exhaust, maybe. Like used up. I imagine there is some exotic ones. We will catch them as we go in the future. Maybe even while I'm like covering vocabulary again. Usually this is in the back of your head. You're often, whenever a verb presents itself, it's a constant routine, like, huh. So what type of context will be appearing? What kind of, is it a state? Is it transitive, intransitive? Like all of this stuff is habitual now, right? Like when you're studying Japanese, in my opinion, the moment you learn a new word, like a vocabulary word, right? All of this stuff should be, in my opinion, should progressively become routine. So they require less and less effort, more and more intuition, or more and more conscious thought, and be less and less effortful. I think oftentimes this is not the case. I don't get this feedback from other people when they learn a verb. They simply learn the verb with whatever is written on screen, as opposed to having a general sense of what's important, what does the tense and the aspect of every verb tell you, right? Like when you're learning at a intermediate level or a higher level, the idea is the way you acquire new information is also completely layered. Like, I'll use an English example instead, not a language one, for example. More like, let's use like math, right? If someone learned the number or the vocabulary word for 100, for example, or 1000, they could simply, which I feel this is the impression I get, they would say, oh, 1000. It's 1000. 1 and 1000. And there's ones, 3 zeros, and maybe they'll see that visually, with the Arabic script. However, they don't see it in like, okay, well, this is also a whole number. It can also be considered a digit, or an integer. It has 4 digits. It is a multiple of 10, right? All of those things are also true about 1000. So the idea is when you're learning something, there's different levels of learning. The base learning is rarely ever, so whenever I'm drawing like a pyramid, right? If you're down here memorizing things all the time, then beginner learner at all times. You're not building on your foundations to stay in this zone up here. So that's not the same as the learning zone that other people talk about, in my opinion. Like Wanikani has this stereotype of what a learning zone is. A learning zone is when you take an entity and you comprehend a proportion of it, and then you're deducing the rest, right? That is also part of this thing for sure. This part requires some deduction and comparison, right? In order to learn the 20%, you must know a sufficient enough of information in order to take an educated guess or confer and deduce. That is still relative to that. However, my thought, my reference is how it's encoded. So encoding deals with how much information you have gathered down here and then apply it up there. So like even in this 80%, are you leveraging all of your existing knowledge? How you are doing that? Oftentimes what they would do is they would use the path of least resistance. So you think of the least amount of information possible in order to ascertain what the other 20% is. So like, I will go to school. And let's just say the person is having trouble understanding what the school is. They would figure out the one thing they can think about these things and stick to that and associate it with school in the future. As opposed to looking at these many different ways, because you have many different ways to look at this, and then come up with multiple conclusions, multiple deductions, and then weigh those multiple deductions. So it could lead to like 50, a 50-50. I uttered this a lot, where when I produce an answer or fill a recall, I would do like 30-30. I would say like 30%, 50%. That's usually because of how many possible answers I have. It's not going to help you increase it's not necessarily going to make the process shorter, right? It's actually going to make the process longer. Now, the thing is, when you practice this, you're thinking about many different ways. You're consistently thinking about many different ways to deduce something, not one way. One way means one point of failure. So when you go to solve problems, your deduction is bad. It's insufficient most of the time. When someone comes to debate with you, you only have one method of debating. When someone wants to propose an argument against you, you have one way of arguing back, because your energy level or your way of thinking only accommodates one way, or a very trite and superficial way. And that leads the other person, you're at the mercy of the other person, whoever thinks far more dynamically, right? Hence the problem solving thing. There's a time and place for this type of thing, and that's usually when you're trying to develop methods, not necessarily knowing the method and executing. Execution is a different story. When you're executing, you're specifically concerned with execution, then you kind of leave the thinking to someone else, basically, right? This would be that general aspect where when someone says, are you a thinker or a doer? And doing in the sense of a lack of trying to minimize thinking. So you take it, you do it, right? I don't think I'm describing any particular deficiency, because in my opinion, there are certain things that people do a lot, and there are certain things that people think a lot. Problem solving is not one of them, in my opinion, because it's often not executed. So what I mean by that is there is overthinking. Overthinking happens a lot. When you sit there and you write like 60 plans and you do none of them, right? So that is the other side of the coin. Like, is there such thing as overthinking? It's like, well, there is, if it stops you from doing the thing. But we're talking about a balancing act. In this case, when it comes to language, I feel like at some point, the only way to do a language, to output a language, is to take all your thoughts and minimize them. Managing both is a different story. Like, you're trying to think about things and multiple things you can do, right? Ends up being like a funnel most of the time. So you have lots of thoughts, And the argument in the internet hustle culture is, well, if you're only going to get one thing out, then you might as well minimize your thoughts too. So then what does this look like? That's called narrow-mindedness. And in my opinion, it's kind of a vicious cycle, because if you do all this, then it leads to overthinking, which makes this unlikely to happen. And if this unlikely happens, it's considered overthinking. So kind of a vicious cycle for people, where when they're trying to be open-minded, the process fails. They end up not doing anything at all. So it's the idea of trying to maintain some ideas while also doing various things, so that you don't have a particular bottleneck, right? If you're overthinking, the bottleneck is at doing. If you're efficiency based, right? If you're efficiency based, it's one point of failure. I'm highlighting things that are bad or like potentially weaknesses. However, there are pros, right? 1 point of failure this way is fast. This way, here, a bottleneck is here, right? There's a bottleneck. And then there's the other way, which is the scatterbrain. You take a narrow focus. You take a narrow focus and you do a lot of things. Right? A lot of things. This is the trial and error approach, or the shotgun approach. Take something and do it. Take something and do it. And then you hope that you can then narrow down a thought from shotgunning, which there's not a lot of things, like when it comes to like language and stuff. This can be used for beginners, right? However, when it becomes later and later stage, you can't shotgun anymore. You can't do trial and error because the complexity is too great, right? This is the downside. While this gets you going and is great to get started, it also doesn't scale well. Right? The shotgun approach, which is brute force. The idea is to use brute force. You just keep going at it, trial and error, and then eventually you'll narrow it down. Plenty of ways. Yeah, anyways. Where were we?
学校に外国人の先生がいます。
Okay, so existence, right? Existence. Once you are something, you continue to exist as it, right? So like there's a foreign teacher at school, and the foreign teacher continues to be at school, right?
アメリカ出身の友達がいました。
Also in the past, right? That friend became your friend and still is your friend, or has a friend and still, and become Nara might actually be one of them too. Now that I think about it. And we also saw some examples of verbs which normally are used with teiru, and these verbs are harder to categorize, but they normally express features and are used descriptively. This point is more advanced, so we'll be revisiting again at a higher level.
私はお父さんに似ています。
Oh yeah, comparison. Yeah, niteimasu. Comparison or resembling. Yeah. Aspects. Everything's a remix. That's kind of a deep cut to the gaming industry right now. Or like content creation. When we bring this all together, we end up with a rich and varied way of expressing time and action with just the simple ingredients of two tenses and teiru. We can take some elements and combine them to tell a more complex story. We can start with a simple non-past sentence, right?
日本で桜を見る
Right? This is a non-past. In this case, it's inferring we'll see, maybe. Then we can add the auxiliary verb, auxiliary verb to make it past tense.
日本で桜を見た
Right? Then normalize the entire thing with koto and say we have it with garu. So they're building the layers, which is nice to illustrate how it's organized.
日本で桜を見たことがある
This is what I mean by looking at a phrase and breaking it down into its layers or building it up to its layers. When the first step that I did early, right at the beginning of this particular point, I looked at ta koto, or ta and koto ga aru. So I told myself it's the past tense of a verb attached to a nominalizer koto, and then the marker, right? This is more like a marker of existence. It's aru combined with the thing that does exist or there is. So those are the reason why I'm breaking them down also is because you can construct them back up as well. You can even use their individual parts alone. And then we can go even further and turn aru into, right, the past tense to say we had it. Can you oh no, and you can't. And in this case, we also need to know the other thing. It's unnatural to use teiru for this because existence is one of the exceptions, right? So this would imply an ongoing state already. So what it is not is also something you can remember. Instead, why it became atta instead of, it's like you could even say, like, I don't even know how to conjugate it or change its form to accommodate the present progressive because it's unnatural. So what it is not helps you remember what you don't do. So like you don't convert this into the present progressive form with teiru because it's the exception. Like it's what it's making me feel is like maybe if I even know how to do that, right? By mastering these simple building blocks at N5, we are perfectly set up for N4 and beyond, which is very important to me to know that the reason to re-emphasize the idea that curriculums, whenever curriculums are organized, foundations don't simply go away, they are iterated upon. So in no way, in my opinion, this is what happens. This is the impression I get more often than not when someone says, oh, I'm N4. It also means they're too good to go over their N5 while looking at their N4. So that becomes a gap, a crutch, a complacency. It's kind of like, oh, I know how to add in math, so therefore when I learn how to multiply, I don't need to remember how to add or how multiplication is related to addition. Give it a thought exercise here. How do you think multiplication is related to addition? Right? Oftentimes people think of the end thing without understanding its foundations. And I use mathematics because mathematics require proofs. Right? Proofs. Later on, when you do like algebraic and calculus and whatnot, those proofs involve nearly all aspects of foundation. Right? It requires the foundations and execution of the foundations in order to produce more complex mathematical proofs. I'm perfectly guilty of this, of the things I don't really care about, right? Like, we're not saying you have to do it for everything. There are certain things that if you want to focus on it and whatnot, it does require that you maintain your foundations. Like, if you think of fractions, right? I've been watching a show, rewatching a show. But when you think of fractions, are you also thinking about division? Right? And when you think about division, are you thinking about remainders? All these terms are mathematical terms that I would probably use when I'm talking about something. And I can assure you that when I talk to a high school student who is trying to conceptually explain a problem to me in mathematics, despite these things being on a regular basis, they would not understand the concept of these things other than the concept that they're talking about. Like, 3/4 is a fraction. Well, if I ask the person, can you define this without using the word fraction? Or define a fraction. They would say, well, it looks like this. I'm like, that's not sufficient to tell me you understand the concept of a fraction. And then, it gets to a point where someone would say, oh, 3/4 is a fraction. And I'm like, what do you mean 3/4? 3/4 could mean something else too. And you defined it in a way that narrows down your understanding, narrow down and demonstrate that you understand what a fraction is. It could be through a diagram, like, you could do like something like this. That would be a pictorial representation of a fraction. All of the above. Now, the idea is to encourage one to continuously do this, right? It's habit forming is what I'm talking about. Like, you want to form a habit of layered thinking. If you want to be a thinker, that's a personal choice. Sometimes life doesn't require you to think deeply about most things that you don't care about, right? I'm specifically talking about someone who wants to learn a language deep enough to be able to use it to their satisfaction. And they find that they're having a problem, right? A problem to meet their own satisfaction, not the satisfaction of others. Like, if you're perfectly content with N4 and the way you think is sufficient to achieve it, that's good to go. I'm specifically talking about people who complain or are upset that they have problems with something, and I think one of the underlying problems is they choose to min-max their input as an input of energy, not input of the immersion and all that stuff. I'm talking about input of energy to maximize their output, right? To max out their output. This approach often does not produce enough habits to reach or meet their satisfaction. So, largely, specifically talking about people who say, why is it so hard to do something? And I ask them, so how often have you done it before? It's like, no. It's like, don't you get it? I'm trying to do that. And like, it doesn't sound like you're trying to do that. You're trying to do everything outside of that. Like, you keep telling me what is the easiest and most time-efficient way to do something, and that doesn't include the thing you want to do. So how are you going to be able to do it? Like, someone would say, oh, I don't know how to study very consistently. Should I try to find the easiest way to do something so I can study, I use up the least amount of time to study? It's like, no, it's the opposite. You think studying is laborious because your whole mindset is built around minimizing studying. That, like, we're talking about specifically the mindset of trying to develop, like trying to connect the results from your expectations of what the result is to the actual results. So if you feel like thinking about all of this stuff is laborious, right? And you at any time you want to think of all of these things as separate things, right? Then technically whenever you see one of these things, you're practicing one thing. Well, yeah, then you are very efficient, right? Efficient. So when this comes up, you're good to go. And then when these things come up, you will then invest your energy into the one things. Personally, I take it more of a holistic approach. So this is where topics are really wonderful because it illustrates that this is holistic. This is how holistics look. When someone tells me a non-pass, I can think of the past. And in fact, I can think about many of the stock phrases that uses the past tense, right? The different aspects, right? And you can do that, and what happens is when you see one thing, you might be practicing 5 things. That's for studying purposes, right? For studying and practice. Technically, studying is what I mean by studying is learning plus practice. So whenever someone says, "Do you study Japanese?" and I would say, "I'm currently learning these things, learning grammar in Japanese, and I am practicing vocabulary." Right? So the answer is yes. Sometimes I would say someone's like, "Are you studying Japanese?" It's like, well, right now I'm practicing Japanese. That means like I'm not focused on acquiring new information. So, why am I being pedantic about this? Is because I'm doing exactly this. Studying holistically means learning and practicing to me. Studying is not the same as just practicing, which is what people do. I would like to say people underestimate how much they actually practice versus how much they actually learn. Usually learning is minimized when they're studying. How do you do that? SRS. When you SRS and all you do is brute force, that's practicing. It's like greater than 80% practicing when you're brute forcing. That's taking one line of thought and increasing the volume as high as possible. So minimize learning. You minimize learning and maximize practicing. In a way. In fact, it's a little bit deeper than that. It's minimizing learning and also trying to make the practicing as efficient as possible. That's what SRS does. And what does that look like when you try to minimize your variety of doing things while at the same time minimizing your line of thought? It's a straight line. Narrow-minded lack of learning. That, to me, is more than 50% of people on the internet when they are trying to learn something. Not, again, I'm being very careful with the terminology here. We're talking about of the people who want to learn something. We're not talking about playing video games, watching movies, and reading stories for entertainment. That's outside of the intent of learning. When someone gets online to want to learn something, I think greater than 50% use this approach, where they take one line of thought and they try to minimize the output. Like what they would do, because they don't want to do a lot of things. They simply want to do the correct thing. in that one way and hope that it reaches your expectations. Not a good or a bad thing. The reality. That's, how do you fix an air conditioner? Type in best way to fix an air conditioner. Your LLM of choice will tell you the one good answer, and you execute on that and hope you meet your expectation. If it fails, you go back and type in again what is the second best way, or what is another best way to do something, and you repeat this over and over again. That minimizes learning and minimizes your performance, your practice. So overall, you're learning the least and practicing the least, right? That's the lowest form of effort possible, which makes it very efficient. So the good news is it's efficient, and the trade-off is it has a single point of failure. So it's most likely to fail, but it's also most likely to be the most efficient. Less thinking, less doing. Not less doing, or not more thinking, less doing, or less thinking, more doing, right? Those are the other forms of things, right? This, right? This, or you can do this, right? This is what I call the balance approach, where you're trying to alleviate both bottlenecks to some extent to increase flow rate, right? However, on the internet, this is the desire. This is ideal. This is called idealism as well, most of the time. It's idealistic. This is balanced, right? So it's a mixed bag. This, right, bottleneck is overthinking, oftentimes considered as overthinking. And this is trial and error. So I would say the three of these are even more likely to produce maybe learning, right? We're talking about learning capacity. Learning happens more likely here than here as a relative learning. And then these two are the dominant ones. Whenever someone enters a learning state, they try to go from this state to one of these, and then the problems that I hear lies in the bottleneck. So whichever one. If someone is up here, they talk about mixed results. So most of the time when I talk to someone who takes this approach, we talk about how to cope with failure, or maintain consistency or iteration, because you're gonna have to go through it a lot. Trial and error requires, so the most difficult thing an individual has when they all in on this is that they fail a lot. When they fail, they need to learn from their mistakes, so how to iterate. And this is the main bottleneck here is motivation. Motivation and how to find reward, and learn how to progression, how to see progression, because they invest so much time in planning and rarely do they do anything for results. So the bottleneck is that they spend too much time not seeing the results of all their planning. In this way, they see a lot of results, but it's really mixed, and they only have one idealism of seeing what a good result is. So there's only one thing of this huge amount of trials that would be good. So they need to come up with ways to iterate on it, right? So those are the things. And here you have your balance approach, which is a mix of these two. So, however, it's not extreme enough, right? When you're taking a holistic approach, you're likely to engage in all of these in a consistent way. So what's the balance approach? The balance approach, the bottleneck tends to be, well, where's the balance? And that can produce its own problems on its own, where like sometimes there's not enough progress, not enough time, for example, where you're basically juggling a lot of things and you have to choose when to shuffle into these things. You can argue that the balance approach is going back and forth between these two things. Not this. This is not it. This is for things that you do not care about. In my opinion. Like, if I had a Gen Z phrase for this, if you don't care about it, you use this. So, or if you don't like something, right? You don't like something. This is this. So when someone tells me they like Japanese and they like Japanese culture and they rely on idealism and narrow thoughts and best solutions and worst solutions and natural, not natural, like binary thoughts, then in my opinion, they don't care about it as much as I think. Like, in my opinion, in actuality, they don't actually care about it as much as they think they do, right? Personally, that's what I would voice my objection. It's like, I don't think so. If you're trying to minimize your thinking about Japanese and the Japanese culture, it doesn't scream to me like you like it. That's personal relatives, right? Like I'm saying, I think someone who likes something do not participate necessarily in doing this. Like if you like something, why are you attempting to minimize it? Like making something more efficient means you spend less time doing the thing you like. So the question is, do you like it? Hence a lot of times we talk about hobbies, right? People tell me about hobbies a lot. And oftentimes whenever they describe their hobbies, they constantly talk about efficiency, as in how to minimize the amount of time used and effort used in their hobbies. And my first thought is maybe we should sit down and ask yourself why you're so upset about your hobby, like learning Japanese. Why are you so upset about learning Japanese? The question is not for me to answer. However, if someone were to ask me, if someone is upset about their hobbies, which is like learning Japanese, and they spend nearly all of their time overthinking about how to minimize the amount of time and effort that it takes to learn Japanese, then to me, it's not a hobby. That's not the same thing as a hobby. No, like the healthy response when it comes to hobby is like, oh, I have a problem with this. Well, looks like we're just gonna spend more time figuring out what's the deal with this because I enjoy doing it, right? Because a hobby is unconditional. This happens on a daily basis. Since I started learning Japanese and Chinese, I think a large amount of expressions. Yesterday was no exception when I was talking to Jiao and he talked about how sadly Duolingo did not provide enough things, and I was trying to clarify that I was trying to add that his expectations of the tool was not done to execute those things. So like learn and execute on those things. I did provide or attempt to suggest a bunch of examples that he can do because Duolingo does those things, right? It gives you mimetic things that you can output. However, there are things it doesn't do, and it requires someone's outside expectations or outside investment. That's kind of the whole, like, here's one expectation. Useful. The line of thinking was useful for conversation, or not even conversation. Useful for listening, right? That was the duo expectation, and it was sad because while that involved a lot of activity from Duolingo, right? From Duolingo, a lot of activity, this narrow thing caused an expectation that was sad because none of these activities did not fulfill that one expectation. So you do a lot of things in Duo, right? Like there are a lot of activities, matching, like one-to-one answer response, conjugation, and then reproduction. But the idea that they were expecting was too narrow. So there's only one, right? You have to iterate. Again, this requires the problem of iterating. Did you iterate on this to incorporate emergent things? Probably not, because Duolingo doesn't do that, or it doesn't encourage you to iterate on emergence. It requires you, the person who is thinking and doing those things, to be interested in that. So comprehension was outside of Duolingo's fundamental design, and that's what I was trying to refer to. Not that the person can't feel sad. I was trying to offer an alternative. Like, I think it's sad. It feels sad that it didn't help you. However, did you use the other stuff that Duolingo helped, right? Like that Duolingo provided, because it's going to be a combination. It's going to be a combination of sad and good things, largely because if you have a narrow line of thinking and you're relying on trial and error, it's going to be a mixed bag because you have a narrow line of expectations. So you're going to be doing a lot of things, and there are going to be sad things and good things. So when I was talking about Duolingo with Zhao, when he was in Japan, I was offering, oh, did you use Mizuo, right? Kudasai. Did you use those things? Because it's half the picture. Duo provides repetition through output. So you can output something, and then the other half was supposed to be iterated on. So the sad part, he highlighted as the share, and I wanted to balance it. I was attempting to balance the sad with the good, all the things that Duo actually does. And that's what I mean by creating a balance point. So a holistic standpoint. You can exercise this with anyone. In my opinion, when two people talk and they have different experiences and they have different analytical approaches, it's good to, in my opinion, it's healthy to get other people's opinions, talk about it, looking at it from a different point of view. It balances the stuff out. So that was from yesterday's conversation. My short story or my thoughts yesterday evening after talking with Zhao quite a bit about his... Oh, sorry, not yesterday. The day before. Yesterday was Phantom X, so the day before. Learning. It can present a bottleneck. Learning and practice can present a bottleneck oftentimes. Alright, so let's go look at what their examples that they gave us here.
サニー。はじめまして。私の名前はサニーです。太郎。はじめまして。僕は中島太郎です。この家はどうですか？みんな優しいですか？サニー。日本に来るのは初めてで、最初は少し怖かったです。でも、中島さん家族がとても優しいのでよかったです。太郎。それを聞いて僕も嬉しいです。2ヶ月前に日本に来たって妻から聞きました。サニ
ー。Interesting.
そうなんです。日本のお寺に興味があるので、京都でホストファミリーを探しました。太郎。京都はいいところですよ。今は日本語の勉強をしているの？サニー。はい。カナダに住んでいる時から日本語の勉強をしていて、今は近くのハンバーガー屋で働いています。太郎。あそこ？駅の近くにあるところだよね。サニー。そうです。知っていますか？太郎。知ってるよ。行ったことがあるよ。あそこのハンバーガー美味しいよね。 サニー。はい。私はハンバーガーを家で作るのが趣味なのでそこにしました。今はそこで毎日ハンバーガーを作っています。太郎。それは楽しいね。頑張ってね。
Okay. Do they hire people to record the audio used for these? If not, how's it sourced? These are actors. All the grammar related things are actors. Only the vocabulary is TTS. So like the vocabulary decks have synthesized things because it would require a person. So these are all actors. You can also tell how many actors they have. As far as I know, I heard anywhere between 3 and 4 for this new section, for this new topics section. And you can also tell that it's the same actor because nowadays when you use a source and an LLM, oftentimes they would incorporate multiple actors because it's a little bit more identifiable if you use different actors. But this is more like a actor reading multiple lines, so you can hear that it's the same person despite having 2 separate people. Not that it's all the time, but I think when they source something, LLMs, it can be more pragmatic. It is often more pragmatic to, if you're already sourcing people, you would have 2 different sources. So like this person would sound different from this person, but it sounds like it's the same person. And then when they're talking, the way I would say you can tell, or you can better guess, like more than 50% of the time, is if the actor speaks with prosodic stress. I think prosodic stress is still absent from LLMs. It makes it sound like we're just talking like a robot because prosodic stress is missing. That's often still what LLMs sound like to me. Where when they don't share like any form of prosodicness, maybe in the future they'll just inject it and stuff. I don't know how far LLMs have come, but generally speaking, it takes a lot of resources to have like reflective stuff. So if you have one person, you still gotta learn how to tell what is AI for voiceovers. You can only do anime art well. So for myself, it's not 100%. Like I can't. Obviously, there's people who could invest hundreds of hours into an LLM, and they can produce a really wonderful product. I'm not actually saying that AI can't produce a wonderful product. I actually think that there are people they have to put, but it's still the human doing it. So like the human has to curate the AI. So if as far as I know, Bunpro, the people at Bunpro, they're not doing that. So the odds of effort, if you're thinking about effort, I would say it would take more effort right now to have someone manually try to curate and adjust for prosodic stress in reading than using LLMs to automate it and then just assume that it works, at least for now. Like, for example, do you get louder or quieter overall between sentences when you're asking questions? Like, for example, someone's like, hey, why did you do that? And then someone's like, because I thought it was the right thing to do. Like, wait, like you thought that was really stupid of you. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, is there any way I can make up for it? So oftentimes when you hear these things and you have LLMs do it, you can kind of, I'm not saying like, there are situations that I feel like AI just knocks it out of the park to a point where it would question, you would question whether it's natural or not. However, I would say more than 50% of the time, LLMs still struggle with like contextual motivations of stuff. So whenever I hear someone read, that doesn't mean you could be a bad actor, quote unquote. You could be an actor that doesn't do this, right? You can still find voice actors, like you probably heard them before, where a voice actor, an actor sounds stiff. Or you heard this before, where because of production, you have two actors who are voice acting, right? But they never meet each other and they never hear from each other and they never hear each other's lines. So what they're going to try to do, the best way they can do is they're going to pretend. They're going to try to get into the headspace, right? Try to method act the stuff. And there are actors that are inexperienced that could say, oh wow, this sound, you as the listener is like, wow, this sounds really stilted, like these two people are in separate rooms and they don't really understand each other, which can happen. I mean, you could do it intentionally, because when actors have to act, imagine that when they're speaking to each other, they're trying to act as though they're misunderstanding each other. So someone could be like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting, and the other person's like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting, and you're like, wait, what's happening? Why is one person sounding like they're actually excited and the other person sounds like they were told not to be excited? Now the question is, what is the motivation for it, right? It is a human listener would say, okay, maybe the left side guy who's like saying they're so excited, maybe they have a background that they're very timid and they're reserved. So when they say they're so excited, they say it in a monotone way that justifies why they're so monotone despite saying they're excited. And then LLMs, in my opinion, don't have that at the moment. Can they can they simulate it? I don't know yet. It would be interesting if they can, where logic, there's irrationality and emotional behind the things. I think the greatest way is to look at all the AI slop. Whenever you hear the AI slop on like YouTube shorts or like TikToks and whatnot, where you hear the narrator, the person who's speaking, and they're describing the short, like what's in the short, and it'd be like this really stock cadence that happens at least greater than 50% of the time. When you hear that stock cadence, it's like, yeah, they're not even aware of what's the content in the short. Like, for example, oftentimes you can hear like a stock English voice and they're describing something that is Japanese, right? Like a Japanese culture's theme is happening in the background. You're like, this is a really interesting thing about Japanese culture. Japanese people do this, and in the background it shows like the cherry blossom, the hanabi, right? The flower viewing. And oftentimes I would think, oh man, if someone was narrating hanabi, they might sound a little bit more like welcoming or warmer. It's not the greatest giveaway. The idea is oftentimes there's human subtext that would make the narrator want to not sound like an androgynous robot, right? And this is how I think of people reading lines. And that's not to say that there aren't actors who simply want to sound stilted. The whole idea of sounding natural deals with how it feels, right? So if you're reading without feeling, yeah, you can be mistaken for an AI. That's going to happen. AI can still do things that other people are learning how to do, I suppose. Oh, so it doesn't get the tone to feel natural yet. Get the tone. This one, I mean, I like this because it does sound like it. It sounds like a person attempting to infuse the feeling. However, in AI, it could be something like how I would read it, because I don't have that ability yet, right? Like when I read, 初めて、私の名前は、サニーです。 I can't do the thing in like saying, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you. My name is Sunny," right? My name is Sunny, and or Sunny, as in Sunny. I'm guessing it kind of reminds me of Sunny, someone who is sunny, right? So maybe I would say, we'll make this person very perky. It's like, hey, nice to meet you. My name is Sunny, right? And then the other person, you could say like, okay, well, this person maybe, what is that? Taito? No, it's not Taito. It's Taro. I don't know who Taro is going to be, but it's very good. So maybe they're just two very happy, sunny people. So then I would read them as two happy, sunny people. And what they talk about would make it even more likely. They're actually talking about coming to Japan and settling down. Actually, one of them is Sunny. Sunny is the foreigner, and Taro, not just based on their name, because of what they're speaking of. Taro ends up asking Sunny questions about like, so what are you going to do in Japan? And then Sunny talked about how he arrived to Kyoto, and he had a host family in Kyoto. And then Taro asked a lot about, so are you going to study Japanese, whatnot. So we're going to go through this basically, and then the narrator would have all that knowledge, right? So the person reading, so does it reflect that? It's a laborious thing though. So Bunpro, in my opinion, LLMs could get really good at this, I suppose, or do a really adequate job. My thought is that it still requires whatever the Bunpro team has. I think it probably still spends less resources hiring someone or someone they have to read this stuff at the moment. It'll be interesting in the future if it gets more and more difficult, in my opinion. Like, I'm not one to shy away from knowing that with effort, human effort, I mean, AI could probably be curated and overseen to do all this stuff too. All right, so basically, Sunny says, nice to meet you, hajimete. Actually, hajimete might be an example of this state. So hajimete is first time, right? And hajimemashite, not hajimete. Hajimemashite. So let's look at this, right? So hajime means hajimema, right? Or mashite. So this is a combination. We have hajimeru, which is first, and then first this becomes the mas form. So that's the mas form, and then shite. Shite is, suppose we could say like shite. Oh, that's interesting. So mashi asked command. I never thought about trying to break down hajimemashite. So it's polite because they're meeting, right, for the first time. So first time meeting. I don't think there's any potential here. And then te form, so imperative, right? And oh yeah, hajime maru, no, it is definitely haji. So this is the stem. Hajime is the stem. Mas, and then shite, so command, right? Command. And this is a te form, so I'm not sure if this flows in with state. So nice to meet you, right? And then there's a state that has gone by and still continue. I don't know if that's an example for this lesson. And then they say my name is Sunny, right? So nice to meet you, and then hajimemashite. In response, my my name is Taro, then I wonder why they say so. They're saying like, is this how's this house, or how's the family situation? So how's the residence, so to speak? Is everyone nice, right? Mina yasashii desu ka? Right. So what do you think of this house? But it does say kono ie, right? However, what do you think of this house, right? Like, how is this house? It can also refer to everything in the house. So oftentimes it's like, oh, how are the people in the house? That would be, then you would expect a natural follow-up. Are the people nice, right? Because they're referring to everything within the house, not just the literal house. And the reason why I say that is because what Sunny says after is going to likely be about the people, not the literal house, right? That could be a misunderstanding that does occur when you hear ie, in my opinion. Ie can define the literal place or the people in the place, and you usually contextually understand based on either follow-up or how the other person responds. Because I have often asked that before. It's like, oh, hey, how's the place? And the person's like, well, the furniture is kind of stiff and it's kind of dusty and the kitchen's kind of small. And I'm like, but you have roommates, right? So how are they, right? So that happens a bit, which contextually, that's usually what happens when you talk about context language. Like in Chinese, it would be very similar. Someone would say, like, how's the place? How's your house? How's the people in the house? But it would come off as you would need to contextualize whether they're referring to the people or the furniture, or like the game, for example. Oh, hey, how is the game? Right? When someone comes up and say, hey, how's the game? And in English, you would first ask, like, so what do you mean? Like, you could assume, and then that would be where you lead contextually. You could start talking about the game. It's like, oh yeah, it was a close game, the enemy team, and then the other person follows up and say, did you go with friends or family? And then that's when you kind of notice subtextually, oh, maybe the person was asking about how did you feel, who did you hang out with, that type of thing, right? You get to learn how people prioritize their context over time. If I'm asking, usually over time when I'm asking these questions, a lot of the people around me get used to saying, oh, I'm probably asking about people, not like the literal thing. So like when I say, oh, how's your trip? They might start to answer me over time by describing the people in the trip and how they feel about the trip, versus literally telling me what the trip was about. Because the reason why is oftentimes I already know what the literal trip is about. Like, oh, I went to Japan and I did all the Japanese things. And my first thought is like, thanks. How was the people there? How did you feel? Did you do something that was very memorable to you? I would follow up, right? I would follow up with the context, because I was ambiguous. When two people don't understand each other, usually they wouldn't have natural inference. This would be an example of learning Japanese context. Like when you're saying something, what is the more common inference and context? That doesn't mean the language is going to be 100% consistent. It would imply that everyone contextually refers the same thing, which typically it would be a little bit of a foolish idealism. So for myself, when I read this, I was like, oh, okay, that person's asking about the people. So they would then continue to talk about the people, right? So they say, Sunny says, when I arrived for the first time, right, in or it's not when I arrive. So this feels like a sequence. So I arrived in Japan for the first time, and I'm making sure this doesn't trigger the grammar point. It's not the grammar point of this one. Then the first thing, when I arrived, I still think it's implying when. So when I arrived, or the time I arrived in Japan the first time, I was a bit scared. I was scared because this is in the past tense. Remember that I think this is still true. I have to double check my grammar. Because the tense is often at the end of a sentence. It creates the tense for the rest of the sentence, despite the construction. So it is when I arrived, at least in my opinion, when I first arrived in Japan, like first. So 最初, I was a little scared, right? I was a little scared. However, or but, でも、田中、or Nakayama. No, that's Nakashima. Nakashima-san. Eh? Nakajima-san. Oh, double kunyomi and then a flex on the rendaku. Nakajima-san. So, the host family, basically, we're assuming it's the host family. Nakajima's family was very nice, right? Very nice. They were happy, or it was good that they were very nice, basically. Like, he was relieved, more or less. Yokatta, right? This is my first time. Oh, that's how they phrase it. This is my first time coming. That's fair. So I was a little scared at first. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was a little scared first, right? At first. And then instead it would say, this is my first time coming. So it's voiced in the non-past because okay. So how does the de work? De is being used as a reason. So I would need to phrase this as a reason. So that's probably where I would fall short here. So de is not a sequence. I thought it was a sequence. Basically, I came to Japan for the first time. I was a little scared at first, right? The missing part is that de here is the reason de. So it's so they were explaining why they were scared at first. So coming to Japan, this is the first time coming to Japan. So I was a little scared. And then, however, the Nakajima family is very friendly, which is good. Like, so it was good, or I'm relieved, right? It was good that the Nakajima family, and so is more likely because while something is, they're also explaining the follow-up. Not that this actually says that it's an explainer. Oh no, there's one. Node explains the so, right? So I was relieved because Node Nakajima family was nice. So reason and cause was kind of a loss here. Then Taro said that that makes me happy. That makes me also happy to hear, right? I'm also happy to hear that, right? それを聞いて僕も嬉しいです, right? I'm also happy to hear that. Do I need a tense thing? I'm also happy to hear that. I don't think so. There's no tense thing here. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, and then said that I heard from I guess my wife, because they're using tsuma. Tsuma is a personal thing. So I heard I heard from my wife that you arrived 2 months ago. You arrived in Japan 2 months ago, right? So I'm glad to hear that too. That's another way to say it. I heard from my wife that you came to Japan 2 months ago, right? Because tsuma is often personal. Despite it might be a little ambiguous, you could say that you heard from his wife. You know, Sunny might have a wife too. However, it would you would use a different way. Like you could change this up to a third person wife if you wanted. That's why I paused there. I'm trying to think of all of the different. If I am ambiguous on something, I tell myself why is it ambiguous and then decide on something. So that's kind of why I brought up that wife thing. All right, and then Sunny said, "So nan desu," right? So nan desu, right? That is correct. There were a lot of interesting. I had an interest in Japanese temples, right? Otera ni kyomi ga aru. There was an interest in Japanese temples, specifically talking probably in the first person, but so like the reason. So Kyoto is he searched for a host family in Kyoto, right? There are a lot of temples in Kyoto. I searched, right, or looked for a host family. That's fine too. I have interest in Japanese temples. Since or so or Node explains the reason for looking for a host family, right? And then Taro says, "Oh yeah, Kyoto is a nice place. Is a nice place, right? Kyoto wa ii tokoro desho." And then right now, are you studying and currently still studying Japanese because it's used in the iru, right? At the moment, like, are you studying at the moment and continuing to study at the moment? That's the topic, this particular topic about state aspects, right? So 今は日本語を勉強しているの? Right? And then Sunny is like, "Hi, yes." And they used to study Japanese from the time they were living in Canada. So in Canada. And so right now they are working. They're currently working at a hamburger, like a nearby hamburger shop or hamburger restaurant, right? A local burger place. So yes, I've been studying Japanese from when I was living in Canada. And this is not even so. This is the conjunction. so I'm over 2 here. This day, so when I was looking at this day up here, right now I'm still not that intuitive about when te is being used as a sequence, a conjunction sequence, or a reasoning. So it doesn't change the understanding. To me personally, it doesn't change the understanding of the overall point of the statement, but I need to remember the grammatical usage. So te can be the conjunction of 2 actions. Te can also infer sequence of the actions, and then te or de, right, can infer reasoning, like the reason for something, because or so. And they all follow the 3 usages that I'm talking about. All of them follow a verb, right? And then linking into the next thing. So in this case, they simply was saying, and I'm working at a local burger place now. I was inferring that maybe they're saying, yeah, you know, I've been studying Japanese, but what they're saying, yeah, it does. I was thinking when I was reading the rest, maybe they're working in learning Japanese while working somewhere else, or like working on Japanese. But then if you think about what they said after, it doesn't seem like it's related, so to speak, right, by context. And then Taro says, over there, like that one, the place that's next to the place that's next to the station. This is where it gets cute, because like by happenstance, Taro came across the same place, right? That place near the station, right? Right. あそこ、駅の近くにあるところだよ。だよね. Right? Like they're confirming because he's emphatic. Assuming he's inferring that they both know the place, right? As opposed to stating whether that is the place or not. Then, so this, like, yep, that's it. And do you know the place, right? していますか? Right? Do you know it? I'm like inferring, I'm adding that place, even though they don't say. That person, Sunny doesn't have to repeat that place. However, I'm contextually filling in that place because they're still talking about the same place. Obviously, you could put it in if you want. It's kind of redundant. And then Taro says, "Yep, I like that. Like I know. 知ってる, right? 知ってるよ. And hold up. This is an example of knowing and still knowing. The reason why it's 知って and then るよ is because E got dropped. Sometimes one of the, like, you know, the notes or the caution notes of speaking is that iru, the E gets dropped sometimes. So technically, I guess Taro could have said しているよ as opposed to 知ってる, which it's a lot easier to say this, in my opinion. To shorten it. It sounds like a shortened version, right? Like して like adding E, but it flows in with the te, so it becomes like teru. But instead, it simply shortens down. So it sounds about the same, just you lose a beat. The beat is gone. The one mora disappears. That's how you can pick up on whenever there's in my opinion, that's how I would pick up on colloquial shortening. When you hear something and you're like, well, isn't that しているよ? Not してるよ. And the first thought is like, if you think it sounds like something else, like in this case, sometimes is a shortening, and that's how I test for shortening. So in order to remind myself, oh yeah, it's actually the progressive, it's the present progressive form. However, it's shortened because of speaking, right? Speaking, that happens a lot. It's like a woulda, like woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Kind of situation where you're kind of like should of, but it's easier to say shoulda, sort of argumentative, right? It's debatable if it's easier to say shoulda. And then 言ったことがあるよ, right? So like this is, how did this work? I went there, like, so I went there, and for the topic grammar is they went there as in the state of going there is still exists, as in they went there and they have been there. So in this way it would say I've been there. That would be a better way to say it, instead of saying, if you read this you could argue there is an existence of going there, which is a little bit too literal. The more adages, I have been there, right? I have been there. And then あそこのハンバーガー美味しいよね. Like the burger over there is are very delicious, right? Or are tasty. So I know it. I've been there before, right? Despite, notice how it says I have been there before, but they don't literally say in Japanese that I have been there before, like in English. Like if you were constantly transliterating or like translating one to one, the intuition is to say I have been there before or I have been there, and then the before is inferred. So in English, oftentimes the before is even omitted, and in Japanese, when you read this, the sentiment is to say that they have been there, not that there's an emphasis existence of the act of being there, right? Like have gone there. That would be when you use like grammar and only understand the parts. That's not going to stop you from understanding the meaning, in my opinion. However, this would be the interpretation. I would say this feels closer to the interpretation. I've been there, which this is not what this says. Like if you were to break it down to its parts, right? Like in Japanese, when someone's like, oh, past tense of to go, the nominalizer of to go, and then this is the subject marking the existence of this, right? Which then is technically the similar aspect. It's the aspect of the past tense. That state remains as an ongoing state that is being emphasized. You could say all of that as a practice of all your grammar points and all your vocabulary. However, when I heard it for the first time, when someone was speaking, they simply said, I know it, I've been there. And honestly, this saying before, I omit before because it's ending a statement in a preposition. I don't do that very often in English. It's kind of like when someone truncates a sentence and the rest is inferred. Well, if you've been somewhere before, like if you've been to somewhere, it was before. It was before in the past, so you don't say before. And oftentimes when you think about this, why do I dislike, in my opinion, in English, like in writing English and texting, why does ending a sentence in a preposition suck? Read this again. I have been there before the burgers. Actually, this is see, like this creates confusion, right? I have been there before the burgers. What? Or then you're like, okay, so before stopped, right? There's a period. So when you speak, that's perfectly fine. But when you read, there might be some confusion. And then then the burgers there are tasty. You could rephrase this in a different way, because the burgers there are tasty. That could be a usage problem with they, right? There, right, and tasty. So to me, one of the things that often I don't avoid, I try to minimize, is to end a statement with a preposition, because oftentimes a preposition would imply that there's something that comes after. So I would say, I know it, I've been there. The burgers there are tasty, or you could say the burgers are tasty there, or there are tasty burgers. Or at the location. Like basically there are other ways to phrase this, but regardless, in order for them to make this reasonable, this does say their burger, so the location there is burger, so burgers there tasty. It's not even the burgers there are tasty, it's just the burgers there tasty, right? So if you're constantly literally translating things, it can be a little, in my opinion, it can both work for you and against you most of the time. So this stuff I feel is often the parts that take up a lot of time that people don't like, right? Like in the beginning, this can seem very laborious. However, as you do it very consistently, it gets a lot more flowy. Like you're not reading for you're reading everything, but you're reading more than everything, not less than everything. So oftentimes whenever someone says, what are you deducing? Well, あそこのハンバーガー, right? ハンバーガー美味しいよね. What are you reading more? Because it's clunky if you don't read more than this. So you can read every single word and still have clunkiness to your reading, right? There's that over there's location. So that over there's location's possession of burgers is delicious, emphasis with an emphatic emphasis, right? Emphasize with empathy, right? That would be not the burgers there are tasty in English, right? So I think this practice is what I do all of the above. So then you can choose how to. The idea is you want to practice, in my opinion, I always encourage myself to do everything. So then when it comes time to not be practicing and be executing, right? Like when you're actually talking to someone, you can do all of the above. You can filter out and do this stuff. The idea is that I tend to encourage myself to work harder so that later I can do whichever step that is most efficient. If you're not practicing these things, then you're going, in my opinion, one is likely going to skip over things. So for myself, I do it all the time. And that's why I'm doing it like this the last like month now. Then Sunny, yes, considering myself. So why does he say watashi wa, right? Here, for example, why say it here is because originally they were talking, Taro was talking about their opinion, or like they were talking about what they thought, like the stuff that's come from them. So you have to reframe. Right now they have to talk about themselves. It's not because you always use watashi wa, right? Like the whole thing about, oh, you need a subject for a sentence. In this case, there needs to be a subject clarifier, because originally they're kind of talking about the other person. So this is why watashi wa, in my opinion, is here to clarify, because they're going to explain something about that. And they said that there was a hobby in making hamburgers at home, right? So I did it there, right? That's another place I do, right? Since I had a hobby or interest in making hamburgers at home, I did it there, or in that location, the same location that they're referring to. And then right now, I'm currently making, right, because we're doing an aspect of the tense, I currently make hamburgers every day at that location, right? Yeah, I choose there since it's my hobby, right? Hobby or interest to make burgers at home. I make burgers there every day now, right? And then that's kind of cute, because when I think about a foreign exchange, so this is why I smiled near the end of this. Sunny, I imagine Sunny being a foreigner and they're moving to Japan, right? They've moved to Kyoto and found a place, and it's so fitting that this person said that they like making food, and then they decided to make food in Japan, not talking in a situation in contrast to a situation where a foreigner comes to Japan to look for a better life, but then they ended up working at a burger place despite hating to serve people. Right? That's a narrative that what I mean is it's very refreshing that they wrote it in a positive tense, because oftentimes in reality, when I think about the stories that I hear, oftentimes it's people who move to Japan who don't like the idea of working in service or working, transforming their things they do to a labor of love or a labor of passion. And not that I'm saying everyone does this, is that it's refreshing that they are happy about it. Like they're talking about happy things, especially when making food services, right? Food service often tends to be a negative thing when it comes to like outside. Like I'm very happy because the last couple of days I also talked about how it is I often think about how happy one can make other people when you serve them good food. So it was a relatable point. So I was enjoying what they were sharing in the story. And this is all part of the process. Like, I enjoy and make these memorable things because I relate them to my own thoughts. They're not... Here's a jaded cynicism that I hear a lot. Someone would say, oh yeah, I already know all this grammar stuff. This story is boring. Like, well, yeah, it's boring if you read just the thing, right? If you can't connect with any of these things, of course it's going to be boring. And oftentimes most people say like, oh yeah, what happens is they're like, oh, this is boring because it's so basic and there's nothing interesting about it. It's like, well, make it interesting. Not that you have to. Obviously, you can go and learn new things. The problem I tend to encounter is someone says like, oh, I want to listen to more complicated stories like N2 and N1, but I'm stuck at an N3 listening thing, and it's too boring to listen to N4s and N5s to help me with my N3s because all the stories are boring. And that to me is a problem, right? And my first response to that as a suggestion is like, when you read your N5s and N4s, does it have to be boring? Like, since you know the stuff and you're trying to make it salient and stuff, what else can you add to it? And that's the extra effort, right? So oftentimes, like, I'm not saying you have to do it, but this person is saying that they can't do the other thing. So you have to come up with a solution. And my solution often is, well, use what you have, and then work on what you don't have. So what I have is English, right? So at least I can use the higher level stuff. I can build a story and interest around things so that I can continue to learn Japanese with the motivation problem. That's typically usually where I hear that. Is the usual time on later today? Sure. We're talking about 3 a.m., right? Mika, are we talking about 3 a.m.? Yeah, that's fine. So then it's like, それは楽しいね, right? Emphatic, that's nice, or that's fun, and then 頑張ってね, right? Keep at it. That's fun. I think this was a really cute story. I like happy things. So, and just so happens this person could have chose any like hobby, and then they could have wrote anything. By coincidence, they wrote about food services. And also another deep cut, they're from Canada. not the United States. They're from Canada. And when you think of Canada is actually quite common when it comes to foreigners. In fact, here's a little short story. 2 days ago, and it was actually 3 days ago, I met this person, and then they came back the following day. So 2 days ago, I know exactly the scene in Persona 3 as well. Persona 3 Portable. It was right when Chidori met Junpei Iori for the first time, and they were talking about like the drawing thing. It was the scene where they meet up outside of SEGA, and like before Chidori ends up kidnapping Junpei during the next full moon operation. And the person was asking me stuff about like language, have I was ever mistaken for the wrong type of Asian and stuff. And in there, they asked me if I were Canadian, right? And oftentimes when I think about foreigners and stuff, it's really funny because it's not that uncommon for behavioral coincidences. When you speak English, especially Americanized English, they're only very, like, I would say 5%-ish difference. Like, you can hear them if you speak American English, but or Americanized English, but between Canadian and American accent, there's a very subtle, very noticeable difference in very specific contexts, but it is very subtle overall. And oftentimes, it's interesting how common it is for foreigners outside of the Americas, so the North American continent, to suggest when someone's very friendly or multicultural or even Asian to be connected with Canadian like suggestion, as opposed to simply assuming that the person's American, right? And Sunny, which is funny because Sunny may strike me as someone who could be the name of a Korean, like a Korean Canadian, or a Canadian Korean. I don't know how they organize it, or an Asian Canadian, because Sunny is not quite a common name for like a multi-generational Canadian or a multi-generational American, which is interesting. I'm not saying that this is how they came up with it. It's funny. There are a lot of coincidences. So of all the foreign names, they chose Sunny. Would in person be used in the context of interest in visiting some owls in person? Would in person or hyphen, would in person or in person be used in the context of interest in visiting some owls in person? I have no idea. I don't actually know how hyphens work. I actually have no idea how the phrase in person works in English, actually. Hang on. So in person would be an adjective, right? So in person with the hyphen would end up being an adjective. And in person, I do also speak a different accent. So this is in person, and this is in person. So I'm guessing then this would be the adjective. So this would mean IRL. Like the manner IRL. They both mean IRL technically. So this would mean the manner, and this would mean the like noun. This would be a noun-like phrase. So this would be a prepositional noun. Like a prepositional thing. Now, when you say Visiting, which one do you use? Yeah. Now I'm thinking. So you have a sentence. So interested in visiting some owls in person. Like adjective and adverb. Both. You can use both. And then nuance is what you mean. So like this would mean literally. Oh no. But this would mean the act of doing it. Oh no. So it's this one. It's this one. This would be the adverb. This would be the adverb. This is an adverb. This has to be an adjective. I think. Yeah. This is an adverb. This is an adverb. This is an adjective. Do you know the difference between this? Why can't it be an adjective here? Because an adjective, you're saying visiting. The statement you're saying is how you're visiting in person. That would be an adverb, right? If you're, it would have to be like if to make it in person, right? In person versus in person. I also have different accents for this. So in person versus in person. In person. In person. In person. Right? In person. In person. So you have like a in-person event. So you could say in person owl visit. So like it has to be an adjective. I'm pretty sure it's commonly an adjective. Let me see. It says the difference between one with a hyphen and one without, according to Gemini. Matter of grammar is the hyphenated is an adjective. Okay, so it has to come before a noun. And the unhyphenated in person is an adverbial phrase. So it's a prepositional adverbial phrase. So most of the time, the one that you're using has no hyphen. You are using, most people when they're saying to do something, right? And how are you doing it? In person. So in person, right? And then you can have like, say you can go to a concert in person. Sorry, I accidentally put a hyphen. I don't know why. In person, or go to an in-person concert. So the concert, the concert is, so like for example, the most common way to use it is the concert is in person. So the contrast is here, right? The concert is in person. In person. That means that the concert, you're describing the concert. The concert, people are in, like it's a IRL concert. So you're describing it. This is an adjective. Remember that is a helping verb. So this is a participle. Oh, sorry, not a participle, a predicate. This is a predicate. And a predicate is an adjective. So the concert is in person versus to go to the concert in person. So go to a concert in person versus concert is in person. Yeah. And I totally didn't, by the way, I didn't know that there was a hyphen. So I learned something from this interaction. I had no idea that I actually would have defaulted to in person both times. But this would fulfill the hyphen use. When you use is a helping verb. So the next thing would be an adjective. So you wouldn't say the concert. You would less likely say the concert is in person. So this would be not right. This would be likely more. Like, what I mean is, this would be unnatural, I guess, or not grammatical. And how you say it, I say it differently. So whenever I say the thing as an adverb, I would say it as in person. And whenever I say it as an adjective, which I had no idea you needed a hyphen, so I didn't know you needed a hyphen, I would say in person. It's kind of like persimmon versus persimmon, right? Persimmon, persimmon. In person, or it's not the greatest example, but it's a pitch difference. It's a stress accent difference. So in person, in person, in person, in person. Kind of a really neat question. I wouldn't have ever thought about it. You never really learn grammar rules formally, you just vibe it. You make me wonder how many mistakes your art write-ups have now, or is it a write-up versus a write-ups? Yeah, that's a good example. Write-up and write-up. A write-up. So write-up is a noun, or a write-up is a verbal phrase that operates like kind of operates like a noun, or no. Write up is the verb. Sorry. Write, again, I don't like verb phrases that end with a preposition. Like save up. If I had to use save up, I would use the word store. Or simply save. Or accumulate. And then write up, right? Write up, not a write up, write up, right? Lack of a better, right? This is the act of writing, so this is a verb. A write up is the noun. So you were correct when you say you've done a lot of write-ups. So like if you made, let's just say made a lot of write-ups, right? That would be a noun. You wrote up or write up a lot of write-ups. So like to use both of them, you wrote up a lot of write-ups, right? So this is a noun. To write up or wrote up is a verb, right? Do you feel like reading through around 20 pages at 3 a.m. with you? I mean, we could read some stuff. We don't have to read all of it, right? Actually, this one is pretty crazy. What would I replace wrote up? I would simply say I wrote a lot of write-ups, right, with a hyphen. So oftentimes if a verb, I'm a bit more okay with this. Usually I tend to remove this though. I tend to remove prepositions, even if they're in phrases. I would use a word that doesn't involve using a preposition. That's an avoidance thing though. You still have to know this grammar rule, because if I read your sentence, right, if I read your writing, I would still need to know these grammar rules if I were like your teacher or something. So that doesn't excuse me from avoiding it. For myself, when I write something. And when I use a noun or a preposition or something, it's usually not at the end. So I tend not to have any hanging prepositions. The reason why, one of the big reasons, is the reason that you just gave me. When you have to do hyphens and not hyphens. Like a pop-up, for example. That's a internet, that's a millennial. It's an unk example, I guess, right now that transitions into Gen Z, like a pop-up. A pop-up would need a hyphen. If you said pop up, that means that like a hamster, for example, a hamster popped up from, I don't know, the ground, right? It doesn't have a hyphen. A hyphen would be the noun. So a pop-up would be a great example. And to speak, when I'm speaking, I actually speak differently. It's a hamster pop up from the ground. It's not the hamster pop up from the ground. So there would be a pause here. There would be like a separator. So something popped up, as in I popped up out of nowhere to visit my friend, right? My friend would say, oh man, Maku just popped up out of nowhere. It's a stop by or something, right? And when you talk about a pop-up, like a pop-up store. Oh, also for the record, pop-up, write-up, I don't know if they can function as adjectives too. Because these are verbs. So these are verbs. However, nouns, they can be noun-like adjectives. You've heard this before, like a na-adjective. In Japanese, to connect it back to Japanese, a na-adjective is that noun-like, the noun-like adjective. In English, that happens too, where the noun can act as an adjective, a na-adjective. So, like in English, that happens a lot. Like sushi place, right? Sushi tokoro, right? Sushi no tokoro. Like, while Japanese when Japanese make English words into na-adjectives, for example, English also changes Japanese words that are noun-like into adjectives. So like a sushi place. Sushi is a noun, but now as a sushi place, this is an adjective. So it functions. This is how I explain to people what a na-adjective is. Nowadays, if I'm speaking to an English speaker, I use examples like these to explain why Japanese uses, like why there's katakana and why katakana nouns become adjectives using na, because they have an indicator of a noun-like adjective, because the borrowed word, or the Chinese and English words that are borrowed, are noun-like. So they use na and sometimes no, right? Like a normalizer to differentiate between noun-like adjectives and your standard adjectives, like a sushi place, right? English does this as well. So it's fun. It's really common to use Japanese examples, like a ramen shop, like a ramen restaurant, right? A ramen restaurant. Ramen is a noun, and this is also going to be a na-adjective in English, like quote unquote a na-adjective in English. But English doesn't have an indicator of, they don't use a particle, right? The na is a particle. English does not have a particle for ramen. Oh, oops, I misspelled ramen. Ramen, right? So non-adjectives. It's a really fun thing to notice these things, and it makes it a lot. Bunpro doesn't make these connections, It would be fun if they did. Usually they talk about like how they would argue like, oh, this doesn't exist in English, and I'm like, yeah, I guess like the literal na doesn't exist in English, but what if it did? There is a close one. There is a close example of what the na is. What is a na in English? Ish. Ish would be my argument that it does exist in English. So in some way, like the closest thing is ish. So like a boy-ish store. So if you change this like a, I don't know, a takoyaki-ish store. Now, hear me out. Japanese actually have an ish. It's like rashi. Rashi would be like a style of stuff. So it's not the greatest example. Well, I'm talking about like mechanically. If there's like something that's kind of like adding a na, maybe in English you could add like something else that's not ish. But ish is ascribed to like style. So rashi would be the closest to this ish thing. However, if you put like a na adjective, like a noun that is foreign, and you add ish, it could function like kind of like a na adjective, or like the na in na adjective, which is really neat. Anyways, we only got through one topic, but all of this stuff is, I'm basically practicing for my N5 at the moment. This is why you read topics. It makes everything memorable. I wonder what a write-up is. Japanese. How does Japanese write-up work? A write-up? So if we were talking about, what was your example? In person. So in person would be a great example of de versus in person. Which is a oh no. I think they both might end up being the same thing. Hold up. No, it's probably gonna be like no. Oh, that's not how you know. Whoops, that's backwards. So, in Japanese, probably get differentiated by de and no. So, like, if you go to a place in person, de. If you go to an in-person event, no. Right? In-person no evento versus in-person de evento. Right? So you're going to a concert by person, by the means of being in person, versus you're going to an event. So if you wrote this and put like evento, right? That's how Japanese, in my opinion, that's how Japanese would differentiate between which in person you're talking about. Are you going? So like wo, right? Wo iku, right? Iku. Right? So, or ni iku, right? If you're going to an event and it's de, then it's in person. If it's a no, then it's in person. That would be not whatever this word is. Obviously, it doesn't even have to be the same word. Like in Japanese, I'm not entirely sure if it is. It could just be hito. That doesn't make any sense. How do I maybe like they could use like some form of existence plus person. The only thing I can think about is like hitori, right? Hitori de myself, or like some sort of hito related phrase. And then it'd be no versus de. Oh, it could even be no. Yeah, and then this could also be ni, I guess. Ni, de, and no. Right. That would be how, at least right now, how I would think about how Japanese would differentiate between that idea. Not that these might be entirely different words or phrases they would use. That's kind of interesting to imagine what it's like happening in Japanese. Another question: were taken by me or were taken by myself? Ooh. That's a good one. Okay, so what I would say is me is subject. Me is subject, and myself is this would be process or means. So myself is de, and me is no, or ni, honestly. It's probably ni, actually. So that's would be the example. So like, if you're emphasizing like, so we're taken, right? We're taken. If you say by myself, that means you yourself alone without any help were taken. If you're saying me, it's a passive statement. So who did the action? I took it, right? Like, right. So this is saying like I took. That's what the me is functioning as. I took. And then myself is, you could also argue maybe this is somewhat more adverbial and this is a noun, right? That's the difference between me and myself. Me is a noun and myself is adverbial or an adjective. So your by, right? By, remember that in Japanese, for example, I'm making this all relate to Japanese to practice. By means ni and de. So ni means me. It would be linked with me. So Japanese can help here. So watashi, right? Watashi ni versus, it's actually not really watashi, but it's hitori. Hitori de. So myself is hitori de, by myself. You did it by yourself. You taken the thing by yourself. Like, how did you take it? By yourself with no one else around. And then taken is you took it. You're the subject. You're a subject. You are the subject who have taken the thing. So you took the thing. That's watashi. So watashi ni, who took the thing? Watashi ni, I have it, or like the thing is with me. And then how you took it? By myself, alone. Tori de. So that's the difference. So this is myself, by myself, versus by me, as in the destination of me. So this is you gave me a great example to demonstrate in English why Japanese people use ni and de. Actually, multiple times. It's a ni and de situation. Obviously, English does not differentiate this with the word by. By is both ni and de. And that explains why Japanese, when someone has to understand how ni and de works, it's difficult. It can be a little confusing because by is by context. in English. In English, it's by context. And what I mean by context is it's inferred context. Meanwhile, or implicit. Meanwhile, Japanese has a particle that indicates it is still context, right? This would be the context, but it is explicit. There's a particle that is explicit that helps you determine which one it is. Maybe you should learn your English grammar using Japanese grammar you studied. That's a great way to do it. Then you're practicing Japanese and English. What I'm doing here is, if you're going to talk about English grammar, right? Most of the time I talk about English within the context of what I'm doing. So we're learning Japanese right now, so we'll refer to Japanese grammar. And that's the analogy that I make, right? These are analogies. So oftentimes when someone wants to talk about something, I can make you interested in what I'm doing if I can connect what you want to do with what I want to do. So here we're basically just taking those two grammars. When I'm learning about grammar, this is what I do most of the time to make it interesting, right? Or make it familiar, to make it comprehensible. Remember association, right? Mika, I said this quite often. I sound like a broken record to you probably at this point. Association is the root of comprehension, right? Until you can internalize something, one way to internalize it is to frame it around something you already know. So I would, sometimes you can do the reverse, because oftentimes there are systems that work better for you. Not that it works better for everyone. I know for a fact that you probably went over ni and de. And ni and de is more explicit than the English by. The English by is not explicit. It's implicit. It's implicitly contextual. So you would have to either know it or you don't. Do you know that myself is a particular form of speech versus me? That's kind of like a... Oh, here's one. This is he versus this is him, or she and her when you answer a phone. This might be a older non-Gen Z friendly example, but when someone asks like, hey, is this someone, and then you will respond, yes, this is her, or this is she. What do you think it is? Which one do you think it is? What do you think this is? So, one of the big differences, you feel like this is some reference you don't get. Like, this is her, this is she. Like, if I ask you, hello, is this Mika? Like, over the phone, hello, is this Mika? And you're like, a Gen Z example would, you simply say yes and no. Like, yes, no. However, a lot of common answering things is, who says is this? No, you are answering, the person who is answering. So like someone would ask, is this Mika, for example? Like when I call you and you say hello, people say this is she in response. Well, have you heard it before? Actually, people say both. This is a trick. This is one of those like native versus, this is one of those Japanese things. Like, what I mean is, this is an English Japanese example. So this is he and her. You hear, yes, it is who? It is who, though? Do you say the name back? It doesn't matter this. It could be it. You can use it. That's fine too. You're being too rigid. So it still fits in the same schema. Like, okay, we'll substitute. So do you say it is what? Sometimes people say it is she, it is he, it is him, or it is her, or they say it is the name, as in the third person. Which there is a Japaneseism for this. In Japanese, when you use the name, that's a normal thing because it's distancing. So like, hi, maku desu, right? Maku desu. Instead of saying, hi, watashi wa, right? Or like, hare wa, like that would be really weird, right? So usually, is this Mika? I would go, it is, or yes, or it is. That would be fine. Did you, or realistic, yes, did you need something? Yeah, so what happens in Gen Z is that it is often incomplete. Think about what you're asking. Think about what you said. It is. It is what? Exactly. So it is her name. It is your name. It is Mika. So when it comes to writing, if you're writing dialogue, but they said it, I know. That's the point, right? So if you're being formal, you actually need a noun. If you're being modern casual, you can use the object. But actually, the most casual thing is to infer nothing. Is yes valid? Yes would be an interjection. Now, all of these are valid. We're not saying which one is wrong or right. All of these exist. So now, formally, yes would be a response. Yeah. So you can say yes. That's perfectly fine. That would be a response, right? This would be considered an interjection, I suppose. You could argue that this is an interjection or a vocalization. I don't know what you call these things. Right. However, we're practicing grammar. So this is she. The reason I'm bringing up, or this is her, is that this would be formal. Formally grammatical. This is casual. So when we're thinking about like Japanese, for example, whenever you're thinking about formal versus casual, it would be very similar to this. This is she is the formal, grammatically correct way to say something. And she is a noun like, which that means if you replace it with a name like Mika, it would sound, this is she, this is Mika. This is her would be something like myself. However, this is an object, right? So this is an object. They're both nouns. They're both nouns technically, but this often functions as an object versus a subject. So, but people still say it this way. This is the modern casual way of saying it. And then even casualer, so like we have casual, right? Then we have super casual, right? Super cash, as in incredibly subjective or incredibly contextual. That's when you just say it is, and then even less, you just say yes. Think about how formal it is, right? You say much less, and you're inferring the other person understands. Now, here's another Japanese related thing. Now we have yes, right? Remember that hai. Oftentimes, when you talk about hai to a stranger, it is not formal enough to simply say yes without nothing else. So now think about English. When I ask you, is this Mika? And you say yes, that would imply that you are casual with me. Like you are very casual for me. When someone says, yes, this is she, then you're being formal with the person. Now, this stuff doesn't exist anymore, in my opinion, because most of the time people don't talk formally to each other anymore in English, right? So oftentimes it can be accepted as modern speech to simply say yes. But in Japanese, if you only say yes, that can be considered rude to a stranger. In Japanese, usually, hai, Mika desu. Yeah, that would be better, right? It's not, and you didn't say, hai, Mika da, right? You didn't say, hi, Mika da, which is even worse. And then, or you could even go with watashi wa, right? Watashi wa, which is it is, right? It is I, or just I. Like, so there's different forms of that. And oftentimes in Japanese, to understand why people say in English back then, this is her, this is she, this is he, and then it became this is her, this is him. And then it became it is and yes. And then also even further, they became like, what do you want? All of them still function literally what if you say yes, what was your example? Something like, yes, did you need something? Did you need something is rude. As in, it's crude, it's vulgar, it's informal. So depending on if the person you're asking, right, the person you're talking to is a stranger, and then you say, do you need something? In Japanese, this would be considered rude, vulgar, and informal, because you inferred that they need something, right? So you wouldn't respond by saying you need something, because people don't call based on what you think they need. So you're inferring a lot of things, right? You could ask, how may I help you? Right? How may I help you? Which is still a little bit too formal, right? It's still a little too informal, because you're insisting that you can help the person. This is where like the whole Japanese thing comes in, where like I like Mika desu, right? Honestly though, usually you don't even greet people. Exactly. Which, for the record, when you're in a business world, right? You're in a business world. Even in my opinion, even in English, it can be too rude. It can be considered rude in the stranger. So oftentimes when someone, I did this a couple of times. So convention, when you're in convention, you know, you're giving out stuff, you're behind a thing, and then someone starts approaching, right? They're at a distance and they're coming closer, right? Then they get closer and you're standing here, right? Do you greet them first? And then ask, how may I help you? Right? Because it's inferred that you're helping, right? This is Japanese again. We can do this in Japanese. Do you greet the person? Irashaimase, right? Versus, what do you need? Like, straight up just say, what do you need? Or you simply tell them what to do. Like, hey, like, And there are these versions. Like, I'm next to another person, and they would, like, someone comes up and it's like, photo ID, please. Photo ID, please. That's their greeting. So the person comes up, and they're like, photo ID, versus someone say, hey, how's it going? May I see your photo ID, please? That's usually what I would say, right? So a lot of times, there are different greetings. I usually say, may I see something? And oftentimes the people who would, it would be a compromise between skipping over a greeting, right? Instead of saying hello, they would say hello, and I would say, may I see, like, may I see a form of ID, please? Right? Which is what Japanese do. Japanese use a command, potential, and please at the same time. So, may I see a form of ID, please? So, may is potential, right? And then see is more like the command to the person, and please, kudasai, right? Which is an English part. So that's also an example that I can think of that is pretty common, that I think of when I'm speaking English, which is parallel to Japanese. So whenever someone asks, like, I don't get it, why do you need to learn Japanese tenego at all? Like, couldn't you just, like, how do you embody it? This one would be harder because I don't think Gen Z does this anymore. Like, Gen Z does not use may, the volitional, and the potential. They don't often use volitional, potential, passive. Usually, greater than 50% of English uses indicative, costive. Actually, they do use passive when it's passive costive, and then what is another one? It's like inference, or I don't know if there's a great word for this, but you tend to infer that you know what it is. It's a very, very formal thing if you go by how I use it. It's a very, very formal thing if you go by how you, yeah. So, but it's a very, very normal thing if you're viewing it from my perspective. Like, it's quite normal. So what you're describing is very normal. What I'm trying to describe to you is what Japanese does that is abnormal. It's considered abnormal because you don't do it in English either. I do it very commonly in English. So understanding the concept of Japanese tenego became very analogous to me. And how I would use this one is a harder concept because that's what happens whenever someone says, like, well, we're all colloquial anyways, right? We're always going to be friends and whatnot. It's like, that's not what it's not for you to determine that only. You don't determine that you get to be informal to someone in Japan. However, in English, I also don't speak like that in English. I tend to try to be formal when I'm asking for things. And you might be thinking, well, there's no reason to do that, right? My friends never appreciate it, or the people around me never appreciate it. You don't know. You're assuming it does. So, like, for example, when I'm greeting people and asking for things, or like I go to, you go to a train station, right? You go to a train station, right? And then you're asking the person here for things. Well, it might not matter to you that you are gonna go up to and say, or like, hey, doko something, right? Like, where is this? What happens when in English is it often sounds rude. and direct. And it's closer to simply speaking in the casual, you're constantly speaking in the casual voice towards a Japanese person. That's kind of how I see English is being used. Like, hey, where's the train? Right? Hey, where's the train? Or, hey, what time is it? Meanwhile, you would approach a person and it's like, excuse me, may I ask, do you happen to know when the train is? Right? That is the enego potential. Right? How do you think Gen Z would speak in this situation? They would just go up to the person and like point. It's like, that's probably what they would do. Or like, I don't know what I'm doing. Do you know, like, I don't know what I'm doing. Do you know where this is? Right? Do you know where this is? Or it is? And they would point to something. So here's the problem. You're assuming the person knows. You assume where, which you don't know. You don't know what you're looking for. And then you use a noun like this. It's like, what? What is it? You didn't even establish what this is. And then if you use it, it's like, what is that? Right? And then this is the passive. Right? So, like, do you know where this is? And the person's like, are you looking for the train? But the person pointed at it. Yeah, but they wouldn't know what it is. Like, if you point to a train, which train? Now, you're hoping that the thing you point at, the train ticket on the phone? No? How do they know a lot of tickets? It just keeps going. But the point is here is you keep thinking it's the objective. You didn't greet the person. You didn't ask the person what they know. You didn't inquire the person's service. You jumped to the task. It's rude. It's casual. It makes them feel like service workers, right? And then you're going to make an argument. It's like, well, that's their job, right? But now flip the role, right? When you're a Gen Z and you are working, right? And this role reversal tends to happen really well because when I ask, okay, so if someone comes up to you and they just tell you what to do, how would you feel? Or how would you respond? And then multiply that by 8-hour days. And then start discussing about what you would complain about. Because most of this stuff, it might not seem like it's a big deal to you right now, but when you do it to others and others do it to you, the stuff that you complain about is these things. These are the things most people complain about. Like, man, people just want me to do things. They rarely ever explain why, how, or even understand me. I don't know, you would imagine Gen Z pulling up a ticket on their phone with numbers and names, and I feel that Gen Z would just look at the sign with platform names personally. No, I would disagree. They would infer something, do something, and when they do it wrong, it's not their fault. Just because they're going to do that doesn't mean they'll be successful. And then when they're lost, they'll sit there catatonically blaming the system for being overcomplicated. Or choose to continue being lost and thinking that it's the system that failed because they don't want to interact with anyone. Like, you're seeing it specifically. You're assuming that everything always works out. And I agree with you, that's what they would do. Like, they would likely do that. I'm not talking about what they would or would not do. I'm talking about when they are mixed with the situation. So the situation is that when they have a problem, you think that they would continue to look at their phone, look up the name, and do that. Yes, they would. Otherwise, they would go to a person and then speak like that. As in, they would still not be able to explain the problem that they have. They do. And they would give you the Gen Z stare. When you ask them a question. Like, so what can I help you with? And they're like, well, so I have all these things here. Like, I'm looking for like this ticket. And this ticket is, okay, wait, hold on. Okay, let's start from the beginning. It's like, but I already did all this. Like, I already did all this. Listen, we already did, like, I already went all the way around the convention center. I already looked through all the maps. I know all this resource, and I'm still having this problem. Can you help me with this problem? And my first, like, calm down, right? Like, but you don't say calm down, because calm down will only make them get higher. It's like, okay, go walk through the process with me. Like, what is it that you're looking for? And besides the point, like, for the record, if you're older, like an unk like me, I would think it's normal. So then I wouldn't be offended, right? Like, I wouldn't be like talking back or say, okay, you need to calm down, kid. That would be someone out of touch that doesn't interact with the Gen Z, right? Now, the good news is what I'm describing is the normal things. So like Gen Z would do that. They would do everything by themselves, right? We already talked about this. By themselves, right? So like you said earlier, were taken by myself. So when they would do most of the things by themselves, and when they are completely lost and haven't gotten anything, like they have trouble, then when they go to talk to someone, i.e. like when you have overthought a lot of things and work up all your write-ups, right? And then you would start to talk to me about it. You would speak to me like there's a lot of gaps in a lot of things, and then I would go over them. But the thing is, you would ignore, like most of the time, since you did all the work, you would filter everything. So you would be listening for just the things that you need to know, not you're listening to the person. So that happens quite often. So when you do a lot of things by yourself, I agree with you. The most common course of action is that, now take it from me, I'm the unk, right? So I'm the other person. When do I interact with the Gen Z in the scenario I am, is when they run out of ideas. Or they have to go speak to someone because it's their last resort. Or their less likely resort. So the comment that I'm talking about when it comes to formal speech and casual speech is because from my perspective, you're going to hear from there. Now, if you're wondering, okay, well, Gen Z, how does Gen Z relate? Well, when your friends have problems, right? When they're finally gonna approach you with their problems, approach each other. So a Gen Z to a Gen Z, what do they sound like? It's not from understanding and being formal and being considerate. It's usually emotionally direct. And we're not talking about friends per se, but hopefully it's friends, right? Because friends would be able to do that. But usually it's strangers. So like when a Gen Z can't figure it out itself and they have to ask another stranger who happens to be a Gen Z, there is no longer any decorum between the two. Like there's no separate language you use. You typically use the emotional direct way. Like a Gen Z go to another Gen Z. Yeah, like people are liars, aren't they? Like, man, people suck. And meanwhile, you're talking to another person who's a Gen Z. Is it, wait, but do I suck? You just said people suck. Or how it works is usually when you have Gen Z plus Gen Z and one Gen Z has a problem, they would say something like, well, people always lie. Right? People always lie. And the idea is, since there's no formal speech to ask questions and do all of that, like the standard thing, what they do is they simply agree. So it's like, yeah, people, hey, you know what a problem I have? People lie. And then you go to another Gen Z, yeah, like, I agree, people lie. Meanwhile, they're talking to each other, and it's like, are they lying to each other? I don't know. Actually, this is one of my fondest conundrums, because nearly all of the Gen Zs, what they do, in my opinion, personally, like, and I mean nearly all, not all, but a great amount. Well, let's just say 50%. We'll be a little conservative. You think of everything yourself, so then you don't have to converse, right? No converse. So when you go to solve problems, there's no decorum. Like there's no way of, there's no act. There's rarely practice of an act of how do you solve a problem. And the idea of being Japanese politeness is an interesting case. Oftentimes Japanese politeness will often make you want to remember, like, how do you ask a question? In what manner can you get an answer? So how clear do you have to be, right? So oftentimes, whenever I'm thinking about Japanese politeness, like if you're focusing on Japanese politeness and whatnot, oftentimes it's more laborious to be polite and clear and whatnot versus super casual. And usually Japanese, when you get super casual, yeah, it sounds like English most of the time. And that's why, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons is when you have an English speaker, especially a person online, they would run straight for casual speech. Because it is casual, for the most part. Would you have to change from this? I'm not sure if you do. Usually the things that I'm citing are problems. Because I'm not a Gen Z, right? I don't live in the Gen Z world. I try to mix and mingle with Gen Z people. So whenever Gen Z comes to me with a problem, I'm the unk here. So the thing that I work on is, how do you talk to Gen Z and not get offended? That's one of the old age stuff. Like, and then you go to Japan, right? And here's my favorite. Here's one of the things I like about Japanese. When kids, Gen Z in the future, I would like to think, go and learn Japanese, it would be interesting to ask them, what do you think of English? Like, did your English change? Or are you ever curious about English? And that's what I mean by the de and the ni analogy, right? I remember most of these grammar points because I think about it. What do you think about how Gen Z talk with me? I think it's normal of Gen Z. I don't think they sound like unks. Now, the difficult part is, it could be because of age and inexperience. You could argue they're concordant with each other. Gen Z speaks like Gen Z. It's very difficult not to, like, there are There are maybe 1 out of 100 that may speak like they're outside of their generation. Usually they don't. And like this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy too, and a confirmation bias. Like, so the alternative question is to answer, like, when you say what do I think about how Gen Z talk with me, what I would think is it feels normal for Gen Z. And what I mean by Gen Z, we also have to keep in mind that I'm talking about online Gen Z. So like maybe there's a subgroup of Gen Z who they're not online, right? I don't meet them very often. So we have to keep that in mind. When I'm talking about Gen Z, we're talking about Gen Z that's online. So they speak very normally. That's what I think about it. And then the ways I'm describing it is what I observed about Gen Z stuff. They do not say sumimasen. Right? I'm writing Romaji. It will just be more convenient this way. So sumimasen. If it would be impressive if someone learned about this. So, how do you remember to do these things? Like when you go to Japan, how do you remember to say, sumimasen, doko desu ka? And then you say, kore wa doko desu ka? How do you remember to say that? Well, oftentimes an easier way to remember is do you do it in English? If you don't, then you're gonna have to memorize it and remember that pardon me, excuse me is a thing. Now the question is, do you internalize this already? If you do, then sumimasen is gonna become very natural, like right away, right? That's easy to remember. And then tenego would be a must. These would be certain things. Like you could say, how are you? Pleasantries, right? How are you? Right? And then you would say, oh, well, this is probably o genki desu ka? Alright. However, this is really direct. Like, this is still fairly direct to a stranger. So how else can you greet someone instead of saying, how are you? Like, what is how are you equivalent to? And my thought is, well, that's a good question. Like, even for myself, I would struggle to say, well, what's an even more formal way? The way would be hello, my name is so and so, right? Nice to meet you. So then you're like, oh, that's hajimemashite. Maybe even gozaimasu. Watashi wa namae wa Maku desu. Right? And then you wait for the other person, right? So that's kind of one of those things that you can internalize it if you want, and then you ask yourself, do you do it anyways? Something about if they have been in good health, perhaps, if you have met. Yeah. Are you in good health? Right? Like, good health, just saying that one hopes that you're in good health, or there are other ways to say things, right? And for myself, I think if you already do these, or you reflect on why you do these, it makes things a lot easier. So whenever I think of myself, you can think of it in two different ways now. You can think of it in English, or you can think of it in Japanese. Actually, you could even think of it in Chinese, or like I can think of it in Chinese. So Uh, funny enough, Chinese is one word. It's the same word. So it's the same word. So it's where it appears in the it's where it appears in the sentence. So they use the same word regardless, because Chinese is like super context. Like it's even more contextual. So the word that they have, it would be, it's not even in, it would be I. It would be I. That's it. Like I in different places. So it could be in the beginning. What's it next to? What's before it? It would still be I. The whole part is I. And how do you sound more formal? That's a good question. I don't actually know enough about Chinese to sound formal. So I haven't really learned how to be formal in Chinese other than being incredibly... Yeah, see, in Japanese, it's defined, right? Quite well defined. In Chinese, I'm not sure how that much. So for me, I feel like a Gen Z. I would approach Chinese like a Gen Z because I would speak however I can, and that's it. I would have to learn how to speak other ways. So my Chinese mannerisms is very limited. And this is how I would empathize with Gen Z in English. Since you can only speak one way, or you speak preferentially one way, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. If it does work, good for you, right? Like, that's great that it works. It doesn't mean that you're going to learn or improve your English in other situations. What you hope for is that you don't engage in the other situations. So like one of the things is you hope you never get lost. You hope that you never get bad grades. You hope that you never need help. Right? That's what I was talking about earlier, where if you approach life like a straight arrow, then there's any roadblocks is gonna feel like the world is ending. And then when you have to deviate, oftentimes it might mean talking to someone else, like talking to another person. So that means that anytime a roadblock happens, it's gonna be grueling and not really worth it, and cynicism and whatnot. So that can be the risk. However, if it continues to go this way, then that's good. But one way to do this is to set the environment, right? Set the environment so that you never have to do these things. Which also means that you have to be happy with whatever the environment occurs. But that also means when you start to work for a boss, that's going to be a very interesting experience. Someone a few days similar age sent you a random DM asking how I articulate so well over text. It was pretty interesting. Articulate over text. Did you ask them what, like, how do they quantify articulation? Oh, hey, namaste. Namaste, Balon. Hello. Let me find out. Oh, we'll talk about it this evening, Miko. We can talk about it this evening. Yeah. What you call it? That's what I wanted to talk about. Like, many of the things that I'm using it as an excuse. Like, we're not talking about whether Gen Z English is correct, or what's bad or good about Gen Z. Like, we can talk about those motivations and what problems or non-issues that they come up with. The idea is, the example I was giving is analogous. It's reminding me of all the Japanese things. So when I'm learning these Japanese things, I'm also reflecting on my English. And what happens is it's a lot easier for me to remember these things. So in the future, when we encounter the grammar rules for like in person, for example, in person versus in person, it's easier to remember that conversation because then we have the whole idea of ni versus de, right? In person. And when I think about polite speech, whenever someone says like polite speech, so when you go up to something, what do you say first? I can assure you that greater than 50% of Gen Z would not say excuse me. Like, sumimasen, and so on, right? They would not say this. So they would simply ask the question immediately. Or actually, they don't necessarily ask a question. They command. They use the command form. Or even the want form, the want phrase. So like when someone goes up, you're gonna say, hey, I need to get to this. What's inferred is, oh, may I get your assistance with this task? Or do you happen to know where this is? That's gone. There's no inquisition. You go up and it's like, I need to replace a ticket. And then the person was like, what you're inferring is you hope that person can replace a ticket. That's already past that point too. So you go up to a person and say, I need to change this ticket. And the person's like, well, this isn't the ticket counter. The ticket counter is over there. That would be one of the common things. Like, I would sit in front of registration and someone's like, I need to switch out my badge. And I'm like, oh, if you need, in order to switch out badge, please proceed to the counter at the end of the hallway, right? So the question is, how does the Gen Z person feel after assuming that the person they're talking to was based on what they know? They didn't ask a question. It actually just skips the question entirely. You did ask, you did ask? They said like someone who can maintain a conversation decently in terms of articulating words very well? Someone who can maintain a conversation decently in terms of, okay. Anyway, that's a conversation. Yeah, fair enough. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about some Mika and I, she's on Twitch right now. She was asking me some of the grammar stuff in writing, grammar stuff in English writing, and I was relating it to Japanese because she also learned Japanese grammar, like other Japanese grammar. So we were drawing analogous points between English grammar and Japanese grammar as a form of analogy to learn, like practice and learn both of them. So then we thought about other examples like Gen Z speak. Oh yeah, that Mika. So Mika is on both platforms. And this conversation was about the absence. I'm not sure what group you're part of, Fallon. Like, we haven't really talked about what your background is. However, I'm in my 40s, and I'm formally trained. So I'm formally trained in like writing and speaking using English. So oftentimes I talk about when I'm learning Japanese stuff, I refer back to my writing and speaking in English. So what I understand about writing and then I would contextualize it I would contextualize it for Gen Z, because online, and specifically online Gen Z. So online Gen Z is very trendy to learn Japanese right now. And oftentimes when we're talking about Japanese, there's the idea of Japanese grammar. And Japanese grammar has a lot of things that are actually present in English. However, it's not seen to be present. Like Gen Z online believes that it's not present in English. Now, whether it is present or not in English, I was trying to explain, or I was trying to give examples of how or why it's reasonably not present in English for Gen Z. Not that it's right or wrong, but more so, why is this the case? So I'm trying to explain why this is the case, not that they are wrong or right. So, or that they need to know this. And the idea is because when you speak online, when you text and speak in a way, speak online in the Gen Z era, the English doesn't deal with these things anymore. So when Mika was asking me about the formal difference, like the writing between like in person and in-person usage, that is something that I don't necessarily think when you're texting and speaking, it's irrelevant in English. There's really no discernible things. And then I gave Mika a different example, and is answering the telephone, right? Answering a question, right? And it's like someone calls you, so the caller calls you and say, "Is this so and so?" And then the responder would say this, they could just say yes, which is what Mika said, which I would agree would be yes. In fact, this caller would be more likely probably Gen Z as well. If they say, "Is this Mika?" or "Is this person X?" And then the Gen Z responder is more likely going to say yes. And that's the end, right? That's a really common colloquialism between the people. Now, when a business caller who is much older, they typically say, "Hello, I am representing something," or "I'm calling on behalf of something. May I speak to insert person?" And then the other person, right, the responder would say, "I am, he or she," or "this is he or she speaking." Right? This would be a decorum. This would be formal. We would be using formal English here. And this stuff is no longer a thing. Now, what I mean by this stuff is no longer a thing is that Gen Z, this stuff is no longer a thing. As in what they don't use, what they don't commonly encounter, that's not a way to confirm if it exists or not. From my perspective, this stuff do exist. When I call customer service, I am the caller. So then I become the caller and I talk like this. I ask them, "Oh, hello. I am speaking on behalf of insert name, my mother. This is my name, her son. I'm calling regarding the following. May I ask, is this the person that I'm speaking to, or whoever I'm contacting?" So I would speak that way. Now, when I hear someone like a Gen Z representation, it'd be like, "Hey, can you help me? Can you help me with this problem I have?" And what it tells me is this person probably said a lot of things, did a lot of things before even calling, and they're definitely Gen Z probably, and they're impatient at this point by now, and they're gonna probably not want to. So the conversation ends up being very casual and direct, right? can you help me with this problem? And then immediately after, it's like, I tried this, I tried that, I looked online, and YouTube is just a mess, and everyone seems to disagree with things. And the other person would be like, okay, slow down, let's start from the beginning. If it wasn't a Gen Z, right? The other way is usually when you think about Gen Z, the way they converse with each other is very different now. There's no like formality or rules that deal with trying to create decorum. Now, oftentimes when someone's learning Japanese, right? In short, if someone's learning Japanese, they're usually Gen Z enthusiasts, and they will talk about like, oh, okay, well, I never do. Like, I would ask them, does this remind you anything in English? And then like, no, because there's no such thing. Like, people don't say this. We typically say this. And my first thought is like, well, you say this, as in the group say this, not everyone says this. So now the question is, does that make English more belligerent and direct or more expressive? Technically it does, compared to Japanese. So like whenever someone says like Japanese, you know, when Japanese people talk about their reflections and they see a Gen Z representation of English, they would be like, yeah, you know, they're really direct. It kind of makes them friendly, but it also kind of makes them sound rude a lot of times. So it's a mixed bag. It can be rude and direct and whatnot. We have to keep in mind that language is being used by humans, and humans have, as the last time I checked at least, generally humans still have necessities and sufficiencies. So any particular language will have the accommodations for all of these things. Now, how frequently they appear is culturally bound, right? Like it's very heavily culturally driven. So that's what we were talking about just now. We were using examples of like what is normal or what is normalized right now in Gen Z English, online Gen Z English, versus what I think of English. So the thing is, even if I introduce these topics about politeness, right? When I'm thinking about Japanese, you're learning about politeness and common decorum and whatnot. English, I talk about English as analogies, so like analogous things. What happens typically though when I talk about these things, a person who is younger would say these things don't make sense. They don't happen. What they would say is what we do is not this. Meanwhile, they're probably learning Japanese. So the idea is that one of the disconnects that happen is the idea that it's hard to appreciate something that's new when it is in fact new. However, I was contrasting because I don't particularly think it's new. It's more like it's not common anymore in English for a particular subset of people. For myself, a lot of the Japanese grammar and decorum, the feeling involved in their how they speak and stuff is important to me, because in English it is also important to me. Like, how do you talk to your boss? How do you talk to your family? My English, actually my Chinese, right? My Pigeonese is far different. And it's not different because English is different. If my parents spoke English, I would also probably speak to my parents a very particular way, and not necessarily the way I would speak to everyone else. So the way I'm speaking now in English is not the same. I'm willing to bet, right, some imaginary happy dollars, that the way I speak in English is probably not representative of the majority of streamers and content creators. It's probably the vast minority. That's not to say that they don't exist. I actually do engage in parasocial relationships with quite a lot of those content creators because they do represent my particular group that intellectually, like, this is intellectually is not the same as intelligence. We're not talking about people who are smart or stupid, more like intellectual in terms of being curious and polite back and forth. So a lot of the concepts in Japanese deal with formality, casualness, and you're constantly thinking about juggling this stuff, which is a neat thing. I enjoy learning Japanese grammar because the more you learn about grammar, the more I also remember English grammar. English grammar in general is a very formal thing. So the nature of even talking about grammar is a part of the behavior that can help people, maybe even Gen Z, get closer to even their native language. Like, how do you sound formal in your native language? Obviously, Balin, you have made it clear that you probably speak a mother tongue, and even for myself, my Chinese is limited. It's limited to the point where just now I said, I'm not entirely sure if I can speak formal Mandarin because my communication abilities are limited. Like, it's limited in the sense that you can still be fluent, but you can be fluently casual, and you would be unable to speak in polite. So you can still be fluent in a language, speaking and texting, while still be unable to code swap in the language. And in English is my common language and is the language that I have the most dexterity in. So when I'm continuing to improve on my Japanese and my Chinese, I am going to use my English dexterity and knowledge so that I can remember these concepts a lot easier. At least for myself, that's how I encourage people to try to. A lot of what you learn when studying Japanese reminding you of how you speak when handling Discord tickets and all. Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you, right, Mika? How do you talk to someone about a problem without offending them, for example? Or how do you say something with exactness while also sounding polite? Or how do you inquire about something without being too direct? A lot of those things deal with the same aspects of studying Japanese when using English. So to me, that's a fun way. It should be. I would encourage people to have use it as a fun way. Like, if you learn something in Japanese, ask yourself, how are you doing it in English? Or and then if there isn't anything, what do? You're better at English than your native language? Me too. So, yeah, me too. Honestly, like, if I had, like, when it comes to native language, I use the phrase mother tongue. So, like, my mother tongue, I can't, like, I don't know if, like, it's in a very enclosed environment. I'm not saying you're the same way, but for me, the reason why my mother tongue is, like, weaker or more restricted, it's more restricted is because I usually interact with friends and family. I don't interact with, like, for example, I wouldn't know how to speak to Mika in a formal way. Like, I wouldn't know how to speak to a stranger very well per se because I don't do it very often. It's usually within my in-group. Like, the language is restricted to my in-group. So even though even though I might be able to speak it comfortably, like, quote unquote fluently, it only is in a very specific case. So that's kind of what I mean by Gen Z. When I'm thinking about Gen Z, I'm not saying Gen Z is unaware when someone's speaking to them formally. Actually, I'm kind of curious when someone comes in, right? When someone who speaks English comes into this digression right now, can they understand and also explain how my English, the way I'm talking right now, the methods that my diction, my personality, my body language, how can they pick out all the elements and explain how I'm dramatically different or not different or similar to other content creators, to other live streamers? Like, can you point those things out in my English? Now, the idea is that when one is not consistently exposed to a particular environment, your language proficiency is also very proficient in the environments that they are practicing. However, they are not being in another environment also means that it's not part of the consideration. So, like for example, formal English is very non-existent for most people who spend their time online because there really isn't an environment for that. I speak a semi-polite formal English for the most part when I'm in a public space. So streaming is a public space. I can be a little bit more jabby and colloquial, like bruh and stuff. Well, I don't use the word bruh most of the time, but I tend to use bruh as ironic for humor and whatnot. Those type of speech, the people who I speak to, they'll know who they are, that I don't necessarily have to sound like this all the time. This is my normal speaking voice in a public space. So lack of offense, not disclosing internal information, considering their feelings. Yeah, you used to treat formal Japanese like ticket handling in a way. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, formal Japanese. And funny enough, when you're living alone, right? Like for example, when someone's living alone, most of the time it's formal speech. You know how Mika, they talk about like if you're detached. Here's a deep cut into Japanese culture, right? Even though I'm not Japanese. Detached, estranged, right? Cold, distant. Now think about if you're in Japan and you live alone, right? What kind of language would you use most often? Most of your interactions are going to be a formal setting, right? If you live alone and you're lacking friends, and this is a chicken or the egg situation, like which one came first, but they correlate with each other. Notice that if you're a person who's alone, what is the thing you practice most? Polite speech. Because most of your interactions when you go outside, go to work, interact with people, it's probably going to be in a formal setting. So it will feel detached, cold, distant, and it will likely reflect that person's status and feelings as well. So oftentimes in English, which is funny because you said considering their feelings, there's one way to consider their feelings, is to not hurt them. And then there's the English cultural thing, which is to infer their feelings by being expressive. So there is a little bit of a twist on the English version of things, like well, I'm talking about more like American, like westernized feeling. There's also the idea of feelings where you're inferring their feelings, right? Like, hey, I noticed you fell on the ground. Do you need any help? That's too direct. It's more like, is there a problem? Is there a problem? Or what are you doing? May I ask, what are you doing? Are you okay? Like, is there a problem, right? That would be a way to indirectly not infer that they do have a problem by jumping to the conclusion that they need help. So there is a juxtaposition between like westernized conversation and easternized conversation. So if someone fell down, you would go up to them, and one of the you could still say it's a bit formal. It's like, may I help? The idea is like, what is the English counterpart? May I help you with something? It appears to me that you may be having a problem. That would be the Japanese equivalent. Like you would say, is there a potential that there's a problem? Is there a potential that you can be of assistance? And it appears like there may be a problem, right? When you're seeing a problem, when you're thinking there's a problem. So, to omo, right? Omoimasu, right? You're thinking about all the Japanese ways of expressing that something appears to be something, suggesting that there's something, and then asking for the potential that you may be helpful. That would be in English, the English-Japanese thing. Not you go up to the person and say, I can help you with that. That would be a Gen Z thing. Or a slightly more polite version of a Gen Z thing is, do you need any help? Right? They either say, I can help you, just bypass everything. Basically, you're suggesting that you can help, they need help, or a little bit step back and say, do you need help? So you're assuming that they have a problem and they may want your help, right? As opposed to, it appears you may be having a problem. Is there a problem? May I help you with the problem if I can? That would be Japanese. That would be the Japanese equivalent. When you go up to a stranger, you're inquiring if there is a problem and that if there's anything you may be able to do. Not you can do something and if they want it. Because you know they need it. That is like Japanese violation 101, right? Like, wait, I didn't tell you I have a problem. It's kind of rude that you're assuming I have a problem, and it's a little bit egotistical and assertive that you think you can help me with my problem. What if you can't? Right? That would be the stuff that is very real and very probably the first thing I would say whenever like a heavily Americanized, quote unquote, Americanized foreigner travels to Japan and then they have a disagreement or like a really weird interaction with someone because they were just trying to be helpful. And the idea is that, well, no one asked for your help. And it's kind of rude and possibly embarrassing that you help someone assuming they need help, even though they were trying to help themselves or, you know, that type of thing. So it does occur quite often. And in Japanese games, that's a good... Now let's bring it back to like Persona and stuff. Water cup refills. Oh, you're getting a refill? Okay, so... Oh, water cup refill. Oh, I get what you mean. If you're talking about an example. Or you're literally refilling your cup. So, in terms of like Persona, for example, in video games, right? Me and Balin talked about Persona before. Oftentimes, Persona games or like video games that depict Japanese culture, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Like what I mean is they try to make certain characters and certain writings that would incorporate a more progressive thought. And that progressive thought, oh, the prior conversation a few months ago. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the water cup. Fair enough. What you call it? So in Persona games, there is a bit of flex because they want to write games with characters that are slightly more progressive. So as far as in terms of like Persona 3, for example, which is the one that we're currently trying to complete, they balance the thing. Because some of the writing, the characters are a bit progressive, and the way they're progressive is the way they are westernized. And the English, when they're presenting, when they're like I'm listening to Japanese while reading the English subtitles, right? Now I can perceive, at least to some extent, I can perceive the stark contrast that the characters have when they're speaking in a particular tone, like a formal, not formal tone, when they're expressing their empathy, but sometimes they're not expressing their empathy. It's quite clear, very clearly communicated. While the English, I've noticed quite often, is kind of one note. Like it's quite a large number of them are casual while the others are not, like the Japanese counterpart. And that's not to say that it was unintentional. I don't think it's very difficult to know if localization, like having different localization teams and different writers and different casts, like actors and whatnot, all of that can be different. So what is interesting about listening to different voice actors and also reading different subtitles is the idea that you can kind of see you can kind of tell when there is like different people writing and different people articulating certain ideas and translating certain ideas, because they end up having this, what oftentimes that phrase, lost in translation. There are things lost in translation, not simply from the language itself, but also perhaps not even intentionally lost, or intentionally lost in the sense that the behavioral norms are different. So whenever, like, sometimes one of the characters is saying something really silly, like a pun, it's not a pun in Japanese. The really obvious ones that can be picked up by me, who's like pretty much still like an early intermediate Japanese speaker, right, or a Japanese listener, when they make a pun, like when Japanese makes a pun or makes a fun little like cute bend on things, the English doesn't reflect that. And then when the English, like whenever I see an English idiom, like, I don't know, killing two birds with one stone, and I hear it in Japanese, I'm like, huh, that's an interesting way to put it. And then sometimes when like the English idiom was shown, I forgot, something like put all your eggs in one basket or something like that. And in Japanese they literally say that. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Because there are certain sayings that they are literally the same, which is funny, because my first thought is like, man, they could have phrased it differently. So that is the most interesting thing that's happening when I'm playing Persona game. And I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like when we play Stranger Than Heaven in January, because Stranger Than Heaven is gonna be bilingual, and when they bilingual things, that's a different environment. That's not the same as speaking entirely in Japanese or translating entirely in English and contextualize everything in English versus contextualizing everything in Japanese. When you're in a bilingual situation, that's when they flow together, but they have a mixing. So when they mix, it's like the Japanese, like a person who, I'm curious what they're going to do, because in Stranger Than Heaven, the main character spent time in the Americas, specifically California. I'm imagining it's probably the Californian region during like the gold rush times. And then when they come back, what they're going to do is, I'm curious if the English and the Japanese, the English is going to sound a bit more Japanese, or the other way around, the Japanese is going to sound a little bit more English. And I don't mean accents. I don't mean like sound, like the actual accent and pronunciation. I'm talking about how they speak in their corresponding language. Like, because for myself, my English tends to sound more formal, largely because my values are different. even though I spent a lot of time, despite spending a lot of time around English speakers, my formalities kind of shaped my preference in my English diction. So I sound like this all the time. Like, legitimately, most of the time I sound like this. I mean, we could try to grab one of the potatoes, and this is my typical speaking voice. So it's not, yo, what up? How's it hanging? Like, you know, it do be going well. Oh, I dig it. I don't even know how to sound like particularly. I try though. Occasionally I would do some of this stuff, like use Gen Z speak, and occasionally how I would say improvise, right? Improvise. Japanese is too difficult for you? Here, why do you think it's too difficult for you? He he, or he, or ha ha ha. Alright, I have the nice thing about YouTube is there's also a translating function in YouTube chat. So while I can't read what language you're writing in, which I'm gonna say looks anywhere between Russian, Ukraine, or maybe Polish. Sorry. I can see the translation of it. And I know that you can understand me to some extent in English, so I really appreciate that too. Unfortunately, I can't read that language that you're typing in. Their name looks like a reference to that laughing Clash Royale emote. Oh, I see what you. I can see that. I can see that. Not Polish? Okay. What about Ukraine or Russian? Someone explained to me that it's difficult to distinguish between Ukraine and Russian, but they told me what Ukraine, like the different particular characters are when that can differentiate, but I don't read enough of any of that origin language to actually know. Russian? Okay. Yeah, like it's a 50-50, like it's basically a 50-50 to me. If I see the particular Ukraine markers that someone described to me, then I would say Ukraine, but I'm not that great. Thank you. All right. Anyways, that's all the talk for Japanese. All the time. It's a really wonderful way to get in touch with your own native language. So the more or less the topic that I was talking about is when I'm learning stuff in another language, I also continue to think about how I'm using my existing language, because existing language helps me remember things. Right, you go to sleep for a bit. That's how long? Okay. You got 6 hours of sleep. All right, go get it, Mika. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for giving me a good example of English stuff. I haven't talked about English grammar. Very consistent sleep schedule. Fair enough. All right, folks. I want to take a quick break. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. How many topics do I have? Okay. We're really milking these topics. All right. So that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always free to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about any form of grammar. We'll be able to relate it back to Japanese. I think I know a sufficient enough about Japanese grammar where there are going to be analogies that we can make. So feel free. If you do this, let me know. I would love to hear other people's interesting analogies. Like, how do you remember certain things about the Japanese language or your native language? And then how would you, like, like fun relationships between the many languages. Largely because when you're language learning, I like to encourage other people who are learning a language to use all the languages that they have, because that makes it very relatable either to other people or to yourself, right? Like I personally do not want to divorce the languages. I do enjoy meeting multilingual people who are able to type in those languages, not exclusively of others. There are plenty of other people who believe differently. So if you like to go see a Japanese person who only speaks Japanese and prefer not to speak in more than one language, you can find those. For myself, I just want to make it clear it's not the right way, the better way. You know, it's not about right, wrong, which one's better. For myself, I grew up multilingual, and I grew up constantly speaking 3 or 4 languages and jumping between them if I can't explain anything in one language. So that's how I learn too. And it's not going to be the best for the purists out there. We don't necessarily have to agree with that. We also don't have to get in each other's way. So I'm not here to say, oh, don't listen to people who only speak in one language versus people who speak in multi-language. The idea is you can probably find your way, and I'm trying to be very clear my intent so that you don't get misled, right? If someone gets upset that I speak like in half English and half Japanese or like Spanglish and stuff, hopefully it's clear that you don't have to be around me. You don't have to, like, I'm not forcing you to want to accept that. And just like that, we can mutually respect each other's spaces. Personally, I would love to hear every other people's examples of how they relate their different languages or fun things. I have quite a lot of funny stories now where like 3 or 4 languages happen at the same time, and how I would get to an answer using like 3 or 4 different languages, you know. And you're more than welcome, obviously, to come by and tell me your best or comment, right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up, walk around, take a water break, stretch, and I'll be back for HanziHero. We'll be right back. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第571天 is day 571. Let's get right into our lessons here. We're still doing our lessons from our HSK 3.0 overhaul, right? I don't actually know how many more words there are. Let's actually take a sneaky beaky here. Oh, we're actually kind of reaching the end. What is a row? Row is a 10, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, around 8 days from now. So it's pretty much the HSK 3.0 like update edition. We'll take up the rest of this month. Just truck along. It's too hard to type in your native language. Do your native language have a keyboard type, like a special keyboard type that interacts with English? I'm actually curious. Right now, it's very, like, for myself, it's quite difficult to type in, like using pinging for Chinese, and I'm using everything on a Roman keyboard, so I don't have like any special keyboard. There in Japanese, there's like an alternative form of input, a flip keyboard, which I've tried a little bit. It takes a while to get used to. And for Chinese, I'm not sure if there's an equivalent, so I can imagine it being difficult for definitely adjusting if you're still using a standard. There is a lot of letters with additions, I see. Oh, the additions are vowels. Oof. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, right now, like for me, I don't know if I would do this in the future, but generally speaking, it is probably... Wait, let me think about it. Is it faster for me to type in pinging or writing the character? It's probably still faster for me to type in pinging. So the alternative for me when it comes to Chinese is you could use a transcribing tool, since I typically write with a pen, like you could use a transcribing tool and just like write it, then select the right character and then just write it that way. But I think it would still take me about the same. It would take me less time to type it out in pinging. What language? Oh, this is traditional Chinese. So these are traditional Chinese characters. Right now I use a keyboard, so I just use Roman keys, like the English Roman alphabet. All right, let's get into our lessons.
翠鸟
翠鸟. Oh no, it's kingfisher. So now kingfisher is a bird, so that can help out. 翠 oh no, a kingfisher doesn't even use kingfisher. What is the character for kingfisher? I don't think it's a 翠. Oh, you're asking Balin? Oh, okay. Kingfisher. Oh no, it's Fei. Oh, Fei also means J too. So does both Shui and Fei mean jade as well? Huh, it's not Fei Niao. Fei Niao. Shui Niao. Really? I guess kingfishers are green, right? They have like the characteristic green like chest area. Kingfisher. Oh no. They're green on the back, not on the chest. It's the back side of them. Interesting. That's gonna be either you know it or don't. So I gotta imagine the kingfisher. 翠鸟，这只翠鸟有翠绿色的 oh no feather. Which feather is this? 毛. I'm gonna say 衣毛. No, 羽毛. Second 毛. It's you. 那只翠鸟有鲜什么？鲜翼鲜 That does look like 翼 right? 鲜翼的羽毛 Right, this is colorful. Yeah. 我看见一只美丽的翠鸟。Fair enough.
翠鸟，星辰，
星辰 Oh yeah, okay. Star and sign. Even though that's a sign of dragon, it's fine. Oh, like a constellation. 夜空中 50-50. We're gonna say shh. Oh no. I'm torn between like 是 or 负慢了美丽的星辰 It's 不 not 是 不 okay. How does that work? Man is fill too. 不慢 That screams register. Why do I think it's register? Announce. No vocabulary word, really. Register is adjacent to this. Okay, 古人用星辰 flavor finger guide. This is 以 知以 no 不是知以 maybe 知以方 okay 知音 oh no not 以知音方向 way guide way 星辰在黑夜中明明 Oh no, not 明明 Flash of lightning 想发光 A black night. Okay.
星辰，芬兰，
芬兰 Okay, that's transliteration. It's supposed to sound like Finland. Finland. Which characters they use? Fragrance and lan is orchid. Oh, okay. So orchid is the standard lan. Interesting. So most of the lands are lan. This particular lan. Finland. Fair enough. Fragrant orchid. Finland. 我有一个朋友，朋友住在芬兰，芬兰的冬天非常 cold。Oh no, what is? I'm gonna say Han Lung, Han Lung. No, yeah, Han Lung. 他从芬兰来台湾travel. I can travel 旅游。
芬兰
Finland. We got the Finland.
盖板
Guy is a beggar. Oh, how does that work? Beggar board? Oh, beggar edition. Oh, basic version. Interesting. Beggar version? Basic version. I guess they're more talking about cheap version. The basic version. So like the cheaper version. That's as opposed to going straight into beggar, but something of like the common version. So less so beggar, but more so common, like commoner. A commoner's version, the basic version. The cheap, budget, low end version. 改版，这个相机是改版的。这款手机的改版更什么？更便宜 ，right？ 便宜。Oh, that's right. There's a different tone for cheap. 便宜 as opposed to 便宜 or even for 便宜. How does 便宜 come off as cheap? Because this is rough. Or no, it's dang it. And then man, 便宜's two characters are not quite it. Bendy does. Yeah. Well, this is Ben. D is something else. Oh no. 我连还是连？哎呀，我连 maybe this might be an alternative read. 我连盖板都买不起。Oh, it is 连。How does that work? Even is probably even. Can't even like meet up to the extent maybe. The basic form, all of the basic form can't buy up even to that. Okay. So this has like a interesting use. That's a use that I'm not quite
盖板
familiar with.
隶属
Li Shu. Which Li is this? Oh, that is the slave Li. And Shu is belong to, so to be subordinate. Oh, okay. Li Shu. Fair enough. 这个站位隶属 国国防国防国防什么？国防 I want to say that's B. No, 部国防部 Yep, 国防部 Minister of Defense, huh? I see the defense. I guess they use bu for... No, that's like boundary. Interesting. Ministry of Defense, huh? 国防部国防部 oh no. Place. ところは何ですかところ I'm gonna say what I don't remember. 学校隶属当地还是当的当地政府what is ところsure. Is there anything that lines up with sure? I only got who. Oh, saw. Dang it. It is close to saw. Okay, that stays down D. Like 厕所 for bathroom. 厕所. All I remember is Tokoro and Sho. Japanese. 我们隶属同一个部门 department. Really? 部门? I'm not sure if I have that vocabulary either. 部门. Interesting.
隶属
Oh, okay. What time is it? I have to keep track of time. Okay. Wrong. I wrote the wrong thing there.
隶属翠鸟星辰盖板芬兰
Typos all over the place.
万顷
万顷 one oh my 10,000 qing what is that 100 acres oh you combine wow okay I mean 10,000 times 100 Chinese acres is definitely vast oh million Chinese acres wait oh yeah 1,000 plus 1,000 times 100 sorry 100 wait it's 10,000 times 100 right that's yeah that's 1 million that's literally 1 million okay yeah I guess one of the basic units is 100 acres that's interesting so at least these things retain its meaning as well although vast is a great way to describe it 它是一片万顷的森林看不到边 oh like no inside no sight yeah 边看不到边 you can't see the sides or like it's so vast that there's no end in sight 我们经过万顷草桃园 grassland. Yuan? Really? Using yen? I guess. This says grass original grassland. As opposed to like using any form of other land next to Cao. 他看着万顷麦田，麦田发宝。No, die. Dang it. Die. How does die work? Oh, die. Oh yeah, that's a fool. Die. That's to be dumbfounded or just staring blankly, like just dumbfounded in general. Oh man, that Qing is wild.
万顷村寨
Jai. That's a village plus Jai. Stockade. Yeah, that is Jai. That's a stockade village. Apt. Very apt. 我们走进一个安静的村寨 Make sense? 那座村寨位于是什么 ？Locate 位于山屿中in the middle of village. I mean in the middle of valley. 我们在村寨里待了one night 一晚。
村寨
Kind of like a gated village.
郑州
Zhengzhou. Oh goodness, that's just Zheng and then state. So Zhengzhou, you either know it or you don't. That's. 我去年去过郑州旅行。郑州是河南剧的聚会 Oh, province. Oh no, wait, that's Sheng. Oh, it's not G for province. The other prefecture. Oh no. So they use Shen to represent that. Interesting. Interesting. 他的家在郑州市中心 the heart of the town or downtown. Okay.
郑州欠奏
欠 is to, I guess, to owe. Yeah, 欠. This is a weak 欠. And 奏 is to play to beat? Oh no, play music. What was the play music? The left radical is different, right? I don't remember what the left radical is for play music. Oh, is it not at all? There's no left radical. Oh, it's just the absence of it. It's just the absence of a radical. Okay. So a beating. This deserve a beating, dang. 他这样做，什么值 ？Oh no. You look so 贱 ，OK， 简直是贱，so Ian, why don't I know which Jian this is? Oh, in Jiandan. Dang it. Dan. We have interval, right? Wait, what happened to interval? So, interval of bamboo. Oh. Okay. 简直 Really? 这种行为还是行为行为 I think it's 行为行为真的很欠揍行为 behavior tone shift 他说话太过分太过分 yeah too rudely 过分 is kind of like 礼貌 and 礼拜 they're just the characters themselves are like nonsensical. There must be a story behind them. 过分 you have to pass and parts as rude. I just know that it sounds like you hear this phrase all the time. 他说话太过分 and 分 like even in the past tense 他说话太过分了 right? He spoke very rudely or more like unacceptable as well. 真很欠揍 okay. Sorry, I laugh because
欠揍
even though I hear those things, I don't say like I rarely say rude things. So whenever I'm reading something that's rude, I chuckle because I rarely say them, and reading them
勇士
makes me feel awkward. They make me feel funny since I don't typically say them too often. It's kind of like reading a script of a character that is particularly rude, right? It's more like pretend for me. I would have to pretend to be rude and malicious and whatnot. And it's fun to do that. It's still awkward. So whenever I'm playing like Persona games or Like a Dragon games, for example, and I'm reading the dialogue of a rude person, it makes me I reflexively smile, like laugh or chuckle. I guess you could kind of call it like an immature thing, you know, like when someone says like a genitalia or like a testicle or something, you know, like a kid saying something naughty. I guess I have that type of reflex still. When it comes to saying very mean things, I don't it's very rare for me to say extremely mean things. So when I'm reading mean things, I have a little bit of a kind of an immature chuckle because I think it's something that the older I get, the less and less I speak. I don't really have a motivation to be mean to people. 他喜欢在山上什么咏诗 Oh yeah, chant poems. That makes sense. 咏诗 That's chant. Recite with poem next to it. 老人坐在河边咏诗 Old man sit by the river chanting poems. That sounds like a crane rests on like tree by the river. The old man sat by the river chanting poems. 我们在月光 Oh yeah, moonlight. 月光下 under the moonlight. 月光下咏诗 Makes sense?
咏诗
Okay.
万顷欠奏
Yeah, Tianzhou, man, I don't think I'm gonna have such a difficult time unless I like watch some show that is very vengeful soon. Some of these are gonna slip.
咏诗
Chant poems is more down my alley.
村寨 郑州
Alright. Two more sets.
净传
Jing is clean. 传是什么？传 is like earn, right? Yeah, earn. How does that work for the? Did I use dislike? How does dislike plus shellfish become earn? Oh, it's simultaneous. Okay. That's a bit of a misremember. So what? Earn and clean. Make net profit. Oh, to clear. Okay, to clear a profit. Yeah. Oh, it also means to clear. Okay. Like to make a interesting kind of a combo word. Guess the earn is the way to go about it. 我净赚十块钱 $10. That's a modest net profit there. 他今天净赚很多。这个公司净赚100万 Woof. Neat.
净赚
Oh my gosh, all of these are fine to make a net profit. We're gonna add a bit. Okay. What did they write? To make a net profit?
搜数
Okay. 烧树. Sao is boats. Shu is number. Oh, number of boats. 烧树. 这个月的销售比上个月小. So less than the last month, right? A number of boats less than the last month. 烧树每天都在 something 变 or 练 变 改变 请告诉我们烧树的总数 no 总数 yeah 总数 overall numbers, total numbers.
搜数弊案
Beyond. What the beyond? Okay, B, that's fraud. And an is case. Oh, a case of fraud, a scandal. Okay. This one's actually, this one's really tough. It looks like an, but I don't know what the tree has to do with an, the case. Kind of reminds me of ge, or a situation. 变 他因避案被迫辞职 what does this is fake it until you make it pretend. Oh no, this is like to resign, resign and break or quit. Okay, interesting. 这个政府官员 official 官员社 or 是 oh no, I'm torn. 设计一起议案的 okay 设计 which is to get involved. Okay. Oh no, 这什么 that's a counter? How is this serving as a counter? 这 oh我不知道这是什么。避案引起了议会 no that's not the 还是第土 no 社会关注 not 关注 oh it's drawn oh that's a stake but how does stake work right oh man so it's a counter but what is it a counter of a scandal yeah I don't know what the what type of specific counter it is interesting
弊案守寡
守寡 defend or guard a widow to remain a widow oh that's interesting so show has something to do with keeping something, to keep something, so to keep widow status, to remain. Interesting. 他一直守寡，守寡没有再婚，再婚 not 再婚，再婚 to remarry。他为爱守寡，让人感动。Oh, that's neat. I like that one. 他决定一辈子。辈子 so one lifetime, remain for life. Yeah. 辈子守寡。Tough one. That last sentiment, pretty tough.
守寡。校徽。
校徽 school 徽 emblem. School emblem. That's school emblem. 这个我们学校的校徽。你看过这个校徽吗？我的衣服上有校徽。Fair enough. Standard one.
校徽。
Persona characters, all their school uniforms are not only have school emblems, they're all like coordinated with their accessories and bags too. It was very clear yesterday when we were playing the new update on P5X.
竞传。
竞传。I should add that too.
避案。
A little bit pedantic.
校徽。
It's fine.
守寡。
Okay.
骚树。
All right, 5 more.
惰性。
惰性. Wait, what time is it? Okay, we'll have like 4-ish hours to do P3P today. 惰性 laziness. I'm pretty rested today. 惰性. 惰 is laziness. 性 is nature, right? So the nature. Okay, 性 is used to characterize, to complement forms of characteristics of people. So we can throw 性 in. Oh, it also means inertia. So a kind of a Japanese analog as well. I thought inertia was a little bit. I mean, inertia is to remain. It does describe laziness, or to remain the way you are, inertia. So laziness can be described as a way of remaining the same. 成起吹罚论动会从家 No, maybe it's 增加 Oh yeah, to add 增加惰性 Okay. 吹罚 Yep. 城池我们要什么？我们要 heck， 我们要克服 克服心理的惰性。Okay， 惰性是成长的最大什么？最大敌人。哦 ，yeah yeah。
惰性
or 惰性。I don't know if I've been 惰性。
畸变
畸is lopside, right? Lopside and change, lopside, distort. Makes sense. Distortion. Lighter 讯号 maybe 讯号有畸变。Yeah, 讯号 signal. What are you? 银什么？荧幕出现，荧幕出现。颜色畸变，颜色出现呀，荧幕。这种畸变很难修复。No， 修复。修复。
畸变
Yeah. That's a bit of a double
挑肥
step.
拣瘦
挑肥拣瘦。挑 would be to select. 挑肥 fat. So fat 减 the select and show, which is to thin, to be choosy. To select fat, to select thin. To cherry pick. Okay. Yeah, so you can be like this and that, to pick this and that. Kind of as well, fat or thin. Interesting, they use fat and thin. 吃饭从来不挑肥减瘦. Yeah, this hits all cylinders right here. He is never choosy about meals. Tradition 101. 不要对食物挑肥拣瘦. Yeah. Echoing lots of Chinese values here. 有些什么？有些 That's a cell, right? And then something that I'm gonna say 顾客买食物时爱挑肥拣瘦。Yeah, 顾客。Okay.肥。
挑肥拣瘦
Interesting.
围栏
围栏 Wei is small or tiny, and lan is a wave. Okay, wei lan. All right. Small ripples. That's fine. Small waves is fine too, honestly.湖面像曲线了围栏。OK。小鱼涌过，right？涌过留下一什么？一觉。一觉a counter. 一觉围栏。No, it's Jiang. Dang it, that's the position. A trail, a position. Interesting. Used as a counter. Or maybe not even counter, maybe a fixed phrase. Battle formation. One battle formation. Okay. What's a pawn? Tang? That's not a tang. That's a chu. Tang is also a pawn too. Chu. Oh wait, that's tang. Chu tang. Okay. Chu tang jung. Wei lan. 想着关。Okay.
围栏。掠影。
掠影. Oh my goodness. I haven't used 掠 at all. Plunder? Shadow? What? Oh, like a steal shadow. Like a steal, like a... I see where the glimpse comes from. Yeah, so there's just like a sneak peek, right? Sneak peek. 我知 I'm gonna say 我知 还是知 I feel like it's 3. 我知我只记得一个 heck. I'm gonna say 魔 man, that makes me want to type 湖的掠影 模糊 wow 模糊 vague 模糊 right 模糊 so what is that I was thinking like I 记得 oh yeah that's 3 I'm not sure how this works. Yeah, so that's paste. And then base and model? Or vague? That's tough. 模糊. Huh. I'm not sure if I have this vocabulary word. 模糊 影片 no 影片不是影片讲是尝试了历史no 尝试的掠影 heck, that's a 讲师 what was 尝试我从车窗看见 像水的月影 glimpse of the mountain or the landscape. Landscape? Mountain and water? Huh. Landscape? I thought this would be like some sort of a mountain stream or something.
掠影，惰性，
对，挑肥。Heck. Oh, it's actually Dian, not Van. Okay. It's gone.
掠影，畸变，围栏，挑肥拣瘦，
Okie dokie. All right, folks. Adding more. There are some. Actually, the new vocabulary was less. So there were some. Some of the sentences have a few vocabulary words that I was not aware of. The most recent one is the toughest one. 模糊for vague. All right, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this there, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, join in the Chinese reading if you want. Yeah. So until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back for P3P. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone, to our 27th session of P3P. Man, I didn't think I was going to spend roughly 30 sessions. I feel like we're maybe 3 or 4 sessions from concluding our P3P stuff and moving on to P4G. Let's go over where our social links are, because that's pretty much what our run is about here. Kenji found out that Kano sensei has a boyfriend, and there was a miscommunication, right? And then where he's kind of, we gotta see how he recovers from it. Would basically be like, they're there. That's all you really can do at the point. Fuka, it's still the same. She feels like your presence brings a positivity, right? Positivity. Hidetoshi, unchanged. Hairo, the Bunkichi and Mitsuko moving right along with the persimmon tree thing. Yukari still similar up to this point. She encountered the child, helped the child get back. She talks about her mother, right? How she's estranged from her mother and she doesn't want to become her mother. And then we had that recent scene where she is trying to go about it herself, and you can't do anything but to watch her come to realization that she herself is a bit arrogant in her own ways, right? Yuko, oh no, this is Kazushi, we haven't advanced anything outside of everyone knows now that he's injured, but they were still back him with his dreams to encourage his nephew to go through rehab. Was it his nephew? I think it's his nephew. And then Treasure, still don't know what happened with Chihiro as she confronts the money business. Kishke, we do have a bit of development with Kishke. Kishke found that he ended up, his musical piece was good, so he's trying to convince his father to let him pursue his hobbies instead of roping right into becoming a doctor, right? He's a bit more tilted than I thought, so it kind of escalated. Yuko, the 4th graders ended up tying with the 6th graders, and then they become friends, which was fantastic. That's what's currently happening. And then Michael choosing her mother, right? Choosing her mother. We'll have the typical closure about being best friends despite them moving, despite Michael moving away. This is automatic. And Bebe, no change or difference between the two main characters, right? Mamoru challenged to eating contest, then still more challenges, eating at a different place, and then we learned that he eats for free and tries to give back while also supporting a family of 7, including himself. He has 6 siblings, I think. It's either 5 or 6. We're not going to do the other thing, okay? Just Gen Z, beware. And we didn't advance anything on, what's his name? I'm just gonna call him Nomo for now. Nozomu? Something like that. And then of course we have to read our his story. Is we're gonna hear about his writing story in a bit. Probably sometime today. Okay, so where are we here? Okay. Just gonna go to bed. No evening stuff. Autumn equinox. I think we decline for now. We're gonna conclude Michael today. Excuse me. Hey, come on, let's play on the... Oh no, do we have a bye? Bend the seesaw, kick the can, we all play them all? Okay, play for a while. Phew, I'm tired. We played enough for you to remember me, right? Don't forget. Michael seems sad, but she's smiling. I'm leaving today, and Dad said even though we're far away, we're still family. I think that should go for friends like you and me too, so I don't have to be sad. I think family is important. Do you think I'll have a family of my own one day? I bet you will. I sure will. Sequel, please. So, when I'm grown up... Oh, you know what? It would be kind of neat to have Michael show up, because technically the other personas take a couple years after. I wouldn't know. If she does show up, that would be kind of really fun little cameo. Can we be a mom and dad together? What the... Wait, that's different. That's definitely different. Isn't instead of big sis? What do you say to that? But you must. We're supposed to get married someday. What the... Okay, that's definitely different. Oh, I can see how this would... Instead of having like the father and the... That's interesting. Michael seemed disappointed. Keep this, okay? I made it just for you. Bead ring. Yeah, that's different, of course. Cause one day we'll be trading vows, right? Kids say the darndest things. That is definitely a toss-up. So now I'm kind of curious what's near the end. That's definitely a swap-up near the end. Between Shiomi and Yuki. Close your eyes, Kate. She kissed you on the cheek softly. Hee, don't get cold feet. So I'll see you. You can't forget me though. Alright. She ran very quickly so as to hide her sadness. That is definitely different. Right near the end, it was different. Everything stayed the same except near the end. I wonder what the closer, like a closure thing is going to be. The post-day, the post-Nyx thing. Oh, that was unexpected. Oh yeah, the typhoon. Wait, let's wait for the wait for the brass instruments to come in. It takes quite a bit. I tell you. Yeah, we're fine. Oh yeah, we're taking down the science things. Oh wait, maybe this is gonna be different. Come on, let's hurry up and get this out over. Yeah, yep. Okay, same, I think. Same peep. Hey, this is the photography club's display. Aren't these pictures from the big competition? Look, Makoto, you're in this one. Wow, isn't the guy who took first kind of dark looking? It looks like he's got a bad suntan or something. Oh, that's Mamoru. He's crazy strong. Though of course, I'll beat him one. I'll beat him once. Dude, I think you're already taking the sweatiness competition. I've never seen you in the school uniform before. I guess jerseys are pretty better for stuff like this, but still. Hey, you guys can jabber all you want, but work while you talk. At this rate, we'll be here all day. Yukari piped up, sounding annoyed. Oh, so sorry. Hey, you're not like... What do you mean? I brought the stuff. Nail puller, tape, and... As for the drill, I have one built in. Japan, I guess, have arrived. It seems they have gone to get the cleaning supplies. Cool, thanks man. Wait, hang on. Did you forget the popping stuff? Popping stuff? Oh, the bubble wrap. Good call, Kenji. Go get it. You know where they keep all this stuff, right? Well, yeah, but you're the one who forgot it. Huh? Are you sure? You really don't want to go? That place is like a paradise, you know that? Some fine chicas in there, chicas there would be just your type. Wait, are you serious? Be right back, guys. Yeah, like I fall for that. Right. What kind of supply room is stocked with hot babes? Ahem. I believe I asked you all to hurry up so we can go home. Sorry, Yucatan. She's like a ticked off samurai. I heard that. Gee, are you stupid or something? More like stupe, I think. How did Kenji know about the stupe thing? Deja vu. Fine, I'll go to the supply room later. But yeah, it's a real shame the school's festival fell through. That's kind of interesting because there's gonna be time for a sports festival in the P5X next P5X update, and that's around post summertime. There were so many cool events I was looking forward to, like a stand-up comedy show. They said it was going to be open mic, so I was planning on trying it out. What? Really? With who? You? Dang. Wait a sec, you gotta let me in on plans like that. Dude, it was just a joke. It was gonna be Kazushi. Who, me? Heck no. Jeez, you guys are harsh. Can't any of you take a joke? Makoto then. Bring it on. Now that's the spirit. You wanna give it a little try right here? A classmate in your cleanup group has gathered. Ahem. Hello out there, everyone. We're the famous comedy duo, Kenji Tomochika. Oh no, we're doing a manzai impression here. Watch silently. A duo won. Hey, this is going pretty well. Man, now I can't wait for the real school festival. It's already over, idiot. Yeah, a manzai thing. He's the funny guy, and you're the straight guy, right? What? Are you giving up already? All you gotta do is sleep 360 more times, right? You know what they say, early to bed, early to rise. Makes you an old geezer. There you go, a great gag like that ends on a high note. Are you related to some chairman I could mention? Hey, speaking of jokes, here's a good one. What the... Wait, this key isn't working. This key isn't working. Keep trying. That's the lamest joke I've heard in years. You're a Gekkokan student through and through. I mean, come on. Well, I think that went pretty well, considering we didn't rehearse. Man, what a waste. I would have liked that. A stand-up comedy routine. Hey, you know what else is a waste? I never got to see Yukari-san in her maid outfit. Huh? So the word got out about that. I'm relieved it never happened. But I bet lots of guys were really disappointed, right? Kazushi? Huh? Really? Wait, what's a maid? A pure soul. Oh, it's something that guys like Junpei dream of. Junpei? Wait a second, what's that look for? You act like I did something. Junpei-san. You gotta be kidding. You too, I guess? Excuse me, is Yukari-san here? Oh. Yuko-san, what's up? Oh, she even comes by. Hey, that tent on the school grounds, is it okay if we put it away in the archery club room? Oh yeah, that's fine. It belongs to us anyway. Hey, don't worry about it. Our club will take care of it. Oh, it's no trouble. Our class just happens to be in charge of the grounds. We'll go put it away, thanks. See you. Yuko came straight over to you? Makoto-kun, are you feeling better? You had a fever, right? Oh, that's fair. I heard you were laid up in bed all through break. Are you okay now? Yeah, just look at him. He's fine. Yeah, good point. Well, I'm glad to hear it. What, you're here too, Kaz? You better get to work. An ox like you has gotta pull his weight. Shut up. Isn't it time for you to go, you got back to the grounds? Yeah, I know. I haven't seen him in a while, so give us a minute. Huh? Oh crap, don't tell me, Makoto? Junpei whispered in a hurry. Excuse me, I'm sorry. If you happen to have any masking tape, I need to borrow some if... Oh, Makoto-san, I'm so glad to see you. I'm in charge of the classroom next door, but we're out of masking tape. I was nervous about asking since I knew upperclassmen were in charge of this room. Yeah, so she stutters and hesitates until she talks to you, right? We'll see how that is voiced out CV-wise in P3R. But it's a relief to see you here, Makoto-san. Like, she switches in writing. She's like, she stutters a lot and like lingers on words, and then suddenly when she talks to you it goes away. Oh no, the atmosphere is growing oppressive. I saw Mitsuru senpai a minute ago and she said Makoto-san had been sick in bed all this time. Did you catch a cold? Oh, you shouldn't overstrain yourself. Wait, where's Fuka? Right? Fuka is gonna show up, right? Is this how this is gonna work? Like this happens probably to every single MC in Persona. If you're not feeling well, don't feel like you have to come to student council. But I'm sad that I can't walk home with you for now. The room is turning ugly. Wait, does that mean... What's going... what? That display over there looks like it could fall off any moment now. Someone's gotta get hurt if we don't fix it right now. Like, right now. Yucatan, come on, give me a hand. I'll take it down if you hold it in place. Huh? Okay, gotcha. Junpei left with Yukari, good man. Iori helping us out. So, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, man, I almost forgot. There was something I had to tell the guys in our club. Hey Yuko, can you go tell them for me? The message is for our next practice. There will be no towels allowed. Huh? No towels? Isn't that going to make things harder? Just tell him it's special training. Come on, move it. Man, like I really care. Good man, Kazushi. We're all out of masking tape. Sorry, there's no more here. Another classroom might have some, like next door maybe. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Well then. Good guy. Good guy, Kenji. Yikes. Where's... Fuka is missing though. Huh, I guess it's a good thing the school festival was canceled. You probably would have been mauled no matter who you picked to go with. The cleanup ended peacefully. That's a pretty good one. It's a mix-up. The Xiaomi's thing was pretty tame though. Maybe it... I don't know if it would vary based on your social links. But that one was pretty good. Your good old... harem-esque shenanigans. Alright. So we're doing Kenji. So the conclusion to Kenji. Contrary to a simple appearance, the soup has a compliment, right? Oh, do I have enough? Dang, that was good. This ramen is the bomb. There's no way I can leave this city, dude. Well, Miss Kano must be in Kyushu by now. She's probably getting ready for her wedding ceremony. Kenji seems to be lost in thought. What will you do? Steal his egg. Let's steal his egg. Hey, give that back, dude. That egg's all I got in this world, man. Give it back. Kenji is furious. Me and Kenji chatted for a while. We're trying to distract him, basically. Man, hanging out with you is never boring. But that being said, I want a girlfriend, dude. Look disappointed, cheer him on. Offered to hook him up? With someone? Really? Who? Someone from your dorm? Maybe I should crash at your place then. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. Anyways, I've been thinking. When Emily left, I was really sad, but I'm not sure what I was sad about. Did I really love Emily, or did I just love the idea of being in a relationship with a teacher? I've been thinking about it. I just don't know. But what I do know is, you're my friend. Is this the same subject? Dude, sorry about that. I'm such an idiot. I'm so embarrassed. What he just said? Nah, it's fine, right? Here, man, take this. Handmade choker. Really? I made it for you, dude. I thought it would look good on you. You don't have much fashion sense, so I wanted to help you out. I mean, that's what best friends do, right? Just take it, man. Okay. Alright. His was so weird. Kenji was so weird. Dang it. What the heck's wrong with me? Why am I acting so weird all of a sudden? Waitress, give me 10 more eggs. I'm gonna yoink them. Alright. No tartars. No tartar sauce today. Can we walk the doggo? Nope. No doggo walk. Oromaru's not in the mood. We do want to shuffle. Let's shuffle our personas a bit. Okay. And oops. Shuffly. Oh, we could still do the date with Elizabeth. Okay, so magician. We already have the priestess and our empress. Mitsuru. Festival. We still have. Oh no, we got that. We have lovers. Chariot. Remove chariot. Hermit. Yeah, we're good with hermit. Fortune. Do we have a strength? Yeah. Hangman. No, we're good. Auto. Right. Sun? Oh, we don't need a sun. It's fine. And judgment is auto. And Aeon's auto. Okay. Okay. Hidetoshi on the docket. So there is a chance that the ending might change. So rank 10s might change, interestingly enough. Nope, that's the wrong room. Heck, student council is on the second floor. This is probably the teacher scene? Oh no, it's not yet. I see. One could see it that way. Spend some time. Oh, we don't have enough points. Not enough points. Dang. Reese. Oh, interesting. He does the Reese sus. You know. Is sus Reese. Oh, good old Junpei. Can we do a little walk with the doggo? Come on, Koromaru. Alright. Is this the one with... Oh, numbers? This is probably like Tetrasite or something like that. Tetractis. Alright, we're going with Yuko. We're gonna try to wrap up all the... Okay. Lots of football related things here. Interesting room. Oh yeah, celebrating the success. Oh yeah, that's right. We have a party celebration. It was a lot of hard work, but I'm glad we helped those kids. How about you, Makoto-kun? Yuko is looking at you shyly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. Oops. I just noticed that you have such long eyelashes. I've never seen you this close before. I mean, it's just the two of us. Ha, ha, ha. Yuko is panicking. How about we change topics? I have a question for you. Do you like kids, Makoto-kun? Yeah, I like them. Me too. I like how they try so hard. You know, recently I realized how much I like to take care of people. Especially when I think about you. Oh, nothing. Next question. Well, let's say you get married and have a kid. Would you want it to be a boy or a girl? Doesn't matter which. Is that how guys think? Seems a bit troubled. Really? Well, if you mean you don't care as long as the baby is healthy, then I agree with you. I mean, that's kind of what I meant. Anyway, I wouldn't want the baby to take after me since I'm a little rough around the edges. I want the baby to look like you, Makoto-kun, since you're... Oh, I didn't mean to imply... what am I saying? Just forget what I just said. Well... Okay. Alright. Please don't get the wrong idea. It was something I saw on TV last night. It was this show about predicting what a baby would look like by combining two people's pictures. That's the only reason I brought it up. I don't want you to misunderstand. Hey, it's getting late. Let's call it a night, okay? You laugh abruptly as though it felt like being kicked out. I see. Does that mean you want to go on a walk, Boyo? Oh, going with Shinjiro. Well, aren't you happy today? The pooch must have been worried because you were sick so long, Makoto. Now I ain't trying to nag, but don't take your health for granted. Those powers of yours are like our secret weapon. And it's no secret that Aki and Kirijo have their hands full with their own problems. That's about as much interaction you're gonna have with Shinjiro. You hungry? I'll fix you up something when we get back. I still got that cooking thing. Alright. Interesting. Today. Sunday? Okay. Sundays are... Sundays are moon days, right? We can moon it up. Alright, Nozomi. Alright, we're at a different eating location. The restaurant's filled with that distinct fishy smell. Time passed by as you ate delicious ramen. Is that enough appetizers? Yes, waiter. 2 bowls of the usual today. And as always, make sure one of them is extra large. Nozomi quickly flashed something in his pocket to the owner. The 2 bowls you are eating have been replaced by 2 new ones. These are dandan noodles. Why is there 3 dans there? Dan noodles. That's 3 dans always. Oh, okay. Once you go dan, you don't go back again. This is the crown jewel of Hagekure's secret hidden menu. I've always considered this lightly flavored, spicy miso soup a microcosm of the miracle of creation. That sounds delicious. The triple dan noodles. Taste eradicated your cares. You gotta know the secret menu. You gotta know the secret menu, right? I don't know how they expect people to find out about it though. Oh well, no point in thinking about it. What's important is that all the best stuff is hidden from the normal people. Don't forget to keep that other bowl you took. Don't forget to keep that other bowl you took, waiter. I want to take that soup home with me. You and I are the only two people who know this sublime taste sensation. Don't forget to blow on the noodles to cool them off. Nozomi seems to be displaying kindness. He's sharing his kindness in his own unique way. What else through someone's stomach? This has been a privilege, because you got to learn a lot about me. This wouldn't be possible if we were brothers, because of the Gourmet King's brothers cannot be the Gourmet King. So, do you get me? Who would you say I was? You're the Gourmet King. Oh, you didn't have to say that. I'm generally shy. Want some of my egg? I ate part of it, but it's still okay. Yeah, unlike Kenji. Heckin didn't want to share his egg and when I yoinked it. Kidding. Oh no! I better start eating it before the noodle texture goes to get spoiled, too limp or too soggy. Okay, no more talking. By the way, waiter, I want to save the soup in that bowl you took. Give me a takeout container. That is kind of a neat idea. Saving the soup. You can dump like day-old rice. I would use day-old rice as opposed to like freshly cooked rice. Into the broth. The day-old rice is like kind of hard, right? So when you dump it into like maybe slightly warm broth, it kind of gives you that. I mean, usually in restaurants you can get like freshly cooked rice or like warmed rice. But I like throwing day-old rice into broths after warming the broth up again. The warm broth like softens the day-old rice again, but the day-old rice is a lot more what is that called? Structured, reconstituted starch, so it creates a hardiness, a bit of a contrast. Try it out sometime. Usually I keep day-old rice in general because you could like make fried rice from it or something like that. Oh, it's called reconstituted starch or something like that. Okay.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
言わなくても分かってるかな。あと1週間で満月だよ。
そうですね。
今回も大丈夫だといいね。だけど、未来というのは何が起こるかわからない。だから、くれぐれも気をつけてね。
はいはい。
いつも君を見てるよ。また会おうよ。
また会おうよ。Okay. Oh no, the number thing. What's the number thing? Oh. I was trying to think of all the possible responses. Yukari? Roof. Which one is this? A gentle breeze is blowing. Hey! Do you remember when those guys stole my wallet and you came to help me? Oh. Sorry I got so mad at you. I don't like having to depend on other people. I wanted to be able to take care of it myself, but I ended up needing your help. I never told you this, but I was really glad you came. I don't think I could say this to anyone else, Makoto-kun. Thanks for your help back then. I really appreciate it. Anytime. Trying to play it cool, eh? Really solid one. Anytime. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Phew, that's a big weight off my shoulders. Wow, it's getting late. Yeah, that's a slight bummer. I decided to go back. Alright, I think we need to do Tartarus, right? Tartarus, Tarutarus. Is that how that works? Tarutarus. Yeah, Tarutarus. Alright, let's go. Because we have to climb the stuff.
Yes.
Okay. How many floors do we have to go? I think we're up to 140 something. We're shy of 140. Should be really quick. Save a lot of time because of NG+. Oh. Okay. They don't all automatically cower. Oh no, they don't. Darn it. Wait, let's see if they can they conclude it themselves? Oh no, they can't. Oh, okay. They kinda can. Oh no, their levels are too low. Just gotta find the stairs as quickly as possible. Nice. I was just about to get attacked there. Oh no! How did I lose someone? Wait, how did I lose Yukari? Darn it. Yeah, I don't think we need to look for... Do we need to worry about... Oh, we do! This is Bunkichi. Wait. No. Wait, Bunkichi is this guy, right? Yeah. We do have to rescue him though. Otherwise we can't complete the social link. There is a really awesome, or like a really quaint, wholesome, and... Wait! How is Yukari still missing? I have to add her back in the party this way? Fine. Oh, you start from the... Oh. I just realized I had no idea you start from the current one. I've been doing it incorrectly. Wow. I just realized that you can enter this door, start off where you left off. So when I was playing the first time, right, I thought you have to use this teleporter. So I walked back up through the stairs multiple times. When you could have just went through the door. I had no idea that's how that worked. So the way I did it was, it's not that big a deal because I do have to level during the first playthrough. Still though, I've been noticing so many things that I did extra. They're so underleveled. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so there are things that I assumed, and I took much more time than they should have. Not the biggest deal, since I did have to go through the floors to spawn the chests. Not that the requests ended up being something that you had to do for completion. Hang. Keep thinking the stairs is an opposite. Darn it. Mina 3回 Mina 3回 Okay. We're just gonna keep moving, even if Igus gets left behind. We're almost there. Okay. Pretty sure it's 139 in this leg. No, it's fine. So you didn't have to climb back up the stairs for the missing people. You can just resume from the entrance. The more you know. I'll keep that in mind for P3R. Because I might make the same assumption for P3R. So, the more you know. Mm-hmm.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
何か拾ったぞ。後で持っていく。
I do have to admit that the P5 like shenanigans with the palace, man, that is definitely a much. I do enjoy the palace concept, the P5 palace concept. Yesterday I was playing the newest patch for P5X, and the newest patch was the second phase of the ATLUS. Really, and all the palaces like have different themes and different mechanics, and they had like the grid puzzle system. So all of the palaces have like a different interaction point and whatnot. Meanwhile, Tartarus is like, when, you know, kind of sterile. P4G, the stuff that I actually played, it's a bit sterile too. Not as sterilized as P3. Obviously, there's legacy involved, so be a little bit more lenient. P3 walked where in for P5 to run, right? We just need a P3.2 release. Like, where are the Persona 3 casts? Oops. Casts during the P4 era or P4 period. All right. That's it. We just need to get to 39, rescue Bunkichi because we haven't maxed that yet. Although Michael is also in the Lost Soul category. Alright, let's go and hang out with HSK. See how he's doing. He's trying to get your attention. Makoto-kun, can I talk to you after a music club? Okay. Rooftop. You can hear the pounding of feet as the track team runs its laps. Everyone's working so hard. So are you. Is that what it seems like to you, Makoto-kun? HK seems a little sad. Well, I told my dad about my opportunity to study abroad, and get this. He said I should give it a try. Can you believe that? Before, he was telling me I should quit the club. All he ever wanted was for me to become a doctor, and now he's saying I should follow my dreams. I don't know what I should do. I'm so confused. Do whatever you want. That's true, but if I study abroad, it seems like I'm only doing it because my dad told me to. Dude, man. Yes, kid. You really need to stop. You need to chill with your animosity. Thanks. I've been having a really hard time with this, but I feel a lot better now. You're the only person I can talk to, Makoto-kun. He was. That is a weird way to think about it. You always done what you wanted to do in life, haven't you, Makoto-kun? Oh, sorry, let's get going. I'm having my driver pick your driver? Your driver pick me up. So if you want, I can have him drop you off near your dorm. I would love to see that animated.
おかえりなさい。
Now, the machine is always broken, alright? No walks, huh? The walks give opportunities to hang out with the peeps. It's Wednesday. Oh, they're all available. Wait, it's today. I think this is Yuko Day. I'm behind with Yuko. I'm behind with who am I behind? Chihiro. I'm also behind on Chihiro. So they aired the training program for that athlete and oh no, oh no. I'm really behind.
帰ってきたか。
Hopefully I'm not. Yeah, I'm really behind. No moon tour walk, okay. I do need to conclude some of these. Okay. Just okay. Him rambling about Sengoku. Can I speak to? I can't. I can do Chihiro. Where are we at with 8? Whoa, calm down. I didn't even realize. I don't know if what days is she on? I think we're just gonna we'll have other opportunities, I think. So let's go with Mikari here. The scent of broiled fish feels there. This is so good. I made the right choice getting the same thing as you, Makoto-kun. Oh, that seems a little boring. Doesn't eating fish remind you of the ocean? Not quite the first image that comes to mind. It's a part of our lives, I guess, living along the coast. We even spent our vacation at the beach. Hey, after all of this is over, why don't we go somewhere different, like the mountains? We could have lunch outdoors. Maybe we'd even see a deer or something. What do you think? Sounds good. Really? You promise? Alright, then I'll make us lunch. I might not look like it, but I'm a pretty good cook. Just you wait and see. You should help Fuka out a little bit. Don't invite anyone else, okay? It'll just be the two of us. I'm not sure how to say this, but when I'm with you, Makoto-kun, I don't feel so alone. I mean, I do have friends and there's everybody at the dorm, but usually I feel like the real me is trapped somewhere deep down inside. Maybe it's because of my family. Each time I open my eyes, it seems like I'm one step behind. But when I'm with you, I don't feel that way. You're very important to me, Makoto-kun. I think this is different, because I thought she was gonna talk about her mother some more. Maybe it's the next one. Thanks, it was delicious. Let's get going. There's a fork somewhere because of romance, right? Wanna go on a walk-o? Alright. Standard walk? Standard walk. Okay. Where are we with which one is this? Time for fashion club, right? Wakarimasen. I do not understand. The sewing machine won't go. It seems confused. Take a break. Yes, that is a good idea. Sorry, gomen nasai. David seems happy. I am worried about my uncle. How can I convince him to let him stay here? If I became a samurai, maybe I could stand up to him. Oh, maybe if I go to the sweet shop and have a snack, I can come up with the plan. Shall we? Alright. Yatta! Let's go. Okay. Alright. Delectable time. I have thought about this even in my dreams. I will be disappointed if I have to return to my country. I want to stay here in Nihon even if I have to eat dirt. Arigato, thank you. I can do anything with your support, Makoto-sama. Actually, I have a plan. I will return home, mochiron, of course, and I will not give up on just like that. I will come back here after persuading my uncle. He has a really, a bit of a realistic... It's kind of like a bittersweet thing. I will convince him how great Japan is. Now I just have to figure out how to explain it to him. That will be easy with your help, Makoto-sama. Please help me. Onegaishimasu. It seems okay. Yeah. He has like a... I feel like a much more grounded social link. Despite being in otaku. The sun is setting. I'll see you again. Hasta la vista. I can't wait to get... I hope they keep the hasta la vista in the P3R. I would love to get him to say hasta la vista. Doggo? No doggo. Like, getting the voice actor to say hasta la vista. Alright. Saturday? I think Nozomi is available. Oh, you know what? maybe the girls are advancing much slower because of the upsetting thing. And there might not be a clear clear indicator for that. Anyways. Alright. Eating the hours away at another place. So, I had some melon pan and then a tonkatsu sandwich or two. Then a turkey sandwich, a bag of chips, and half a BLT, but I gotta have my rice. Think that's too much carbs? It pays to watch what you eat. Today a girl in my class asked about that handsome guy you were eating with. I guess she wanted me to introduce you two so you could eat lunch with her. And without me, I guess you're like my little brother, the type of guy who gets all the girls, am I right? Well, once we're dead, we're all just bones. You can't tell a handsome skeleton from an ugly one. Well, that's a morbid way to look at it. Whenever I worry about that stuff, it gets my appetite going. Hey, waiter, how about one more tonkatsu special? Did you know I'm a poet? Here, I'll write a sendu poem before the food gets here. Pork is yummy, but in the sun, I fry too. Stomach emergency. Wait, did he just go to the bathroom or something? Talk about a close call. I almost didn't get there in time. Nozomi looks pale. Are you sick? No, I'm fine, no worries. I guess I'm normal after all. Everything except my weight, that is. That was probably more than you needed to know, huh? I'm normally not this rude. Sorry, it won't happen again. I just wasn't thinking. Okay. But now, back to eating. You can't eat once you're dead, so... So, I always say it's best to take every chance you get. Heh, just like my little brother. He keeps referring to his little brother. Interesting. I wonder what happened to his little brother. Why aren't you hanging out with your little bro? Okay. This is the big one, right? I think this next full moon is the big one. Is it Fortune? I think it's Fortune. Fortune and Strength.
これで10体目か。12体まであと少しだね。1体ずつ慎重に行くとしよう。
って1体ずつとは限らないですよ。嘘ですけどね。
すごいゆかりちゃん。反応2つあります。
マジ？当たんなくていいそんなの。
シンジはどうした？
アラマン先輩なら後から合流するってさっき連絡が。理由は聞いてませんけど。
後から相変わらず勝手なやつだな。
いいんじゃないっすか。後から来るんだし。
まあね。この前の順平も集合に来なかったからね。
あれは仕方ないだろ。もう心配ねえって言ってんの。
あれ、天田くんも来てないし。ほら順平呼んできて。この前の罰ね、これ。
罰？うわ、マジうぜ。 ガキは寝てる時間だしな。
Interesting. That was a bit
今回は敵2体だ。
vulgar.
現場に急ごう。
Not the Japanese.
前線の顔ぶれは現地で状況を見てから決めることにする。
じゃあ行くぞ。
いる。この辺いつも学校行くのに使うし、暴れられるとマジ困るんだけど。
なんだか私たちを待ってるみたい。
ところで天田はどうした？
ああ、なんか部屋にいなかったんすよ。真珠のやつ遅いな。
急いだ方がいいと思います。
もう仕方ない。突入メンバーはこの中から選ぶことにしよう。決まったらすぐに向かうぞ。
Okay. Here they are.
バックアップ開始します。気をつけてください。運命タイプの反応が消失。今は攻撃。
Probably one of the neatest ones, I suppose. On the neater side. Wait, do you have a debuff? Oh, you don't have
キャノン。予想外の展開です。何これ。
Oh, they really started off with a bang, huh? Wait. Oh, right. I'm immune to everything. That's right.
ルーレット赤のディスベルトならアイニスを直せます。
This is exactly what I planned. Okay. That's how you do it. Oh, it doesn't affect the... That's right, it doesn't affect the guy yet, it's just one at a time. Oh. How'd you get whomped in one hit? That's fine. We'll just proceed. I guess I could have used the stress instead. Oh. Darn.
あ、こんなのずるい。
Oh, it's fine. Hello, Rez. Nice one.
発射であります。
Oop.
クリーンフィット。敵体勢を崩しました。
Okay. Rocky, go. Oh, I got the recarm just then.
お疲れ様です。
やっぱ2体で来られると気分的にしんどいな。
今回はストレガを名乗る2名の妨害はなかったでありますね。
ナビ役を抑えてるからね、先回りできなくなったのかも。でも無事に終わってよかったよね。結局新垣先輩間に合わなかったし、あと天田くんも。
理事長も喜んでましたよ。問題ないので先に帰るそうです。
山岸、2人の居場所は？
すみません、まだはっきりとは。
ひとまずは寮に戻ろう。おい、明彦、聞いてるのか？
今日は10月4日だったな。
そうですけど。
先に戻っててくれ。俺は2人を探してから戻る。
あ、ちょっと先輩、どうしたんだろう。
明彦？
約束通り、なぜ呼んだかわかりますか？作戦を放ってまで来てるわけだから。ちょうど2年前の今日、あの日、僕の母さんはここで死んだんだ。死因は交通事故ってなってるけど、あれは事故じゃない。僕は見てた。お前が殺したんだ。いいことなんて一個もなかった。生きてくなんて辛いだけだった。
When it rains, it pours.
周りだってそういう扱いさ。どこに行ってもかわいそうってさ。
When you look for it, obviously.
いる意味がないんだ。死んじゃおうって思った時もあるけど、このまま母さんに会うなんてできない。だから決めたんだ。お前を見つけるまで生きていようって。あの日のこと思い出したくもないって言ってたろ。だから今日が満月って分かった時、お前を呼ぼうって決めたんだ。今日は母さんがついてる。自分のしたことを思い出させてやる。僕がお前を殺してやる。
分かった。
あれ、まだ誰も戻ってないんだ。
つか真田さん、様子変だったよな。10月4日ってなんかの日だっけか。
10月4日。しまった、そうか。作戦に気を取られすぎて思い至らなかった。今日は天田の母親の命日だ。
命日？
山岸、急いで新垣と天田の居場所を突き止めてくれ。2人一緒にいる可能性がある。明彦も多分そう気づいたんだ。
わかりました。
どういうことですか？
天田の母親が命を落としたのは、本当は過去の私たちが原因なんだ。2年前、イレギュラーで街に出たシャドウを撃ちに行った時のことだ。ペルソナを得たばかりの新垣に軽い力の暴走が起きたんだ。敵を追うのに気を取られていたとはいえ、民家が巻き込まれてしまってな。運悪く一人だけ犠牲者が出てしまった。それが天田の母親なんだ。
Curious if they added cutscenes for this.
そんな、本当なんすか？
じゃあ天田君にとって新垣先輩は？
天田は自ら志願して仲間に加わった。しかし今にして思えば。
見つかりました。辰巳ポートアイランドです。2人一緒です。それと 一つ反応を。
明彦か。
待ってください。違います。
まずくねえか？
最悪だ。
先輩追っかけよう。
やれよ。抵抗はしねえ。お前の言った通りだ。仲間と離れたのも薬で力を抑えたのも要はそのためだった。けど無駄だった。体が忘れねえんだ。気がつけばここへ来ちまう。見たくもねえ場所なのにな。俺のやったことだ。報いは受けるさ。だが一つだけ忠告がある。
忠告？
こんな俺の命でも奪えばお前は俺と同じ重みを背負うことになる。そいつだけは覚悟してくれ。
なんだよそれ。命乞いってこと？
今は憎しみしかなくてもいつか必ず背負っちまう。
ふざけるな！そんなの背負うもんか！
まったくその通りですよ。そんなもの背負うはずがない。必要もない。彼の行いは復讐なのです。殺されたのですから殺してもいいはずでしょう。
そうさ。
何の用だ？
仲間が一人欠けてしまったのでね、先回りがしづらくなりました。しかしこのまま放置するわけにもいきません。恐れる必要はありません。これは通過点に過ぎない。あなた方は救われるのです。
だと？
おや、自分を殺そうとする少年をかばうとは。ああ、そうでした。復讐などなくてもどのみちあなたは死ぬ運命。
どういうことだよ。
ペルソナの抑制に薬を使い出してもう随分と経つはずです。あなたはもう長くない。
適当言ってんじゃねえ。
自分の体のことでしょう。分かっているはずです。
どういうこと？勝手に死んじゃうっていうのか？僕が何もしなくても。そんなのありかよ！それなら僕は今まで何を。
死が何によってもたらされるかなどどうでもいいことでしょう。少年、君からは彼とは別の意味で生きている匂いがしない。彼を殺した後で自分も死ぬ気だったのでしょう。
アマダ、お前。
タイミングが少し前後するだけのことです。どのみち二人とも死ぬのですから、私が今確実に息の根を止めてあげましょう。
ふざけるな！
嘘だ。
では遺言の代わりに聞いておきましょう。千鳥と似た情報の使い手が君らの中に一人いるはずですね。あなた方の方が情報が早くてね、シャドウを守ることができないのです。教えてください。誰なのか。言わないとほら、傷がどんどん悪化していきますよ。どうしたのです？それとももう口が聞けませんか？
うん。
そんなやつ。
待って！僕だよ。
本当ですか？
ああ、本当だよ。それができるから。だから僕は子供でも戦いに加えてもらったんだ。
何言って。
お静かに。あなたには聞いていません。
どうだっていいさ。僕の復讐はもう終わったんだ。もうここにいる理由だって。
なるほど。君は十分に生きたというわけですね。素晴らしい覚悟だ。君を先にしましょう。楽におなりなさい。
母さん。俺、
どうしたというんです？この子供を救ってあなたに何か得が？
新垣さん。
シンジ。
お仲間ですか。ここで水を差すとは興ざめなことを。ではいずれまた。
You know, here's one thing that is very in contrast with at least the writing in Persona 5 The Phantom X. There's a lot of less like brainstorming, like chatting brainstorming. Is really how you say, it's very lean. So things happen very lean. There's quite a lot of grandiose like there's quite a lot of like raw dramatics in E3, relatively speaking, and much darker.
荒垣
先輩
荒垣さん
そう
アマだ。なんて顔だ。せっかく望みが叶うってのによ。憎しみをすぐに捨てなくていい。力にすりゃいい。お前はまだガキなんだから。こっからだろ。これからはてめえのために生きろ。
僕は
アキ、こいつを。これでいい。言うな。言わないでくれ。
荒垣
先輩
なんだよ。なんなんだよ、これ。
There is like a glimmer of hope near the end of the game, though. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait. This is different. Hold on. Hold on. Interesting. Wait, I don't remember this at all. Or what I mean is, I remember this, but I don't remember this occurring in Xiaomi's timeline. Huh. I wonder if that's how they're gonna write Shinjiro in the P5X variant. Because Shinjiro is gonna show up in P5X. So is Xiaomi. Huh. In the Xiaomi thing, Shinjiro actually takes a non-fatal shot, multiple shots. Like the scene still played out, but near the end of the game, they suggested that he may have awakened from it.
そんな彼を目の届かぬところへ追いやったのは、ひとえに我々教職者の不徳でもあります。我々はそんな彼の力になれぬまま、暴力事件などという不憫な形で、許せ、許してくれ。
たく校長話長えよ。でも新垣って知ってた？
学校来てなかったっちゅう話ですが、不良とかじゃないの？てか帰りて模試の準備させてくれよ。
なあお前ら、新垣くんって知ってた？つか同学年の俺ら知らねえのに知ってるわけねえか。暴力事件に巻き込まれるとか実際あるもんなんだね。あ、そうなん？そんなやつばっかだな。たくいつ終わんでしょうか。正直付き合ってらんねえけど。
うるせえよ。
は？何立っちゃってんの君。
うるせえって言ってんだよ。
いいより座りなさい。
くそ。
いいじゃん順平、ほっときなよ。ねえ、今日真田先輩って見た？寮でって意味じゃないよ。今日来てないよね。このまま顔出さないのかな。大丈夫かな。
Yeah, I think they changed it up.
ちょっといいか。
Maybe they changed it up because Shinjiro also had all those other scenes.
はい。
今日帰ったらラウンジに集合してくれ。要件はわかるな。
まあ。
急いで考えをまとめなくてもいい。正直私も迷ってるしな。
Hold on. Maybe it's I read it wrong? Yeah. So in the P3P, the only exception is that if you're playing as Xiaomi and you maxed out his social link, he actually goes into coma and he wakes up at the end of the game. Sorry, spoilers, I suppose. I didn't read that incorrectly. So I wonder, now I'm very curious. It's gonna be like a fourth wall thing, right? Because Ken Amada and Shinjiro Aragaki is going to be like in a future patch, right? Sorry, spoilers as well for P5X, I suppose. And Xiaomi, Kotone Xiaomi was teased as a banner, right? As a character in P5X. So at some point they have to at least in my opinion, I'm not sure if they're just gonna hand wave it. I feel like the writers who are working with Blackwings, like Blackwing Studio, they write a lot of things. Like they genuinely write a lot of things that you wouldn't have to. You could infer those things. So they end up being a little bit on the pedantic and explicit side. So it will be pretty interesting to see how they're going to, at what period of this game are they going to introduce Ken Amada and Shinjiro Aragaki, right? Because if Kotone Xiaomi is introduced, they would have to reconcile the differences between the two events. I think this would be the largest event. I don't know Chidori. Now I'm curious if Chidori, Iori and Junpei, right? Junpei and Chidori's relation is different, or it works out differently in the canon, or you could call it the canon, I guess, version. They're all technically canon. They just simply exist in different timelines, right? So Makoto Yuki, does Chidori also wake up and stuff in the Makoto Yuki storyline? Now there are some major plot points that are different. Shinjiro, that is the biggest plot point so far. Intriguing. they had to make the rationale. I mean, I suppose they didn't technically make the rationale of how Makoto Yuki is alive too in P5X. So they chose the timeline before the end timeline. And also, man, that's so interesting that they did that.
じゃあ伝えたぞ。
Yeah, so I didn't miss the big thing. I was like, wait a minute. I was pretty sure I haven't ever seen that funeral scene. The first playthrough, the one with Kotone Shiomi. And I was really surprised at the I was really surprised, like, wait, I don't remember him going into coma. And then also right at the very end of the game where you talk to like some random it wasn't even like one of the major characters. You talk to a random NPC, right? One of the extra school kids, and they mentioned that the person that was in coma, which Shinjiro was, woke up. And my first thought was like, wait a minute, I don't remember this at all. And now it's like, okay, that's interesting.
しんどい話っぽいな。
Yeah, none of this occurred in Xiaomi's timeline.
よう、いつものあれを食ってきた。授業サボって食うラーメンの味が知りたくてな。意外といいもんじゃないか。さ。黙ってないで返事くらいしろよ。
This dialogue did occur though. This dialogue occurred like off to the side, like he wasn't in front of. He was talking to him in his bed. So this dialogue was still used. Only Shinjiro was in bed in a coma in the hospital.
いつもそうだお前は。いつも黙って勝手に言っちまう。こっちの身にもなるってんだ。逆だと言いたいのか。そうだな。力だ理屈だって。幹を失ってから俺はただ力だけを求めてきた。力さえあればどんなものでも守れると思ってた。だがどうだ。お前まで先に行っちまった。必死な俺を笑うかのようにな。
Oh, that was actually, I almost feel like that was more intense. The language is more intense in Japanese than the subtitles.
戦ってりゃ死ぬかもしれないって俺は知ってた。なのに俺は戦うことに夢中で何も見えてなかった。いくら格好つけて走ってみたって結局このざまだ。
He's kind of a sorry. Really send it.
わかってるよ、シンジ。泣いてたって何も戻らないってんだろう。わかってるさ。どうせ俺は俺であることから逃げられない。いい加減うんざりしてんだ。
Yeah, it's Caesar. I hope that P5X end up releasing all of the a second pass and release all of the awakened personas. Caesar looks pretty interesting.
ミキと二人でそこから見ていろ。まだ俺にはやることがある。そうだろ。
That's such a dramatically different choice.
集まってもらった理由はわかるな。天田の処遇をどうするか私たちで話し合おうと思う。理事長も了解済みだ。アイギス、彼を連れてきてくれ。
了解しました。
私のせいだ。新垣先輩が遅れる理由を言わなかった時、あれって思ったのに。私まただ。私が気づいてればこんなことには。
そんな風か。
君のせいじゃない。事情を知っていた私こそもっと早くに気づくべきだった。
And then Ken is gonna struggle with survivor's guilt.
俺自覚足りなかったっす。遊びじゃねえって分かってたけど。
過ぎたことを言ってどうする。シンジは最後にこれでいいと言った。全く大したやつだ。死ぬって時に前だけを見てた。だから俺も前しか見ない。
これでいいか。
先輩。報告します。天田さんが部屋にいないであります。嘘。窓にこじ開けたような跡が。
Alright, so all of this stuff plays out the same way.
ちょっとどこ行くの風花。心当たりあるの？
それはないけど、でもほっとけないでしょ。
無茶よ。闇雲に探す気？
だって私たちが探さなきゃ。浜田君居場所がないんだよ。
でも探すって言ったって。
ゆかりちゃんだってもっと分かってあげるべきじゃないの？
風花、ごめん。私。
天田のことは放っておけ。かばってどうする。連れ戻して何か変わるのか。
明彦、
あいつのけじめだ。どう生きるかは自分で決めるしかない。自分で決めるしかない。
So intriguing. Major plot point. Where are we? Nozomi. Alright, time to break away from that event. Hurry, Makoto! I'm dying from hunger! Yeah, I recognize that shrill voice anywhere. Oh, he has a shrill voice. Interesting. You might consider not talking so loud. I could pick you out of a lineup if I were blind. I don't have as much time to waste as you high school kids, so let's try to keep this short. My son gave you some money that was supposed to pay for his tutor. Oh. I'm tired of this whole situation, so let's resolve it and forget anything ever happened, okay? Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Your son was hiding in the park because he hates that tutor. That's why I showed him the way. You should be thanking me for saving him if you ask me. Right, Makoto? Sure. See? Makoto thinks so too. You seem pretty calm today. What's wrong? Why don't you cower behind your friend there like last time? You see, the reason you didn't know how your son was feeling is because you don't truly understand. But don't take my word for it. Makoto will back me up on this one. Okay. What does this have to do with Nozomi though? Look, I'm willing to forgive you, but you'll never enter paradise. People like my brother who died— oh, so his little brother did die. Or non-believers like you are forbidden from that sacred place. Wait. Okay. Not in a good light. Talking to you gives me a headache. My son is only in elementary school, and yet I'm shocked you were able to take his money. Your parents have my sympathies. There's a lot I would have to reconsider if my son were as snowed by this cult as you seem to be. What did you just infer? I'm not stupid, sir. You're no different than everyone else. You think I should have died instead of my brother, don't you? Oh, survivors. Oh. Well, I didn't. Or he doesn't feel that way anyway. And I'm not as smart or as nice as him either, so just deal with it. What is the little brother's relationship with this guy? Grabs the man's shirt. Dang, kid, you have some problems. If you don't just own up to what you did, I'm just wasting my time. There are plenty of ways to resolve this. You better be careful, kid. Hang around Tubbo for too long and he'll try scamming you too. What you do is up to you, but I'm just glad I got to my son before it was too late. Best of luck. Interesting. I don't need to put up with your allegations. Don't come back. We won. We fought that guy off. You're a good friend, and I respect that. The encounter reminded me of how hungry I am. Come on, let's find something to eat. Kinda wanna know what's the deal with your little brother, though. Okay. Oh, that is a much darker alleyway. Oh, no. Maybe that's the same alleyway. This could be the same alleyway. I swear it was in the daytime.
まるで死んでるような顔だな。ここで何をしている？
母さんが僕をかばって死んだ時、死んだ理由なんて誰も信じなかった。母さんは今もありもしない事故で死んだことになってるんだ。だからせめてはっきりさせたかった。それだけが弔いなんだって。母さんだってきっとそうだって思った。あの人も暴力事件で死んだってことになったんでしょ。本当のことなんて誰も知りやしない。母さんと同じに。そしていつも僕だけ残されるんだ。
死んだ人間は戻ってこない。何をどうやってもな。だがお前は残された。俺は迎えに来たわけじゃない。そこがお前の居場所なら死ぬまでそこにいればいい。だが戦う気がまだあるのなら自分で扉を開けて戻ってこい。
分かってるさ。そうさ。本当は分かってたんだ。全部ごまかしたって。誰かを憎んでれば立っていられた。僕だけで生きるのが怖かったんだ。そしてまたずっと逃げていたんだ。分かったよ。もう逃げない。もう逃げないって誓うよ。新垣さん、あとは僕がやっておきます。さよなら、母さん。
もう丸一日か。
そうだな。
つか真田さんは？
放っておけって言われたけど、そろそろ探しに行った方が。
君はどう思う？明彦と同じか？
私やっぱりもう待てません。今からでも探しに。
天田くん？
よかった。
心配。
浜田、戦えるのか？
はい。もう勝手なことはしません。
大丈夫なんだろうな。
はい。
大丈夫。浜田くんは嘘を言ってない。
たく心配させんなよ。
分かった。理事長には私から言っておく。休んでくれ。
はい。
Overcoming Grief, Speedrun Edition. Yeah.
今夜はちょっと冷えそうだね。でも今はもう秋だ。それが過ぎたら 冬が来るよ。なんだか少し疲れているみたいだね。何かあったの？そうだったんだ。この世界じゃ毎日たくさんの人間が死ぬんだ。今まではそんなことは風や水の流れと同じものだと思ってた。でも今はちょっと違う。僕にも友達ができたからね。この頃はっきりと感じることがあるんだ。僕が言う終わりのことを滅びと呼ぶ者もいるみたいだけど、それはすごく近づいてきてる。君は何も感じないのかな？僕らは共にある存在のはずなのに、なんで僕だけが思い出すんだろう。これはとても辛いことだよ。僕はもしかすると君には受け入れてもらえない存在なのかもしれない。今日は変な話をしちゃったね。季節が変わるからかもしれない。僕が君の友達なのは変わらないはずなのにね。じゃあ今夜はこれでおやすみなさい。
Okay. This is the Matador thing, right? Okay. Mamoru. Are you here? Yes. Alright, rival. Let's get some chow. Takoyaki. Alright. Ha ha. Eh? Filling? Num 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 num. Oh man, just a few more. What are you doing? Oh, well, this is kind of just what I do. I like to eat pretty fast. When I'm with my siblings, they just polish off all the side dishes. I'm gonna wolf down the rest of the takoyaki, but what about me? Oh, it's pretty fast compared to my record. Anyways, Makoto, I think I'm gonna enter the regional meet. There's gonna be a coach there from a big athletic college. You know what that means. If I do well enough, I might get a scholarship. Nod. A scholarship nod. Sounds like a good plan. I know, right? Then I can continue swimming. I had pretty much given up on going to college. We really didn't have the money. So then I hear about this chance at a scholarship. You see it now why it's such a big deal? You see now why it's such a big deal? If I win, I might be able to go to college after all. I bet my mother would be really relieved. Yeah, I bet she would. Yeah, this should really make her day. I really wish my dad was still alive. If he was still around, my siblings wouldn't have to worry about whether or not they'll get to eat every day. Well, complaining isn't going to accomplish anything. Oh, I didn't realize his mother was still... I thought they were orphaned. Or I'll just have to hope for that recommendation. Mamoru is giving his future serious considerations. Good for you, man. I guess we'll find out if he secures the scholarship. Whoops, the sale on chicken is almost up, and I'm supposed to cook tonight. Later. Strong soul. One says, you know, one could say adversity builds character, right? Okay. Do our Hierophant stuff. I don't see any other peeps around on a Thursday. Where are we at on our Hierophant thing? Atmosphere is heavy. Oh dear, Makoto-chan is here. So, would you please cheer up? He's, Mitsuko is crying. I understand their reasoning, but if that tree is gone, if that tree is removed, I feel like the memory of my son will vanish with it. Looks upset. Ugh. We're fine. We're not fighting. I was just fretting. Sorry to make you worry. Apparently, the rumor was true. They really are going to cut down the persimmon tree. So we went to the school to say goodbye, but that just reminded Mitsuko of our son's death. See, dear? That's exactly what I said. If you keep crying all the time, then what will your admirers think? Right, Makoto-chan? Yeah. You hate to see parents outlive their child. That's like the thing you hear about it when the most devastating, a typical thing about parents outliving their own children. Stop by any time. My wife will be happy to see such a handsome young man. Contrast. Here, take this when you get hungry. Shove it into your pocket. Right. He does give you... I think he gives you different items, though. I'm pretty sure Shiomi gets different items. I'm not sure if that's random. Just stuffs bread into your pocket. We didn't get to the wholesome part yet. Midterms? Oh, is it it's already midterms, huh? I think just sleep, okay. Alright. Oops. Let's see peeps. Peeps are not available. Moru is though, right? Alright. Gyudon? Moru hasn't shown up yet. His siblings? Excuse me. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Are you okay? Oh, yeah, just need more training. Oh, let's go in, yeah? I'm thirsty. Enjoy the beef bowl with Mamoru. Meals taste better with two people. Agreed. I used to come here a lot with my teammates, but... we should come here again. Huh. You're the only one who say that anymore. What? They wouldn't come now even if I invited them. What? I don't really get along with people who don't take the club seriously. Oh, this is kind of an echo deal. It jacks up practice, you know? It's a lack of concentration. Only seems to be pondering something intently. I used to love it there, you know? I spent all my time practicing swimming. The guys all love swimming, and we always had so much fun. But that doesn't matter. They can't understand what I'm going through. I'll just have to surpass them. Get even better than I am now. Alright. I know, rolling with the righteous indignation thing too. Oh no, not really, because no one's doubting him, really. Sorry, that was a weird conversation. I'm not sure if that was a conversation. I think I'll power walk the whole way home. Don't let yourself get lazy now. Godspeed. Godspeed.
おかえりなさい。
Wanna go on a walk? Nope. So I guess we have access. We're just gonna do Mamoru and Nozomi while we're running along this month. Oh, Sengoku. Oh no, sensei. Yeah, so your peeps are not around because of the fallout. Alright, Gourmet King, let's go. Back to the ramen shop. Hagakure. Ishmael, okay. You and Nonzumi ate to pass the time. 7, 8, 9. Crap! I must have counted wrong before. I'm one person short. Well, they can't make a fool out of me. I'm not going to lose to my brother again. What? Nozomi begins eating with abandon. Ugh. Hold on, I think... Oh, what? Run to the bathroom. Nozomi ran into the restroom. Ever see that movie where the things come out of the guy's chest? Come on, Makoto. It's your job to laugh at the Gourmet's King dumb jokes. Ho. I don't get it. I felt fine up until a minute ago. Are you feeling sick? What are you getting at? I'm every bit as healthy as you. You think just cause I'm fat that I'm sick? Don't you worry about me. I consider things like this trials, that's all, and that's all. You have to undergo certain hardships if you're to become worthy to enter the paradise. Would you consider trying to enter the paradise too? What are you talking about? Listen, buddy. I'm gonna need a little bit of help from you here. Gah! Noodles don't taste so great after a rewind, do they? I'll have to tell you about the paradise next time. As for today, why don't we focus on the ramen blessed upon us? In fact, I think a big bowl of porridge might do me good. Waiter, how about some of your finest? Eee. Although porridge sounds nice to settle an upset stomach. Okay. Oromaru? Oh, hey, Ken is going for a walk. Alright, Ken. I finally caught it. Oh, okay. Same deal. Fair enough. I wanted to apologize for making so... Yeah. We have the same interaction opportunities. With Koromaru outside of like the social link. Don't imagine we have access to the peoples. Oh, I do see some of the people. We're gonna focus on Mamoru and Nozomi for the time being. Our records. We waited a while for Mamoru, but he's still not here. What would you like to do? I guess we just look around for him. We couldn't find Mamoru. What would you like to do? We'll kill some time. You walk idly around the Polonia Mall. Amoru still isn't here. What would you like to do? It's just a bit longer? Oh, interesting. Hey, Makoto, you there? Sorry, man. I don't think I can meet up with you today. Hey, no problem. I just feel bad since I'm the one who asked you to hang out. But actually, my mother passed away. Yikes. We're at the hospital now. I guess she fainted from exhaustion, and she works from morning through the night. This is my fault. It's all my fault. I must have caused her all kinds of trouble. Oh, goodness. My mom's trying to leave. She says we can't afford any medical bills. Dang it, why can't I do anything? Look, I'm sorry about today. I didn't mean to... Oh, sorry. Yeah, passed out. Sorry, I didn't say... She passed out, not passed away. I didn't... Did I say passed away or passed out? I didn't mean to cause even more trouble, but at least you answered your phone. Talking kinda helped. A little. Oh. Rough. Single parent. What was it? 6 kids, right? 6 or 7 kids. I've learned. I gotta get back to her room, so I'll talk to you later. Wait. Koromaru is king. Alright. Oh! Someone's coming this way. Oh, Makoto-kun. What a coincidence. Hey, you have a dog. Is that a Shiba? Cool. Can I pet him? He won't get angry, will he? He talked for a while. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe this is a way to increase my... to catch up on a few social links. That is a side ability. We gotta make up sports, health and sports day. We do have to make up for a bit of social links here. I think I'm behind on 4 days total, roughly. Where are we going? Today is Monday. Nozomi. Wild Duck Burger. Okay, I'll tell you something, but I want you to keep it a secret, okay? And don't freak out. This world is going to end soon. All humanity will be wiped off the face of the planet. Okay, I'm listening. But don't worry, we'll be recreating it. It'll be a new land called Paradise. Okay. Hope that wasn't too freaky. Wipe off the face of, Shh, Makoto, keep it down. I told you it was a secret. We can't risk starting a panic. In Paradise, people all have wings and perfect figures, and they smell like flowers. I can finally reincarnate into a worthwhile body. I don't want you to get stuck at the end of the world. That'd suck, right? So come with me to Paradise. It's easy. Don't do it because you're obligated to the Gourmet King, alright? Do it because we're friends. Nozomi is more willing to open up. I don't know where this is going. So, okay, how about this? I think we can waive the initiation fee that just do scripture and the products for about 130,000 yen. How's that? I know it's a good deal. We're having a salvation clearance right now. I'm not paying for that. Do you have any idea what you're saying? I only wanted to share eternal happiness with you because I care about your soul. You're lucky, because I'm still gonna go apologize to God for you. I guess that's where that cult comment was from the other dude. What? What is going on? Alright, midterm time. Can I still walk? Doggo? No, Toromaru is not giving me opportunities. Alright, so we have midterms. Man, these are getting weird. Some of the social links are really weird. On Makoto Yuki's. Okay, which one is this? Oh, husbands. Husbands is one of the major sources. No comment. Which one is this? Oh, Numeric Moses. There's one on superconduction. Yeah. They're all resistant. And then the Sengoku thing, right? Mayo. And then this should be auto. Okay. Oh, Yuko. Oh no. Okay, so Yuko and Chihiro is available. I think I'm fine as long as I don't go out on a date with any one of them. Like when they call on Sundays or something. Where are we here? Ah, Makoto-chan, welcome. She's crying, but it's a joy cry. You know, it's a mix-up. Look at Bunkichi. What are you looking at me, Makoto-chan? You don't think I made her cry, do you? Seems agitated. Maybe she's just embarrassed because I always wear my socks inside out. Wait, that's not it. Although, it's true. Actually, those are tears of joy. All the graduates from my son's class have gathered at the school. They're collecting signatures to save the persimmon tree. They said the tree is a memorial to their former teacher. They don't want it to be cut down. That's great. Many of them came to our son's funeral. It's been so many years, but they still remember him. They're given their precious time for our son. I don't know what to say. Makoto-chan, were you the one who called them all? Nope. There's no need to be modest. Yeah, you can't deny it, so... Like, you really didn't do anything. You the man, Makoto-chan. Incredible. Right? Although we didn't do anything. It's... Like, legitimately, there's nothing in the game that... obligates you to do it, so... No idea. Maybe they'll write something in for it. Don't forget about us, even after you graduate and become an adult. Someday I'd like to go have a drink together. Let's wait until you're legal. Shoves a thing in your pocket again. Shoves something in your hand. Reese. Reese. Reese, so alright. Us. Sus. Alright. Alright. Do we get a chance? Who do we encounter this time? Someone's coming this way. Oh, Kenji. Oh, it's Kenji. Hey, what's up? Is that your dog? Oh, he looks smart. Unlike his owner. Excuse me? Just joking. Okay. We're already like BFFs, okay? Kinda hoping for someone else. Sorry, Kenji. We must decline even. Okay, well, those two are actually okay. So what do we have? We have Fuka, Chihiro still, and Yuko, right? And Yukari. I think Fuka is pretty close. Yep. Okay. Come on, Kodomaru. Alright. Someone else? Someone's coming. Oh, Yuko works. Oh, Makoto-kun, what's up? Whoa, what a cute pooch. Aw, you're really lucky. We can't have any pets at our place. Okay. Kodomaru is it. That's the way. The dog buff. Right? Having a doggo buff. Okay. Okay. Right. Exam. Fine. What is this? Formula, word. Oh, the calendar thing. Oh, set patterns. 14 calendar patterns. Alright. Is Fuka here? I don't know where we are with Fuka. Rooftop? I want to apologize for the way I acted the other day. I've been thinking a lot about how I feel since then. Whenever I begin to waver about something, I immediately start thinking negatively. I often wonder what your thought process is when you have to make an important decision. I've been thinking about this for a long time. No one knows what the future holds. No matter how prepared you are, you can't predict what will happen. So the only thing you can do is believe. You have to think positively, as if the future is smiling upon you. I don't think I'm quite there yet, though. Sorry, you seem to know all that already, so Makoto-kun, why are you always so positive? I actually do get asked this question, like, me, myself, IRL, especially in contrast to the nihilistic, the high occurrence of nihilism. Interesting. Oh, I see. You're really strong, Makoto-kun. I think I'm attracted to that quality in a guy. Oh, that's not subtle. Okay. Alright. She's at 8. The reason why I was so confused before was, I thought that after I paid everyone back for their kindness, I wouldn't have anything to talk with you about. But now, I know that that doesn't matter. I wanted to be with you, Makoto-kun. Now, I'm not sure if this is gonna... I think something's wrong with me. My face feels like it's on fire. I'm going in the dorm now. I'll see you later. Now, I'm not sure if this is gonna create a conflict of interest. I genuinely don't remember if there's an interaction. No doggo walk. Okay. Like between Yuko, Yukari, right? Fuka, Yuko, Yukari, Chihiro, and Mitsuru?
Ah, ではホームルームな。最近いろいろと騒がしいが、勉強怠けとらんか？ 3年で文系取らないつもりでも古文赤点でいいってことはないぞ。おい、聞いとるか？
聞いとるか？聞いとるか？
どうした風花、冴えない顔して。話してみ。なんか悩みでしょ？
先輩のこと。
ああ、新垣先輩か。学校では見なかったけど街では見かけてたからさ。もういないんだよね。なんか暴力事件ってのも本当なのって。
取り戻せないことってあるんだよね。そんなこと考えてたらさ、両親のこととか考えちゃってて、考えないようにしてきたけど、このままでいいのかなって。
親か。むずいね、親の話はさ。でも風花なら大丈夫じゃん。
森山どうした？早く前へ来なさい。
はいはいはい。
返事は一度、最後くらいしっかりやらんかね。
どうしたの？どうも。長いようで短い間お世話になりました。
Oh yeah, that's right. She's transferring.
転校しても皆さんのことは忘れません。ありがとうございました。って感じ。
That's right. It's a pretty touching. Yeah, this is a pretty touching moment.
せっかく嫌な女が出てくってのに欲しいんだりして。
転校しちゃうなんて全然知らなかった。
言ってどうなるもんでもないっしょ。暗い話になるのも嫌だしね。パパが急に倒れちゃってさ、難しい病気らしくてすぐには治んないんだって。うちあんまお金ないし、なんつうかのんびりしてらんなくて。気づいてみりゃ私の世話焼くような物好きはあんただけだったな。前に言ったよね。私はあんたと同じだって。うちの親、私に興味とか全然なくてさ、あんま家とかいたくなかったんだ。だからあんたが寮に入った時、私ちょっと羨ましかった。
あつきちゃん。
でも風花、あんた家が近くて親も普通なのになんで寮に入ったの？
それは
言いたくなきゃいいよ。でも話してなんとかなりそうってんなら早めに話しときな。うちのパパ今の様子じゃ当分は話とかできなそうだしね。何言ってんのかね。暗い話やだって自分で言ったくせにね。私ね、毎日って同じ憂鬱がただ始まって終わるだけって思ってた。でもね風花、あんただから真顔で言うけどさ、人生には二度巡ってくるもんなんて多分ないよ。今の居場所だけにすがってっとそこだけになるよ。
なつきちゃん。
この景色も見納めか。じゃあ私家の用事で来週は学校来ないから、これでお別れ。
そんな
見送りとかやめてよ。このままでいいから。たくもうそんな顔しない。
だって
言っとくけど私結構元気よ。あんたに会えて結構変わったからね。今はやれることやってみようって思ってる。だからあんたもやりたいこと探しな。
私今まで人に好かれてなきゃ居場所はないんだって思ってた。だから嫌われるのが怖くて、いつも周りに合わせて。私自分が本当は何したいかなんて考えたことなかった。
あんたらしいよ。嫌ならシカトしときゃいいじゃん。でも私風花のこと好きよ。風花自身が自分のこと嫌いでもね。
なつきちゃん。
じゃあ行くから。
なつきちゃん。グッド つきちゃん。なつきちゃん。離れててもつながってる。分かったよ、なつきちゃん。私この力に目覚めたのは自分の性格のせいって思ってた。人の気持ちばっかり気にしてるから、だから探す力なんだって。でも私にも願いがある。みんなが仲良くしてるだけで私すごく嬉しいの。私はそれをずっと見ていたい。離れててもつながる力。私のペルソナは結ぶもの。
いたいた。
リーダー、みんなどうしたの？
屋上にいるパターンは不意をつかれたであります。
いや、見かけねえからさ、どうしたのかなって。
私分かっちゃいました。
わか？
私決めたの。この力でやれるだけのことをやる。それが私の願いでもあるから。
ほー
ごめん、言葉にすると当たり前ね。
なんかどうしたの
One of the lighter storylines, right? Music room? Oh, there he is. Okay. Makoto-kun, I need to talk to you again. After music club, let's meet at the same place we talked last time. On the roof? Okay. Don't tell anyone this, but I'm still deciding on whether or not I want to study abroad. My dad's trying to make all my decisions for me. He chooses the school I go to, the dorm I live in, even the flight I take. I haven't had a say in anything. He's been acting all weird since I had that talk with him about quitting the club. Dude, your dad cares about you, man. It's like he thinks he understands me now. Are you gonna be a doctor? A doctor? But if I study abroad, then there's no turning back, right? I mean, I couldn't be a doctor then, could I? My teacher, my teachers, my friends, and especially you, everyone's been so supportive. I know what you must be thinking. A chance to study abroad. What an opportunity. Sorry, Makoto-kun. It seems like all I ever do is complain to you or think contrary. You're such a contrarian. But I always feel a lot better after talking to you, so thanks. Yeah. An excessive contrarian. Now, I don't know what I'm really want to do. It's times like this I must put my faith in the heavens. You can go on without me. I have to go to the bookstore. I'm going to buy a fortune-telling book and stay up all night until I finish reading it. I mean, that's certainly one way to go about it. Doggo? Alright, normal. Okay. Alright. Lost Boys. Lost Peeps. Okay. Alright. 4. Okay. I don't think this is enough points, right? So then that's what, yep.
Miss, おかえり。
Please. Okay. Oh, whoa. Where did Koromaru go? Okay. I'm running out of days. What is this? Tofu? Oh, fermenting. Natto. Natto is by fermenting. Alright, buddy. I'm expecting a change up. Okay. On shopping. Oh, I wanted to check out some piercings. Hey, Makoto-kun, how about you pick one for me? Alright. Pick something cute that will look good on me. But seems to be enjoying herself. Hang on, I have a phone call. Okay. Still plays out. Hello? What? Uh-huh. What? You're not... You want me to forgive you? Oh yeah, this is where the mother reaches out and want to talk it out. Wait, don't do that. Do what you want to do. That's not what I meant. If that's what you want, then go ahead. I don't care, so... Well, you don't have to worry about me. Huh? You want to get together and talk about it. Stop, don't cry. I'll call you later, okay? Alright, bye. That was my mom. She apologized for everything that's happened. She says she won't get remarried until I forgive her. Oh, I'm shaking. Yeah, plays out the same way. She wants to see me, but I'm really nervous. Do you want to see her? Well, I'm not the one who asked to meet. I'm afraid it might get ugly. We haven't seen each other in almost 10 years, so it's not going to be easy. When I see her, I might get angry and say something cruel. But it's probably about time I talk to her. Nothing would change if I just run away. Deep down inside, I think she still misses Dad. She couldn't handle it, losing someone so important to her. So she wanted someone to hang on to. It must be hard to lose someone you love and wind up alone. It's hard to explain, but I realized this when you and I started going out, Makoto-kun. I think being in love means having a part of you taken away. And that's a wonderful thing. I'm just saying that what's like in general. Got that? You can... Okay. So, still play out the same way so far. So far. Never mind the piercings. Let's just go home. Didn't even get to decide, man. Okay. Doggo? Nope. Come on, I need some social opportunities. Alright. This is the Madam, right? Yes. Blavatsky. Okay. Buka? Buka. Oh, you know, we still have Kazushi as well. I doubt I have enough points. Please don't laugh at this, okay? Okay, Fuka's blushing. The other day, I let Yukari-chan try one of my rice balls. She liked it so much she began to eat the rest of them. So I told her that I made them to thank everyone for all they've done for me. Then she stopped eating and asked me what I needed to thank everyone for. She seemed confused, so I told her the whole story. When I was finished, she started laughing hysterically. She said I didn't need to thank her for anything because we're friends. True, deep cut. She said that friends don't owe each other other anything more than their friendship. I was so happy to hear that I started to cry. That's great. my own negative thoughts started creeping in again. I thought if I let everyone see who I really was, then they wouldn't like me. I was thinking badly of myself, but when I realized what I was doing, I saw myself for who I truly am, and I began to understand what I really wanted to do. At first, I wanted to thank everyone. Then I realized what I actually wanted to do was help them. My true feelings really weren't that complicated after all. There's something I have to tell you. To be honest, I wanted to talk to you so we can improve our relationship. Trouble breathing. I want to be by your side, Makoto-kun, and I want you to be by my side. Makoto-kun, I like you. Okay. That like, though. Oh, we're at 9. Okay. Well... Okay, sorry, I didn't know what to say. Okay. Alright. Hopefully we don't create a conflict of interest. Alright. Doggo? We gotta conclude some of our social links. Let's see if there's a swap up. Okay. Okay.
あ、すいません。空いてたんで勝手に使ってました。
ここに来るとは珍しいね。部活の関係か？
はい。活動報告先生に頼まれちゃって。
そうか。大変だな。
別に先輩よりかは全然大したことないですよ。ちょっと聞きたいんですけど。先輩って何のために戦ってるんですか？
私の戦いは食材だ。
私は何のためとか本当言うともうないです。父さんのこと分かっちゃったし。ただそれでも父さんの残したものをせめて私が消せればって。なんで戦うかなんて最初に考えなきゃですよね。なのに私今頃になって初めて真剣に考えてる。
仕方ないさ。
けどみんな違いますよね、戦ってる理由。まあシャドウをやっつけるってだけでもいいとは思うんですけど。
何が言いたい？
自分でもよくわかんないです。次の満月でいよいよ最後のシャドウだし、考えてるうちに終わっちゃいますよね。
そうだね。次で全て終わるさ。そして普通の学園生活に戻れる。そろそろ生徒会の委員が来る頃だ。話なら後でも聞くな。
あ、いいんです。すいません、お邪魔しました。
Okay. We're gonna try, right? Don't think this is gonna be enough. I have to come back. I read this book the other day, but yep. Okay.
帰ってきたか。
I need more points. Okay, so Fuka, I gotta squeeze in Fuka. 1 day behind. No. About... I still don't know if this creates a conflict of interest. Oh no. Alright, we're just gonna take this one. Yukari. Phew, thanks for the lunch. Yukari seems to be enjoying herself. Okay. Oh, Seems nervous. I eat more than normal girls, huh? I mean, that's a healthy appetite, right? Do you want mine too? Really? Hey, what's with that smirk? Healthy appetite, huh? I mean, I'm for that. We don't have any gifts available to.
お帰りなさいです。
Do we get a walk? We do. Who's the guest this time? Oh, hey, it's Makoto. What are you doing out this late? Oh, I get it. Gotta walk the dog, huh? I didn't know you had one. We used to have one too. Man, that dog was awesome. Was awesome. Alright, we need those points. Yukari. I guess we're gonna try to grab Yukari too. Enji? But which one of these are not Arabic? Oh, wristwatches. Right. I guess we're gonna try to... You hear the track team training below? Mikadi is quiet. Oh, you came. Thanks. Seems a little nervous. But there's something I want to ask you. Makoto-kun. Why do you spend so much time with me? Okay, plays out the same. You've been caught up in so many things because you were with me. And honestly, I know that I've been a complainer sometimes. It is because we're both Persona users. Or are we actually good friends? What do you really think of me? Looking away. You know, lately, when I see you with Fuka, I wonder what you're talking about. It feels like someday my heart is going to shrink, and I'm afraid I won't feel anything anymore. So, Makoto-kun, I want you to look at me, and just me. Okay. Okay. Are we gonna have a problem here? Okay. So will you... What am I saying? I've gotta go. Gonna have a problem here.
お帰りなさい。
Nope. Okay. Okay. I feel like we need to hit Fuka. Is she here? She isn't here. Chihiro as well. Okay. So we're probably gonna do Bebe. This is where... Okay. Makoto-sama! I have come up with the great idea to show Japan's charm to my uncle. I will show him a kimono, yeah, and make him understand the beauty of Nihon. That's a great idea. Do you agree, Makoto-sama? I have nothing to be afraid of. The kimono is a Japanese treasure. If I show it to my uncle, he will surely let me stay in Nihon. The design will be the mascot of the sweet shop. I thought of this. Oh my gosh! I thought of this design because Makoto-sama took me there. Seems to be counting on you. All right. Say hasta la vista. Come on. I'm no longer confused. I'll hurry up and make the kimono. I will so like the wind. Alright. No hasta la vista. Okay. Okay. Wako? No Wako. Yeah, we're totally blitzing at this point. We've established most of our social links. I still feel like I'm gonna run out of time though.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
あと1週間で満月だよ。
はいはい。
いよいよ今回が12体目だ。
今回12。
準備はいい？
準備です。
ここまで長かったのか短かったのか。でもいろんなことが起きたね。けれど思い出話をするにはまだ早いよね。
Okay.
じゃあ終わったらまた会いに来るよ。くれぐれも気をつけてね。
Okay. Wait, can I lock in Fuka? Nope. Okay. Inkari this. Nope. This is a buy. Alright.
おかえりなさい。
Free item. Enzyme, this is the lactase thing. Okay. Hang on. Fuka is not here. Interesting. Kari it is. Oh. Oh, we reached a conclusion.
なんか妙に緊張するな。みんな寮にいるし、部屋に入れたのバレないかな。大きな声出したら聞こえちゃうよ。あ、いや、違う。何言ってんだ。変なこと考えないでよね。
I didn't hear anything.
そっか、そうだよね。私、割とこれパターン。あ、そうだ。あのね、渡したいものがあって。
The sus naming of this item.
これ。知ってるよね。私がずっと携帯につけてた編みぐるみ。本当はこれ。ムーンライトブリッジの開通式で売ってたマスコットなの。
Moonlight Bridge is gonna be important.
ずっと昔から大事にしてたんだ。お父さんが買ってくれたものだから。前はね、よく部屋でこの子に話しかけたりしてたの。結構ネクラでしょ。でもあなたに会ってからいつの間にかしなくなった。でね、それをあなたにあげた意味を一度しか言わないよ。君が好きだよ。おしまい。
That was a little different. A wee bit different.
どっか出かけて二人きりで過ごしたいね。あのさ、そういう時間を今日ちょっと前借りしてもいいかな。もう少し二人っきりでいたいな。あ、恥ずかしいよ。
Okay.
お疲れ様です。
No walk. It doesn't look like there are any negative consequences at the moment. More loss? More loss. Oh goodness. Summoning magic. Okay. Go to Mamoru. Wait, was Fuka? Fuka's available too. I kind of feel like we need to let's go to Mamoru now. Okay, let's see how he's doing with his scholarship attempt. The shrine. Thanks for coming down, and his mother, of course. I don't mind. I needed to speak with you someplace quiet. Okay. Just came from the hospital. I still have to pick up my sister up from preschool. Go shopping, cook dinner, do the laundry. I've got so much I have to do. That's tough. It sure is, but I can handle it. This is the kind of stuff Mom had to do every single day. I'm gonna have to skip out on swimming. I just don't have time anymore. Even with a scholarship, I don't think we can afford college. I mean, what about living expenses? My family can't even pay their own. We've already lost Dad's income, now Mom can't work. I'm gonna have to earn a living. I don't have any choice but to give up swimming. Darn, I wish Dad were still alive. You can't do much about it. Yeah, I guess, but still, I wanted to challenge you one last time. I enjoy swimming because I got to compete with people. Is it really gonna end like this? Don't give up, man. You're right, I've come too far to give up now. I'm gonna take part in the meet. I've devoted a lot of my life to swimming. I'm gonna take all that experience, apply what I learned, and achieve victory. I'm glad we talked. I feel a lot better about things now. Thanks to you, I have a goal to aim for. Thanks, man. I mean, it was the same goal you had originally, no? Oops, don't want to keep my sister waiting. See ya. Godspeed, man. Okie dokie. We gotta do this harder section. And then I think I'll wrap it up for today. Tomorrow we'll probably end up seeing close to the end. Wrapping it up.
Yes.
So
I gotta remember, I think we don't really need to rescue Michael. But Michael should be along this. Yeah, we're just gonna go. I think you might still need to because of the ending, so we're just gonna make sure here. Where are the staircase? Where are you? No. They don't cower automatically. Here's the staircase. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, that's a dead end. Nice. Okay. Okay. I think she's on the
個別行動をとってください。
She's on the 149th floor.
みんな3階個別行動をとってください。
くそ、敵に捕まった。やるしかないか。
アイテムゲットしました。
Oh, I went the wrong way.
敵2体です。
Come on, Akiko. You can do it. Kick their butts. You got this.
Level up.
Oh, you can level up too. Okay. Interesting.
みんな3階個別行動をとってください。いやもう敵に捕まっちゃった。
Darn you.
敵襲です。数は2。敵来ます。
Ow. Okay. Ah, the staircase was in the way. In the other way.
敵からの攻撃です。数3体。しのいで。
Okay. Come on, Yukari. You got this.
わかりました。
Got Oh, she can heal herself. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder how it's playing out. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's certainly one way to do things. Okay. Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Good.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
あ、捕まった。もう。
Oh. There's Michael. And then I remember that we can just resume by going up here, which I had no idea. Oh, I always went back up the floors again.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
くそ、見つかった。仕方ない。倒すぞ。
Okay.
敵からの攻撃です。ハンズ3体しのいで。
Come on, Akiko. You can do it.
みんな3回個別行動をと
Nice.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。あ、すみません。戦闘回避できません。いやもう敵に捕まっちゃった。
You guys got
何
it.
か拾ったぞ。後で持っていく。
Take care of business. Can you heal them while they're in combat? Oh no. Oh. Oh, you can heal them like if you're nearby. I see.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Okay. What? Oh. Yeah, I lost soul.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。やっぱ気づ敵襲です。数は2。敵来ます。
Okay. We have to get to 164 here.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
くそ、見つかった。仕方ない。倒すぞ。
了解。
Come on, Akiko. You can do it.
レベルアップだ。
よし、よさ。
Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Okay.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
なんだろうこれ。拾ったものを持って帰るね。あ、もうしつこい。ごめん、戦闘に。
Oops.
振り切れないか。すまん、戦闘に入る。
Kick his
収
butt.
穫物ありです。
Kick its butt. Hmm. Oh, that's fine.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Alright. Oh, you have quite a lot of HP, my friend.
よし。
25% chance. Okay. All right. Off we go.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Nice. They somehow dodge encounters.
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
All right. Clap. Hmm? Oh. Huh. I think Nozomi first. We're at 8, I think. Okay, so what's this paradise? Hey, I haven't been doing so well since last time, and I think it's because of those things you said against God. I begged so hard for your soul that I think I even lost weight. Look at me, I'm paper thin, huh? Oh, brother. Haha. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. I eat fried chicken first thing in the morning. Look, I get it, alright? You're embarrassed to be seen with me, I can tell. I'm not like my little brother. I can't study for hours and my stubby legs won't let me be athletic. And I'm genetically predisposed to spilling on my clothes. Okay. Everyone hates me. They all wish I could be more like my little brother. Everyone's always making fun of me and I just want the whole world to go away right now. But even then, you still won't. Hey, Makoto, I'll try my best to make it to paradise. Then I'll have a totally sweet new body. I'll be taller and more slender, and my body will glow, so I'll be safer at night. See? Then I won't be inferior to my brother, and you won't hate to be seen with me. So please, don't abandon me. And that's weird too. I have to leave without eating because I haven't earned forgiveness just yet. I still have to recruit a new believer first. Yeah, that's him. I can count on you. So can I count on you? You hear a familiar voice. Yeah, it's not a problem, so as long as I get my money. Actually, I know this other guy who's been short on cash lately. I'm willing to pay for 2 guys. Just make sure it gets done. Oh, the man noticed you and approached you. 132,000 yen, right? Yeah, the same thing happened to my son. I stay away from that kid if you don't want to get caught in this trap. The man in punk left. Interesting. Alright, this is a good place to stop for today. So how does these social links look? So we're 1 day off Fuka. Don't know if there's any difference here. I think he's on track. They're fine. That's fine, I think. I think Chihiro is 2 off. So we gotta find something to make up. But these are all during days, right? Fortune looks fine. Strength might be a day off. So we're kind of like 4 days off. That's not too bad. On time. And these were the guys we were... Where am I gonna squeeze in? Huh. Mitsuru starts in like the last month. We can do her in the last month. Aeon and like Aegis and Mitsuru are last month material, like the last 2 months. Basically December and January. And then Aeon or Judgment is just to fulfill the ending. Man, I don't know. Some of these social links are weird. I'm curious if Persona 3 Reloaded, they like change up some of these. Very curious. Anyways. That's a wrap for today. How does tomorrow look? Tomorrow I will be able to start a little bit earlier. Right. Alright. Folks, that's a wrap for today. We're coming to the conclusion. I'm very curious how the special month, you know, the 2 or 3 days before the end, how some of the stuff plays out. And then we're gonna maybe take a break or a day or 2 and then start Persona 4 Golden. Right. That's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself. Again, 30th anniversary. Plenty of opportunities to play at on your own pace. Right. Drop your own analogous takes. Until next time. 皆さんはまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.